Part 45, The Change. In the golden dusk of the city's ruins, a crowd of people filled the streets, their eyes trained on the lone balcony jutting out from a tower, anxious to gaze upon their god in the flesh. But the one who rested in that tower was afraid to meet them. A sense of wrongness held him in place. It knotted in his chest, and reminded him of an instrument wound too tight, turning notes into shrill sounds. He could feel the surface of it. Like some great, dark wave in the distance, rising to meet the sky. Rushing, to crash against the land. Poyer could hear it, too. Above the noise of all those people, anxiously talking and squawking and chirping at each other. The sound of the wrongness. A shifting, rolling rumble, like the distant peal of thunder that never ends. And, despite the stillness of the evening air, Poyer could hear the singing of the wind. It seemed to carry voices up from the crowds. Somehow, it was all familiar. Poyer's conclave had been sparsely populated, never more than 300 people in that huge, underground complex. But the cauldron was home to millions, even after the destruction of the last few weeks. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them were outside this balcony now, watching. Waiting for him to come out. But the wrongness held him back. Poyer focused on his breath as he paced back and forth in the back temple, feeling the knotted threads of the carpet under his feet. Just breathe. It's just nerves. Just breathe. The chirping, squawking, singing conversation of avians brushed at the curtains that separated his room from the balcony. A lamp sputtered in the corner, shape-shifting the shadows of the chunks of stone and sacks of mortar dust, the hammers and nails and chisels leaning against the walls. Only a few weeks ago, this city faltered on the brink of death. A Kiran magistrate, a wicked, power-starved alien, had held the cauldron hostage with an old terraforming barge. All the energy of the sun, focused into a lantern of pure heat. Then, drunk on a power that was not his own, the magistrate began to burn the cauldron, killing Kiran and avian alike. Until Poyer had walked through that sweltering heat, and used the old city's reserves to raise the dome, just for a moment. Just long enough to slice the barge in half. To the people who lived here, it was an act of destiny. Poyer, the last human, the savior of avian kind, had finally come and released the city from imperial oppression. Salvation. Just as their prophecy said. Though it would take them many years, maybe even generations to rebuild, they celebrated his coming. But he was not done mourning. Over the last weeks, Poyer wondered if he would ever stop feeling like a fragment of himself. All his caretakers and his friends, and their caretakers, too. All those dreams of what he might become, if only he could grow faster. Become smarter, just like his friends. Their faces were still so near. Tan or pale or dark as the evening sky. Elise and Judorico and Gale and Tang. It seemed only a month ago, he had been living with them. Talking with them. Trying to compete with them, though he knew where he stood. Weren't those just faces now? Weren't those just names? When he closed his eyes, it was as if he could see thousands of years of growth and becoming, sliced away in a single, dark hour. The panic in Nuwa's face, as she dragged him into the cold chamber, and saved his life. Nuwa, who had always tried so hard with him. Even when the other caretakers had started to look at him with their hollow eyes, and speak to him with hollow words. Watching him fail. He could look at them, and see the hope fading like a flame without air. It did not matter how low they brought the bar. It did not matter how many tests he ran through, how many hundreds of hours he spent trying. Poyer had always feared they would decide he wasn't worth it. And what then? But Nuwa had always been there. Give it time, Poyer, Nuwa had said. You can't rush these things. But even then, he would search her face. Try to read her thoughts. You will never be what we need you to be. Whatever that was. And now, despite everything he had done, he felt more lost than ever. Each passing day seemed to hammer in the finality of his existence. The last. Alone. And surrounded by hordes of alien beings. They were outside his window, right now. Gathered and waiting, just for him. An evening song warbled over the nearby rooftops, a prayer to the dead gods. To me, he thought. It's getting late. When he cupped his hands over his ears to block out the song, it made that other sound grow louder. A rumbling resonance, as if a whole ocean was rising up inside of him. What is this? What is happening to me? A curtain rod rattled behind him. The room in this temple still had no door. Or rather, the broken splinters of the door were still leaning against the wall. In stepped a slouched Corvini whose feathers were not quite starting to grey. His talons clicked gently on the stone floor, and his wiry muscles rolled with an old litheness. Heads up, Fledge. There's more of them than I thought there would be. And, the Corvini stopped mid-sentence. His blue-black feathers rustled as he crooked his head to the side, concern furrowing his brow. What's wrong? The question was more alert, than tender, as if the listener expected danger. Poyer brought his hands down, his ears suddenly cool from the sweat of his palms. Do you hear it? Poyer said. Hear what? I hear a lot of things. The evening song? Or all those voices outside? Listen, I tried to tell her not to let so many come, but I don't think even she could stop them. She may be the queen, but you're a god. To them, anyway. No, Poyer shook his head. Do you hear the wind? Wind. Ilha's two black eyes bored into him. Deep and dark and suspicious. Poyer shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's the cold chamber. Maybe I'm still waking up. It was starting to recede now. Returning to that far-off, distant howl. Could you ask the android about it? Ilha said. He could see the worry written in Ilha's face. In the way the Corvinese crest feathers went rigid. Poyer closed his eyes. He took a long, slow breath. Focusing on the air, filling his lungs. Just the way Nuwa had taught him. All the way in, letting the oxygen in the air nourish his body. And out. I have to do this. I owe them. The last of the reverberations of that distant thunder seemed to drain away, and even the red pain in his head eased, until all that was left was that solemn song, melodic and monotonous at the same time, rising and falling from some high temple beyond the rooftops. I'll be all right, Poyer said. We can call this off, Ilha said. We don't have to do this now. How long have they been waiting? He laughed, a dry, croaking sound. They've been waiting their whole lives, Fledge. Their whole lives, and more. Then, I won't keep them. The Corvini went first through the empty frame of the door that led to the balcony, pushing away the tattered fabric that blocked out the light and the rising humidity of the cauldron. Evening heat breathed against Poyer, and suddenly, the liquid armor, that almost alive old tech that crawled over his body, felt too close and too tight, making his skin prickle with sweat. As if the armor could sense his discomfort, it thinned out over his body, rolling down his arms and his legs. Cooling his skin as it carried away the heat. Poyer straightened his shoulders. Breathed deep of that humid air. And stepped out onto the balcony. 100 bruised colors painted the sky, from the golden orange of the setting sun, to the blood red that fringed the lowest clouds. High above, the deep purple of the waning dusk turned to night. Below, there were the clay rooftops, and the walls of brickwork pockmarked with new scars, burn marks and gunshots. Poyer could not see the streets through all the bodies, all the faces waiting below. Stained crimson in the exploding light of dusk. Avians of every feather. From the strongest falser to the humblest passerine. Black-feathered Corvini, pockets of ornately feathered priests holding candles in long rows down the street, and every kind of avian in between. There were clusters of reed knights, with those austere masks still pulled over their faces to shade their sensitive eyes. And there was a reptile, with huge bulging eyes that never seemed to blink at the same time. All of them, silent. All of them, in awe of him. The last living human. And some distant sound, like the crashing of an ocean. Rolling. Rising. Breathe. It was the queen who caught his eye first. She was standing in the middle of the cobble street, ringed by her falser guards. She leaned heavily on a cane made of dark kapok wood, and her skin was a shock of pale white under the vibrant reds and golds of her cloak. She wore it slung over her shoulder, to show her unfeathered skin, as if she was proud of what she had been suffered, all in the name of her people. Her eyes shone with the same adoration they always did, that glorious, loving relief of a disciple gazing upon her lord. It was she who bowed first. And then, every gathered alien did the same, until a wave of motion took them all, some of them bowing at the waist, others falling to their knees. Crying out, 1,000 voices becoming one. Hail! They chanted, in all their strange tongues. Hail, the Savior! Their voices shook the balcony itself, a roar that crashed up from the streets. But Poyer could not hear them. Instead, as his eyes wandered over the gathered masses, he heard a sound like nothing else in the universe. As if all the oceans in all the worlds were suddenly flooding into the valley of his mind. Deafening. Swallowing him whole in that thunderous howl. Clapping against him, threatening to bring him low. He closed his eyes. He tried to focus on his breath. Taking long, slow inhalations. And when he opened his sight again, he gazed upon not this world, but another. The sky was wrong. A silvery, grey brilliance as bright as the surface of a sun. Shrouding the city in a primal light, the kind of light that existed long before the smallest organism crawled up from the depths of the void. The air itself was churning, like magma spewing from the mouth of an endless volcano. It made the roofs warp out of place, made the walls run against each other, until everything was melting and pushing against each other and changing. Below him, all these avians, all these alien peoples, were becoming something else. Something that Poyer's eyes could not understand. Their skin shifted in and out of place. Feathers became fur, became scales. Became something else. Their faces twisted, eyes rolling up or down, beaks and mouths tilting, turning inside out. They were still singing. Still chanting. But now their voices became a single, writhing scream. All of them, everything, changing. One figure stood out. One who did not change. The figure was covered head to toe in a kind of fabric that stayed unnaturally still, even as the figure picked their way through the crowd. Each step they took was heavy, made a glassy, metallic, almost electric clang. Each step cracked the stone beneath the figure's feet, so that the ground itself opened up in its wake, spreading this change with it, carving a ravine that devoured stone and dirt and roots of ancient trees, even as those, too, morphed into unreal shapes. And as the figure passed by kneeling avians, as the ravine opened in their wake, the people there made no effort to save themselves, allowing themselves to be swallowed. The figure put two hands to its hood and began to peel away the cloth. Poyer could see the figure's face, but his mind could not understand it. The face and all its features were not of this reality. The future? The past? Is any of this real? But Poyer understood one thing with absolute certainty. As he looked down from the balcony, and saw the figure staring up at him, he was certain that whoever it was, whatever it was, could see him. Was watching him, right now. Then, the world went dark. Eel caught him before he fell. Bloody foam dripped from the fledgling's mouth. Eel shielded him from the crowd below, wrapping his arms, folding his wings over the slender youth. Before Eel carried him back inside, he caught a glance out over the balcony. All the people gathered below were staring. Their awe had turned to horror. Part 46, When a Savior Comes. First, the tang of burning firewood. Next, the sour sweetness of some tropical fruit nearby. Poyer's stomach clenched with hunger. How dry his mouth, and how empty his stomach. His wrist was humming, urging him to find sustenance, listing out the exact nutrients his body needed. He impulsed a thought, and his wrist implant went silent. A fire crackled at the foot of the bed, warming the soles of his feet. The mattress, which was as soft as it was large, seemed intent on swallowing his limbs. He struggled to lift his head and look around the chamber. Paintings and tapestries and bookshelves lined the walls. There was a table at his bedside, laden with drink and food. A glass carafe was shot through with flecks of orange gold from a pair of candles sitting on the table next to it. One ceramic bowl spilled over with too much fruit, and there was a bronze plate arranged with seeds, dried meats, half a loaf of bread and a dried pile of something that didn't look edible. Were those worms? And then he saw her, sitting in the far corner of the room, as far away from the fire as possible. A machine. Her face was a featureless chrome mask, except for her glowing eyes and those newly made scars. An android, whose silhouette had once looked almost human. At least, before she had been torn to pieces. Over the last few weeks, the avian tinkers had restored what they could of Lakey's body. They were skilled, but limited, by primitive mechanical knowledge and inferior tools. Now, Lakey seemed to be two beings twined together. Her head, her torso, and one arm were made of that perfect, almost muscular metal that seemed to flex and twist when she moved. But the rest of her, her hands, her left arm, her legs, was covered in segmented plates of burnished copper. Sitting still, she looked like a statue, a work of art. The tinkers had engraved her new metal with ornate patterns, mostly the leaves and flower petals of tropical plants that shone bright when caught in the firelight. The scars on her face were, however, remained intact. Unchanged. And her eyes. Both of them were strangely expressive. Two spheres, each one striated with some arcane pattern that would shift with her attention. Both, brighter than any candle. How long have you been watching me? Poyer asked. I have not moved in 3 days, when Lakey's answered. Her voice came from somewhere behind that featureless plane of a mask. I feared you might not wake. 3 days. Poyer sighed, relieved. The last time he had fallen asleep, the whole world had changed. He did not want that to happen again. Did not think he could bear it. A clawing pain gripped his stomach. Once more, his gaze wandered to the fruits on the table, so ripe they were almost bursting out of their skins. He needed answers. The food could wait. Poyer impulsed a command to his wrist, and a surge of hormones flooded his stomach, quieting his hunger. For a moment, his stomach protested, until the clawing pain receded into a dull, hungering ache. I had a dream, Poyer said. There was a light in the sky, and everything in the light began to change. The world, the people. Turning them into something else. Taking them apart, atom by atom. But... He rubbed at his forehead, thinking hard. But all dreams feel real, when you're having them. Don't they? You're not the first to have dreamt this, Lakey said, her voice clicking mechanically over the crackling of the fire. You. Poyer furrowed his brow. What do you dream of? No, Lakey shook her head, the joints in her neck whispering soundlessly. My maker. This dream, he dreamt it every night. Why didn't you tell me before? Because I did not think it was real. He always spoke of the unforming of all things. The death of all the worlds. But he was old, and he was dying long before I was brought into this world. My maker was never well. I thought the dreams were only an extension of his madness. She leaned forward. The lights in her eyes narrowed, focusing on his every motion. Tell me, Poyer. In this dream, did you see anything else? There was a person without a face. A face covered in a strange light. I don't know. They were looking at me, I could feel them looking at me, and I could see patterns in its face. Patterns, Lakey's eyes darkened. I thought he was mad. I thought. But my maker used the same word. Patterns. A face made of light, latticed with shifting patterns. Hiding something underneath. Yes. Poyer said excitedly, that's what it felt like. Like there was something else I could not see, beneath all that light. Who is it? Did your maker know? The question is not who, but what. Lakey's leaned back in the chair, resting her arms on the rich mahogany. My maker believed that this person could not be human. Nor was it a creation of humankind. He said this to me, over and over. With sightless eyes, it sees all. The ravings of a deluded old man on his deathbed. That's what I thought. But I fear I was wrong. Her eyes fell downward, staring at nothing. Does she actually feel shame? Poyer wondered. Or is she just programmed to look that way? But there was something about the way her fingers gripped at the arms of the chair, running anxiously over the carvings in the wood. Each time he thought of her as just another droid, Poyer would catch a glimpse of her acting far too human. Gaiam was full of strange, alien peoples. Avians and reed knights, lizard folk and semi-amphibious things and other sentient jungle dwellers. All of them, born of human hands. Or, at least, born after human hands breathed the accident of new life, of untamed evolution, across this world, and, from what Poyer understood, across so many others. In a way, Lakey's fit into the tapestry of this world, in a way that he never could. Among all these aliens and all these machines, she was just another droid. But to them, Poyer was the alien. The most out of place. Out of time. For the 1000th time, he felt the desperate ache somewhere in the pit of his heart. Longing to go back to a world that no longer existed. To see another human face. Poyer ran a hand over the tight curls of his hair, which was starting to grow out again. He sighed, heavily, as too many questions spiraled in his mind. Do you think they knew someone would wake up? Poyer asked. Humanity, I mean. Do you think they knew that someone like me would come, after all of them were gone? What makes you say that? The protocol. Why else would they create something like that? They built cities underground. I always thought it was to keep us safe from the surface. Radiation, or toxic atmosphere. Waiting for the day when the planet would be terraformed. But the surface was always safe, wasn't it? They knew something else was coming. They thought something would happen to us. Lakey's was quiet. But her eyes were spinning, interlocking circles of light turning around each other. Deep in thought. But I don't understand, Poyer continued. Why doesn't the protocol mention anything? I've searched through every page. Not one mention of visions or dreams or anything like this. It's just instructions, on where to find materials. How to turn on machines. How to maintain. Why didn't they leave answers? Why? He was sitting up now, the sheets clenched in his fists. Leaning forward, burning for some kind of truth. The dream, that thing I saw, I can still see it. When I look at you, or when I look at this room. These walls. This table. All of it. It's like a second image, floating underneath the first. He blinked hard, trying to make it go away. But the more he focused on it, the more that ethereal shadow seemed to blossom over reality. Now the fruit on the table was laced with crawling lines of change. Turning the skin of the fruit into something, not ash, not dust, but something. I need to know, he whispered. I need to know what's happening to me. To everything. I am not the one to ask. Then who? He said, exasperated. His voice was high and desperate. I need to know, Lakey's. She made a long, low, clicking sound. Halfway between a sigh and a hum. Her eyes traveled across the room, as if trying to see what Poyer was seeing. I must explain something, Divine One. Please know that I do not say this to hurt you. You are the most important thing I have ever encountered, and I would do anything for you. Do you believe me? The sincerity in her voice caught his attention. He held his breath. And stared at her. And, for a moment, the shadow behind everything seemed to fall away. All he could see was the candlelight, reflected in her shining face. And the soft orange glow of her eyes. I love you, Divine One. Only, love is the wrong word. It is something deeper than the deepest roots of my core. I love you, her eyes flashed. She inclined her head, staring at him. And, also, I fear you. Me? Why? So it was written, and so it was foretold. As the end begins, so a savior shall come. Well, you have come. Which can only mean one thing. Poyer swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. He looked at the carafe, and the candle light twinkling through the glass. But he did not move to take it. So, he said slowly, then my dreams are real? You think they're real? I do not know what to think. But it is clear to me now, Poyer, that you cannot stay here. Something is coming. I would ask the first children. You might have heard them called something else, by the Imperials. They name them historians, for their home is full of ancient records. I don't know them, Poyer said. How do we get there? Mostly, they keep to an old city that floats in the sky. Sometimes, it can be found in the sky above the city of Seir. Seir. The home of the Imperials, the humanoid aliens who had only just tried to destroy the entire cauldron, and the millions of avians who lived inside. It was the last place Poyer thought that Lakis would ever suggest. We have no choice, the android said. We must go. Part 47, The Queen's Request. Each morning and each night, most avians sang to the old gods. Their prayers could be heard, soaring down from the highest temples, washing over the rooftops of the cauldron. In the mornings, the song always started weakly. A few chirps and squawks in the darkness before the dawn. And then, just as the sun crested over the mountain ridge, a hail of voices would trumpet out from the highest temples. Praise to the old gods for this glorious new day. At dusk, as the globe of the sun began to touch the mountain ridge on the other side of the cauldron, the first mournful notes of the evensong would soar down from the temple rooftops. Praying for mercy, for protection. At each prayer, devout avians, no matter where they were, would kneel and mutter and clutch their holy icons as they let the songs wash over them. Eel was never among them. To tell the truth, the last time he set foot inside a temple, he had not come to pray with the priests, but to steal from them. But that had been another life. Today, he came to Asayam's tower for an entirely different purpose. Eel landed on the entry perch that wrapped around Asayam's tower, halfway up its impossible height. He could already smell the rich, heady incense pouring out of the depths of this holy place. It still felt wrong to him. A Corvini in the high city. Low caste rarely made it up into the mid-city, and here he was, summoned to the highest temple in all the cauldron. Feels like I should be skulking, not walking in the front door. But he had been invited by none other than Rike Virika, Queen of the Free Avians, monarch of the cauldron. In the recent weeks, after the dam of the Empire's tyranny had broken, the Queen was a flood, determined to bring new life to the city. Gods, how the people needed her. The city was a ruin. Lowtown was black and flattened. The high city had wilted. And pieces of that massive ship, Poyer had called it a terraforming barge, were being hauled away to the factories, where the Reed Knights were attempting to melt it down and reforge the metal into something useful. The rest still lay, smashed against the ruins of the mid-city. And while the magistrate's tortures left wounds that would never heal, Reich refused to be contained. This was her first, best chance to serve, and she would serve, damn it. In these first weeks, despite her inability to get out of her own bed, she lived up to the legendary nobility of the Achillean queens and kings before her. With so many attendants around her, she ordered daily reports, new decrees, and set in motion the first plans to repair the city. Open the coffers and seed eyries, harvest the orchards. My people will eat. Tear down the estate walls. Let them live in my palace, if need be. This city will be rebuilt, with the people as one people. Feather or fur or scale, it will matter not. All this, Eel had seen while sitting at her left hand. Whenever he found time to slip away from Poyer and the android, he would go to her, to offer his assistance. But when did she ever need him? Eel was surprised to see how seamlessly the castes came together under the Queen's direction, after all they had been through. Low caste with the mid-citizens. Soldiers with priests. Fur and feather and scale. There were only two exceptions. First, the old nobles. The ones who had betrayed their own kin to the Kirans. After Poyer raised the dome and brought down the magistrate's last ship, all the old nobles seemed to evaporate overnight. Some said they were dead, and there was evidence of that. Throats slit by their own servants. Others said the avian traders disappeared on rigs headed across the deep jungles and the farthest oceans. Good luck to them. The cauldron had its problems, but at least those problems wouldn't try to eat you alive. Still, Eel suspected there were more than a few old nobles still hiding throughout the city. So, he had visited his Horus, one of the old gang bosses, now governor of Lowtown. Horus, it seemed, had been making a few of his own special catches, rooting out traitors in Lowtown's few remaining hiding places. The law has long wings, Horus said, but sometimes those wings beat too slowly. Fortunately, I know people who understand the importance of swift flight. When Eel's face soured, Horus laughed and clapped him on the back. I see what you're thinking, Old friend. And yes, the Queen knows, though she won't admit it. Who do you think is funding this? And the second exception, all those Imperials, the soldiers, the citizens from Seir, were placed in a temporary prison camp, in the heart of the high city, directly under the watchful gaze of the hanging palace. Not to be harmed. Eil still didn't know what the Queen planned to do with them. But now, as he stepped into Asayam's inner temple, where the smoke played in the shafts of light, Eil had a growing suspicion. The temple was so vast, even the echoes had echoes. Polished sea stone floors radiated out from the slender beam in the middle, using the old human metal as the main support. That beam, Poyer had said, was a kind of conduit, a pipeline to channel the energy of the dome. Or something like that. Light shafted down from the wide-open windows and archways carved into the walls. Numerous gas lamps illuminated each shrine across the 8 corners of the temple. The Queen was sitting on the pews in front of one of these shrines. Her back was turned to him, so that he could see the scars where her feathers had been pulled. The spines of new feathers were beginning to poking through her pink flesh, bristling against the cloak wrapped around her shoulders. Eil made a low caw to announce his presence. The Queen turned her head, her stony face breaking into warm recognition. She nodded at the shrine. At the statue of a human woman, her muscles deeply detailed in the marble. Kenya, of the Iron Grin. Reich said, that's what I've always called her. That's what she's been called, for the last 1,000 years. Maybe longer. Poyer says she was real. And that her name was never Kenya. Did he tell you what it was? I'm not sure if I want to know. Kenya has always been there for me. I was so certain she always would be. Kanya's eyes were narrowed, and her mouth was steeled into a grimace. Pain. And joy. The statue's head was half-shaved, and the rest of her short hair was across over her scalp. I started to wonder, the Queen said, what if she was different? What if this human was nothing like the Kenya I believe in? Does it matter? The Queens gave him a look. I mean, Eil continued, she's not coming back, right? So you might as well take the best version of her. The world must be so clear to you, Eil. He said nothing. She crooked her head, asking him to sit next to her. There were a dozen or so Falser guards patrolling the temple. Eil could hear the creak of their heavy leathers. Falser were culturally disposed to distrust Corvini, to be fair, even Corvini distrusted Corvini. But over the past few weeks, the guards had grown used to Reich's easy trust in Eil, and their watchful, yellow eyes no longer followed his every movement. Eil hid the crack in her beak. Followed it, up to her eyes, which met his. There was something about her presence. So real and full. It was easy to be near her. Suddenly, he felt tense. Felt like he had to start talking, or something would go wrong. Poyer's talking again. Up, and out of bed, too. Good. A kind of tension seemed to ease in her, starting from her chest and rising to her face. Does he know what happened? What caused the problem? He says he's having visions, Reich. He won't even look at me. I can't tell if it's a human thing, or a Poyer thing. Does the android know anything? If she does, she's not telling me. There's something wrong with her, too. What's her word for it again? Reinterpreting. At least, that's what Lakey said. She's working on reinterpreting. I thought about listening to them, you know. Eavesdrop. But it didn't feel right. They're my friends, and why are you looking at me like that? Her bold, brown eyes were filled with laughter. A smile creased the corner of her beak. It seemed to light up her face, as bright as the sun that poured in through the windows. What? He said. If I tell you, you're not allowed to make that face at me. I'm not making a face, Eil said. This is just how my face looks. Her smile deepened the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. I was just going to say that you're so different. When I first met you, I thought I knew everything about you. I thought you might be awful. Or cruel. But I was so wrong. And I thought you were trying to sell the savior of avian kind himself. What a fool I was. But then, I also thought that Poyer would be able to open up the heavens with a flick of his wrist, or summon lightning with a word. You never know. She laughed, and nudged him gently with her cloak-covered shoulder. Even through that heavy silk, he thought he could feel her warmth. It was nice, in a way that shouldn't have been. He moved an inch away from her, and she pretended not to notice. Reich continued, I thought that when we found Poyer, all of our problems would magically vanish. No. But some of them did fall from pretty high up, Eil said, you have to admit. It is better now. I admit, yes, but and here, the smile slid from the corner of her beak, but we still have so much to do. I wished I hadn't urged him so much. But the people wanted to see their savior, and I thought. A sigh. A sudden, subtle shift in her posture. Here it comes. The Emperor of Seir is awake, Reich said, and he sent a message. How? What did it say? The magistrate had a device. It seems to be connected to Seer. A way to communicate between worlds. The Emperor seemed to know that it was in our possession now. Eilh clenched his beak. He could feel where this was going, and he didn't like it. The ruler of the Kirin Empire was shrouded in rumor and myth. He was more than a king to the Kirins. A god, maybe. Eilh didn't know much about Kirin culture, and didn't want to. Not a single one of them was worth the air they breathed, least of all this distant emperor. We've got the device, the clasp, working again, thanks to a few of the magistrates, ex-compatriots. The emperor wants to talk. In person. Eilh's blood turned to ice. He turned away from her. This is a good thing, Eilh. How can it possibly be a good thing? The emperor knows things that nobody else can know. He can help us. All of us. What did the magistrate know? Don't talk to me like I'm a fool, Corvini. The emperor is not Zacchaeus. Eilh scoffed a crowing sound from the bottom of his throat. Listen, she said. There is a whole universe out there. Our people cannot thrive in isolation. If there is even a chance for peace with the emperor, I will take it. Peace. Eilh laughed, mirthless. And angry. She ignored him. The emperor has given us control of the gate. Do you know how many hundreds of years our people have puzzled over that thing? It was the only source of power that the Kirins had over us. And now, the emperor has given us the key to it. How do you know he can't just change the lock whenever he wants? How do you know anything about what he wants? I don't. That's why I'm going to answer his message. I'm sending a clutch of diplomats to Seer, and I want you to go with them. Eilh's stomach dropped. You want me, he said slowly, his mind getting stuck on every part of this idea, to go to Seer. Yes. A planet full of the murderers who almost destroyed our whole way of life. Yes. He came to his feet, his fists clenched at his side. Looking down at her. You want me, a Corvini and a street thief, to put myself in the hands of a government that crucified my people. Eilh. That was all she said. But he understood. The queen had considered all these things. And yet, she would still ask him to go. A thin haze of incense wafted through the air, cutting through the tension. Across the open atrium, someone was humming a chant and the gentle, ponderous ting, ting, of a small bell echoed sweetly through the soaring temple. Why me? He asked. Because you're you. I know what I'm asking. And I don't want you to go, Eilh, but there is no one else. I don't trust anyone else to listen, not like you. I need to know if we can have peace. Or if we can't. I'm the wrong one. Reich. You know I'm the wrong one. You're the only one who calls me that, anymore. By my name. Again, her eyes fell on his. There was a tightness in his chest. He didn't know what to do with that feeling. So, he looked away. She sniffed. It sounded painful. Her breathing was still ragged from whatever internal trauma she had suffered at the hands of the magistrate. How long had he tortured her? But she hadn't said a word. Not about Poyer, nor Eilh. He traced the metallic fingers of his right hand over the leathery skin of his right, almost as black as charred wood. He could still smell the roaring fires, could still hear the masses of screaming, helpless people fleeing through Lowtown as the city was bathed in an orange-black glow. After a long silence, she said, maybe you're right. Maybe her real name doesn't matter. Kenya. She will always be Kenya. Eilh took a deep breath in. And let it out. Gods, why am I doing this? Fine, Eilh said. I'll go. When she looked at him, there was sadness in her eyes. You'll go. One condition, Eilh said. I'm not going as a diplomat. Then as what? Put me in with the traders and crafters. I don't want anyone to know who I am. And I especially don't want the Kirins to know who I'm doing this for. Understood. She nodded, a slow smile spreading at the corners of her beak, reaching all the way to her eyes. She put a hand on his. Thank you, Eilh. Part 48, Out of Your Depth. The human and the android were in a cramped room, hidden in a maze of hallways in the outer wing of the Hanging Palace. Not a place you'd expect to find a god. Maybe that's why they're holed up in here. He couldn't blame Poyer, for wanting to stay away from all the prying eyes and overeager servants. Not to mention, the zealous avians who would do anything, to earn favor from a living god. The android was standing at a tall, wooden workbench with a system of pipes feeding into gaslights shining on neatly organized piles of metal fragments. Polished gears and tubes and slender metal rods and coils of copper wire were arranged perfectly across the table. Her motors whispered softly as she tinkered with something, twisting this with her fingers, or prying that into place with the flat side of a screwdriver. Pieces of her new armor were lying on the table, and she was soldering something into the underside of the plates. A machine that can build itself. Hey! And Poyer was sitting cross-legged on a pillow, his back propped up against the wooden frame of his bed. A small window illuminated his face, his skin shining like black violet in the late sunlight. There was a strip of cloth tied around his eyes. Why? As Eelha's talons clicked on the floorboards, Lakey set down her tools and bowed to Eelha. Hello, Guardian. Poyer turned his head. And his face fell. It didn't work, Poyer said, the disappointment clear in his voice. I can still see it through the fabric. See what? Poyer reached up, and untied the blindfold. If Eelha hadn't been watching, he might have missed it. There was something wrong with his eyes. His eyes shimmered with light, barely visible. It reminded Eelha of the foggy light from the gas lanterns in the early morning. A light seen through mist. And then it was gone. What's with the blindfold? I thought if I covered my eyes, I wouldn't see it, but, a sad smile played on the flesh's face, but I could still see you. I could still see it. The vision. What else could he be talking about? Eelha still didn't understand it. Still didn't quite believe it, to be honest, but that wasn't why he was here. He was here to say goodbye. For all he knew, this would be the last time he ever saw the human. Poyer, he said. And then, he stopped. Because he didn't know what to say next. There was no reason for it. Not really. But he had grown to like the fledge, for who he was. Not the all-powerful god he was supposed to be. But the fledgling human that he was. Young. Curious. And far too optimistic, for the last orphan of an entire species. So he tried to think of the words, and found that they all stuck in his throat. Poyer who caught him off guard. So, when are you leaving? How did you know? I was listening, Poyer's smile widened, just like you taught me. We were alone in the temple. There was no one around. How? Guardian, Lakey said, addressing Eelha. She had set down her tools, and folded her hands, one new, one old, together. Plates of her body were still laying on the table, so he could see the exposed wiring and arcane machinery, naked to the air. It was only a little unsettling. Guardian, if you want to hold a private meeting, perhaps you should avoid the towers the makers built. Poyer's smile was far too cocky for his own good. He raised an eyebrow, and asked again. So? When did Reich ask you to go? That was the moment Eelha should have known something was up, when Poyer said it eagerly. This is a trap. He wants something. But Eelha couldn't see how. I leave tomorrow morning. I came up here to say a hitch caught in his throat. Why was this so hard? Fledge, I only came to say goodbye. I don't know how long I'll be gone. Say goodbye to someone else. We're going with you. Eelha's first instinct was to laugh. This was a joke. How could it be anything else? But when Poyer blinked at him expectantly, Eelha had that nervous feeling. The kind he used to get when a job was about to go south. You can't be serious, the Corvinee said. He turned to Lakey's, is he serious? Why shouldn't I be? Maybe he doesn't understand. Maybe. He was just a fledgling, so he decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Eelha kneeled down, so that his face was level with Poyer's. The fledge's eyes kept focusing and unfocusing, as if he was seeing something in Eelha's face that wasn't there. Poyer. Do you understand where I'm going? Through the gate, Poyer's jaw was set. You're going to spy on the Kirans. To see if there can be peace. I don't know what I'll find there. Hells, I barely know what the Kirans are like. For all I know, they could be waiting on the other side, just to kill us. To take us hostage. You think I want to go? No. But this has to be done. Exactly, Poyer said. That is exactly why I have to go. You don't understand what I'm seeing. No one does. Not here at least. They're just visions. How do you know? Poyer said, viciously. It's not worth risking your life. Tell me I'm safe here. Tell me the Empire can't reach me. Tell me there are no other assassins on this entire planet. Eelha ground his beak shut. This was absolutely absurd. That was the most frustrating part of this all. You can't, Eelha said, with a note of finality. Trying to end this. It can't be so dangerous. The Queen would never send you, if she thought it was. You have to know that. And he did. In his deepest heart, he did know that the Queen wouldn't risk his life so easily. If it were life and death, she would probably go herself. Eelha, Poyer said. It was the way he said it. He wasn't begging. The fledge was talking down, to him. As if Eelha were new to this world, and Poyer knew everything. Stop, Eelha snapped, even for you, this is a stupid idea. Poyer recoiled, stung by his words, but Eelha didn't care. Every time the fledge got an idea in his head, getting it back out was like trying to cut down a kapok tree with nothing but your beak. He had to make sure Poyer understood this time. No more running off, just because he had a feeling. You are the only thing standing between the Empire and the death of every living being in this city. You saw what they did. You know what they will do. They are monsters. They're people. Eel could feel his crest feathers flaring up. They crucified us. They made us slaves. The android spoke, her clicking voice cutting through the air, and what was the cauldron like before that? Was it really so perfect? He whirled on her. You too? What is this? You don't have any idea what the cauldron was like back then. And you don't know what Seer is like. They killed my friends. How many Kirans have you killed? Eel caught his frustration. He threw his wing up, turning his back on the two of them. To hells with both of them. He didn't need to hear any of this. A few moments ago, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to say goodbye. Now, he couldn't get away fast enough. Eel, Poyer said. His voice was shaking. His cheeks were flushed. I am not asking for your permission. I'm asking for your help. How dare you? Eel thought. He should have walked out of the room, right there. Without another word. If he wanted to go to Seer so bad, let him figure his own way. But there was something in Poyer's next words that made him stay. Something. Please, Poyer said. And now, he was begging. I have to go to Seer. I know you're right. I know it's dangerous, and I am afraid. But I have to go. Why? Poyer said nothing. He was squeezing his eyes shut, as if he couldn't bear to look at Eel. Tell me why, Poyer. One good reason. Still nothing. Even Lakey's was getting antsy now. Show him, she said. Show him why, Poyer. And there was that clear mist again. Glowing. The barest wisps of steam, pouring up from Poyer's closed eyes. What? His eyes shot open. A brilliant, white light that lit up the whole room. His face was contorted, a rictus of pain. He was shaking all over now, as if he was trying to heft some great weight with just his mind. And then, Eel could see it, too. On the walls. On the corners of the workbench. A faint outline. The shadow of an image sitting on reality. And when he looked at Lakey's, he saw her change. The tips of her fingers, beginning to rust. Crumbling in on themselves. No, not crumbling. Being eaten away. Exposing the wires, the gears, the complex innards of her arms. Her shoulders. Her chest. And over there, Poyer was crying. There were streaks of tears running down his cheeks, but his face was still frozen in that gritting mask of pain. And when Eel looked at his own fingers, his stomach lurched. Oh, gods! The light went out first, and the Poyer shut his eyes. Or maybe it was the other way around. Eel fell back against the wall, as if something had just let go of his chest. Poyer fell back against his bed. Groaning. What the? Eel said through heavy breaths, what the hells was that? I don't know, Poyer said. He was still crying, squeezing his eyes closed. I don't know. He's not making it up. I thought he was making it up. But this was something Eel had never seen. And what are you seeing? Eel said, breathlessly. Lakey's, what is this? What's wrong with him? Do you understand now? The android said. There was still that lingering shadow around her, but already it was fading, like a badly remembered dream. He is not the first. We believe something is coming, Eel. Do you see why he must go? Eel shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. If anything, this vision only made him more important, didn't it? What would possibly make them think this was a good idea? Poyer was just a child, more confused and lost than any of them. He had to stay here. To stay safe. The android should know better. She should know. Millions of lives. Monsters. Everything they had fought for. But what about the light? What about this thing? Eel unclenched his beak. Forced himself to speak. What if he stays here, until I get back? What if you don't come back? Lakey said. If he goes to Seer, Eel said, then we give up the only one who can protect us. The Kirans if he gets caught. Lakey said, this is not a chance we can afford to take. If there is even an ounce of truth in these visions, there may be more at stake than avian kind. And if you're wrong? Eel thought. He stared up at the tiny window, where the evening sun was still pouring in. He blew a heavy breath through his nostrils. You're out of your depth. The rules, Eel. Never get in over your head. Which rule is that? Only a few weeks ago, he had been focused on cutting purses, avoiding the Empire, and only taking on the safest jobs. A few weeks ago, the only thing he knew about humans was that he didn't care about them. The only thing he knew about prophecies is they were full of bullshit. And now, this. What was he supposed to say? Lakis pushed herself away from the workbench, and stood up. A couple tools jostled in place. Her left flank was fully exposed, and he could see the wires bending as she moved, and the internal machinery underneath, some pieces simple, some so complex that Eel couldn't fathom how they were made. Her metal feet clunked softly against the floorboards as she came towards him. I will go with you, Eel, she said. Something about the calm, clicking confidence in her voice sapped all the anger out of Eel. I have been to Seer. I spent a long time among the Kirans. I can't believe I'm even thinking about this. Let's say you're right, Eel said, just for a moment, let's say that. What is our plan? We are going to a library in a place above Seer. No, I mean. How will you hide? It's easy enough for me. They'll expect to see an avian crafter peddling his services. They'll look at me, and they won't think twice. But what about you two? I'll go as your apprentice, Poyer said. And every crafter needs a droid, right? Eel cawed. It's so easy in his mind, isn't it? And what if they find you out? What then, Fledge? They have guns. Armies. More fangs than you would believe. What do you have? Poyer pressed his lips together. Thinking. He picked up one of the flat-bladed tools from Lakis's workbench. Tested its weight. I do have this. He held up the blade. And rammed it into his eye socket. No. Eel squawked. But the liquid armor was faster. Eel hadn't even known it was there. It shot up from the depths of Poyer's loose-fitting shirt, and caught the blade. The blade sank into the liquid metal, and when Poyer pulled the knife away, all that was left of the tool was a wooden hilt. The tip of which was blackened. His eye, however, was untouched. Gods damn it! Eel cawed. He grabbed Poyer's hand, and took the burned hilt from his fingers. His heart was hammering in his chest. Don't ever do that again. Then you'll help us. You, he poked a finger into Poyer's chest, are paying for my funeral. Because when Reich finds out, she is going to kill me for this. I doubt it, it was Lakis who answered, that mechanical voice clicking matter-of-factly. Her Majesty likes you too much. Part 49, Agrania. Sweat stuck to everything. It painted her face, it rolled down her arms, and it made the sheets cling to her scales like a second skin. Tied around the muscles and curves and the hard, scarred places where bullets and other, more savage missiles had cut her scales and the soft flesh beneath. Outside, she could hear the flapping of canvas from the camp next to the city, though at this point the camp and the city were one and the same. There was no wind in all that thick, wet heat. The voices, the shouts of vendors, both Kiran and that shrill, local accent, hawking their wares and services, lifted up to her window. And the grind of insects, of course. Scents of gas, and wet earth, and cooking jungle meat and camp waste and horse perfume wafted in through the window. After being in this room for so long, it smelled like nothing at all. She swatted at a fly. She couldn't help but feel like she was forgetting something. Then, forget it. If it was important, it would find her. Her mouth tasted like stale whiskey and swamp water. There were dozens of glass bottles and tin cups scattered around the room, not all of them from last night, a plate of half-eaten mash from the canteen, and a girl snoring in the bed beside her. Her limbs were tangled in the scratchy bed sheets. Agra had forgotten the girl's name. She had forgotten if they'd done this before. Last night, the girl had reminded Agra of someone back home, back on Seer. But this girl was prettier, and too confident in bed, like every part was an act in some overly rehearsed performance. There was a knock. Agrania looked at the door, and then turned her eyes back to the ceiling. Letting the sweat-soaked pillow swallow the back of her skull. Soldier, a stern voice said from the other side. Open up. The girl in the bed stirred, and opened her eyes. Hiding her worry with a delicate, practiced smile. Aren't you going to see who it is? I know who it is, Agra said, not taking her eyes off the ceiling. The girl gave a little humph, and got out of the bed. This time, in the clarity of the late morning, her nakedness did little to stir anything inside Agrania. She didn't even watch as the girl put on her clothes, grabbed the coins off the dresser, and went to the door. Soldier, oh, pardon us, the voice said in that polite I didn't see anything kind of way as the girl slipped past them, leaving the door wide open. Then, the Centurion's officer stepped into the room, him and his little pet. Both of them were in full dress, as if expecting the general of the army to march through town any minute. Soldier, the officer said, your presence has been requested by the legate at half-bell. And when she didn't respond, his tone sharpened. Agrania, clean yourself up. It's the prefect for the emperor's sake. By the gods, take some pride. His little pet, an eel-necked Kiran who belonged behind a desk, stared down at her, just barely concealing his judgment behind those black-rimmed spectacles. Pride, she said, her voice cracking from disuse, is what got me here in the first place. The prefect's tent was near the center of the city, just north of the gate. Agrania carried her rucksacks with her, everything she owned in 2 bags slung over her shoulders. By the time she made it to the tent, her boots and breeches were slathered in fresh mud. At least she was in uniform. The guards at the front told her to leave her gear outside. They even took her rifle and the knives in her boots. When she finished dropping her gear, she held her arms out so they could pat her down. Back in the early days of Thras, a legate had been murdered by his own soldiers, and the higher-ups had never faltered in their self-preservation since then. If only they had extended that courtesy down the chain. Compared to her room in the city, the prefect's tent was a palace. Inside, a cadet was on her hands and knees, polishing the hardwood floors. Another one was wiping the moisture off the imported furniture. Heavy curtains and walls made of local bamboo created hallways and private rooms where she could hear officers and desk prawns talking and laughing. A haze of tobacco smoke filtered up through the gaslights strung along the tent's interior. In the entryway, the head of an animal was mounted on a trophy board. It was a huge, red thing, with razor mandibles large enough to lop off her head, and it seemed to watch over the entrance with its glittering, compound eyes. Words, engraved underneath the head said, "Discipline never fails," but what that had to do with the head of a giant insect, she couldn't guess. Someone coughed behind her. Another desk prawn. And judging by the shine of his scales, this one looked destined for officer duty when he got back home. She could imagine him telling the next crop of soldiers how to prepare for the horrors of war, despite never having set foot outside Saranthe city. "Lieutenant," the soon-to-be officer said, "the prefect is waiting for you. Wipe your boots before you go." He gestured with one slender, delicate hand toward the wall of the tent, where a lacquered chest lay open, bearing towels and tools for scraping. Agrania took one look at her boots. At the chest. And wiped, heel to toe on the expensive-looking wood. That earned her a frustrated hiss from the officer. Maybe a few months ago, she would have found it satisfying to piss someone like him off. But now, she couldn't feel it. The officer led her into the back through the surprisingly deep hallways of the prefect's tent. Painted portraits and stone busts of old generals and imperial military leaders lined the walls. All of them looked like central Kirans. True Kirans. The prefect was sitting at a olive-topped desk, broad and wide enough to lay a body on. It was pressed up against the edge of a long table which was dominated by a map that Agrania knew all too well. She had been on the ground of a few of those places where tiny flags or wooden soldiers or fat red markers now sat. She had claimed 1 or 2 of them, for the glory of the emperor. She knew these places, not by their names, but by the way they felt in the red glow of twilight as it became the black violet of night. The officer snapped a salute at the prefect. Agrania gave hers too, which was more of an easy draw of the hand all the way up to her forehead. The prefect took a deep breath in, and pushed himself up from his chair. He cocked his own salute at the 2 of them and said, "At ease." The prefect was a hard-edged man. Gaunt, where he wasn't muscular. His cheeks were sunken, his brow furrowed deep with old wrinkles, and his nose was proud and straight. Gold and silver scales flecked his chin and ran down his azure throat. Azure, not blue, because nobody could describe that color as anything less. His greatest, and maybe only, imperfections were the chunks of flesh missing from the fins that ran along the tips of his ears and his scalp. Marks of battle, though Agrania did not think he had earned them on Thras et Unum. "Lieutenant," the prefect said, appraising her with his keen eyes. "What the hell's is wrong with you?" His voice cracked like a whip, making the officer wince away from him. But Agrania was unmoved. "Nothing that I'm aware of, sir. Medics have cleared my physical." He stared at her a moment longer, trying to detect if there was sarcasm lurking beneath her flat tone. When he found none, he sighed, and pulled a cloth from somewhere in his uniform, wiping it across the sweat that had gathered across his brow. The prefect could have had fans, and servants to work them, but he wasn't that kind of leader. "What are you doing here, Lieutenant?" "Sir, I was given a message that my presence was REQ." "No, not that," he said, his voice suddenly hard. "What are you trying to do here? You won't take the aptitude tests." "Fine. I accept that not everyone is cut out for paperwork." He made a meaningful glance at the officer standing in the corner, who promptly cleared his throat. "But we need leaders like you out in the field. Someone with your..." His eyes rolled down her figure. It was not a salacious glance, not like the men who saw only a warm body. No, his gaze was calculating. "Someone with your grit. There are whole centuries out there with nothing but wet-eared fry to lead them. I can make you a captain today. Pay rise, command potential, citizenship when you return home. But I don't want to be rejected by one of my own soldiers." Again. His eyes searched her face, and only now could she feel the beat of her heart, making her feel too hot in this humid air. How was she supposed to answer him? There was only one thing she was any good at. And it certainly wasn't being a leader. The prefect ambled around the table, his bad leg scraping heavy against the wood floor, slow and heavy. You could go home, Lieutenant, he said, sitting back against the table. The fabric of the map crinkled lightly underneath him. You've served. You've more than earned those golden shores. Fight'll still be here, when you get back. Not once did he take his gaze off of her. Not once did he blink. Agrania could feel it coming, feel it rising inside her. Her cheek twitched. Never mind, the prefect said, and just like that, it went back down. Slowly, slowly. We've got a mission for you. Yes, sir, she said, her voice a flat, monotonous line, thank you, sir. Damn it, Lieutenant. You applied for this. Isn't this what you wanted? Sir. His bullet-shot fins went pinker than usual, filling with blood. He held her gaze, one eyebrow raised. She merely blinked. Finally, he broke contact with a sigh. He pulled a long cigar made from local leaf out of his coat pocket, and bit into the reddish-brown wrapper. The officer stepped forward, and offered a light. The prefect muttered his thanks, and puffed until the smoke lifted to the tense canvas ceiling. Then, he stomped in a slow circle around the table and the map, and stopped in front of the target. Skishan village, he said, pointing at a spot halfway between this city and the next. There was a small red marker sitting on top of a small, black dot. You know it? Good. We're sending 2 cohorts out. We've been rounding up bodies the whole week, looking for fresh Finns who want to prove their mettle. Poor bastards, she thought. But she didn't say anything. That's just how it was out here. That's just how it was. There's an old Sensenite fort up there. Don't ask me what clan, I never could tell them apart. In 2 days, the moons will finish their transit, so get it done before then. Clear. She nodded. The prefect exhaled slowly. Almost painfully. He turned to the officer, get her what she needs. New headgear. Fresh ammunition. Canteens. Whatever. Then, he turned back to her, the burning cherry of his cigar glinting in his black eyes. Good luck, soldier. They're going to need you. 50, welcome to Witch Patrol. Agrania's new cohort was on the very edge of town, where the stake wall met the red-leafed forest. Dozens of haggard, canvas canopies hung here, each one at a different height. Water dripped through the old bullet holes and the split seams, turning the camp into mud. Artillery rumbled in the distance. Kirans were scattered around the camp, sitting on logs, on mats made of woven grass, or on whatever semi-dry spot they could find. Trading, smoking, and drinking the last of their supplies they'd spent all their conscript coin on. Agrania could feel them, feel the way they had to laugh too hard, or talk too loud. Most of them were new. And nervous. She could also feel their eyes on the back of her neck as she walked through their camp. Rain-soaked banners were hung along the edges of the camp, hanging from ropes or pinned to sticks. Half of them were emblazoned with the Emperor's emblem, the other half bore a symbol she hadn't seen before. A black cat bearing its white fangs. 2 soldiers were slowly feeding dry sticks into a flaming pit at the center of the cohort. How they had gotten enough dried wood to build a real fire, Agrania had no idea. Nobody was using it for the heat, not in this humidity. It was all about the smoke. It kept the bugs away. The cohort's captain was reclining in a bamboo chair with her legs resting on a stump, so the flames warmed the soles of her bare feet. She was surrounded by a few soldiers, a mix of early timers who had maybe seen 1 or 2 calls, and a cluster of green Finns who thought that sucking up to authority would somehow make them safer out there. All of them were provincials, long necks from the northern provinces, whisker folk, and hang mouths with those glassy eyes from the south, and a few other flavors of dull scale that she didn't have a name for. They stared at Agrania as she walked around the fire. She could feel their resentment. Their naked hate. As they watched her approach, one of the soldiers leaned over the fire pit, and said something that made the others laugh. Someone else made a loud spitting sound. She ignored it. She was used to it. Even the captain was a dull scale herself. That was rare, to see a provincial Kiran leading anything more than a squad. Her face was dark, almost brown. 4 long whiskers and a series of barbs ran up from her throat to the bottom of her dark, grey lips. Agrania squared her feet in front of the captain, and pulled a firm salute. Lieutenant Agrania, reporting, sir. The captain didn't bother to stand, only tossed a lazy hand up to her brow, and let it fall. She took a deep swig from an unlabeled bottle, eyeing Agrania as she swallowed. Welcome to Witch Patrol, Lieutenant. I'm Captain Dinny. You're leading Jewel Squad, over there. The captain nodded with her head to a guttering flame pressed against the stake wall. You've got 5 rifles plus yourself. And I'm giving you the scribe, because nobody else wants him. I need you on point. Any questions? There was only one question Agrania cared to ask. When do we head out, sir? Oh, yeah, the captain wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. I heard about you, Lieutenant. Don't you worry those shiny scales of yours, you'll get what you want soon enough. The captain turned her head and called for one of her soldiers. A green Fin came running from around the fire, carrying a map and a gas lantern with him. His gear clanked heavily as he ran, his boots sank into the mud. The soldier held the map between Captain Dinny and Agrania, careful to keep it away from the dripping water from the canvas above. We'll launch the assault here. The other half of which patrol will circle around, and hammer them from here and here. That's not you. Your squad will be with the anvil, on the front line. Can I count on you? So, they'd stand before the thunder of the fort, praying not to get shot, while the rest of the cohort went behind lines and scaled the less defended walls. Meet for the machine. Fine by me, sir, Agrania said. And she meant it. The captain tilted the bottle up and took another swig, her eyes still not leaving Agra's face. That same skeptical look she got from everyone. I don't care how special you think you are, Glitterskin. In my patrol, you do the work you're given. Agrania didn't hear a question, so she didn't say anything. The captain narrowed her eyes. She'd probably been expecting to get a rise out of Agra, but when Agra gave none, the captain sniffed, and took another swig. Keep your people low. Scouts say the enemy's got cannons, but you know the cold bloods can't aim for shit. That's all I've got for you. Agrania saluted before she left. She heard the others laughing again as she turned away, but it didn't bother her. The only thing that bothered her anymore was the waiting. And there was nothing she could do about that. Anyway, most of these idiots would be dead by the end of this call, anyway. A frontal assault with a single cohort. Whoever had put this mission together knew what it would cost. Probably didn't care. Some officer back in camp might even get a promotion out of it. She couldn't blame the captain for getting in a mood over this. Orders are orders. Agrania found Jewel's squad huddled around a half-sunken fire pit. This one was smoking wildly, but the soldiers here couldn't be bothered to find drier tinder. There were 5 in total, which was short for a full squad. Fine by me. Fewer soldiers meant fewer green fins to take care of. And fewer deaths. A long neck was waving an empty bottle over his head and running his mouth. He was tall and slender, even for someone from the northern provinces. His elongated neck curved in an S shape, and his scales were so smooth she couldn't see them in the red light of dusk. 2 more, the long neck said, that's it, and I'm out. You watch. You watch. I'll be so decorated by the time I'm out they'll give me notes for my whole family. But I'm going to sell them, of course, and buy myself a nice little shack, right in the middle of Sear. Hells, a surly-sounding dull scale said, I'll give you my note just to shut you up. Gods, those Glitterskin girls, they're going to love me. I got a girl back in Old Tulvis, but I'm not going back there. No, sir. Once I'm out of here, it's nothing but Mother Sear for me. Medus, the only way you're making it out of here is in a bag. Yeah, they'll give you a note, sure. They'll tag it right to your toe, and then they'll dump your skinny neck in the ocean. You'll get to see Mother Sear from the bottom. Gods damn, have you seen those Glitterskin girls? Medus said. And then, he saw Agrania, standing on the other side of the fire. His eyes went wide. The surly Dullscale turned around, and almost jumped. What in the hells do you want? You are Jewel Squad, Agrania said. Not a question, but the long-neck corporal named Medus nodded. She unslung her rucksack and dropped it on a bench that was soaked with water. The mud sucked at her boots as she sat down hard on the bench. Are you our squad leader? One of the others asked. A whisker folk. Her voice was quiet. Her stripes marked her as a private. A green fin. Fresh out of basic. Of course. The surly Dullscale, also a private, said. He was carving a stick into a point, but now he tossed it aside, and his fist clenched over the carving knife. We're the only short squad in the whole cohort, and now we get stuck with a Glitterskin. Of course. I bet you're green as kelp, too. Fresh from academy, right? What do you know about green? Medus shot at him. You're greener than the rest of us put together. I've been on 3 calls already. What about you, Private Tesso? The long neck enunciated his rank, using it as an insult. Shut up, Medus. I got 2 kills last week. Shot them lurking around the camp, filthy black mouths. I got their teeth to prove it. Teeth? Teeth? What in the shit are you cutting ears for, you rot-gilled lunatic? And so on. Agrania ignored it all. They were letting off nerves. What else could they do? They might be green, but they knew what they had been assigned to. What else could they do? Agrania started to run through her gear. She double-checked her second socks, to make sure they were still dry in the ruck. Tested her compass. Sawtooth shovel. Meat sticks and dried nuts. Her cap box and cartridges. All checked, all dry. They were still slinging insults at each other, trying to talk themselves up, when the questions came back to her. She looked up from oiling her bayonet, and saw the whole squad looking back at her, waiting for her reply. She hadn't been listening. Come on, tell us. Meta said. I bet she's at least 3. Look at the way she holds that thing. 3 or 4. I'll bet my stash it's 3 or 4 at least. Well, glitter skin. Tesso said, his face hungry to prove his ego. Pissed off that he'd been born on the wrong side of the planet. With the wrong color scales. She'd met his type before. 100 times before. The machine of war loved drafting Kirans like him. Is this your first call? How many have you been on? Not enough, she said. Medas laughed, but it was an uncomfortable sound. A high, nervous laugh. Give us a number, Tesso said. She gritted her teeth. She knew where this was headed. Had done all this before, with the last squad. And the one before that. But they wouldn't let it go. They needed to run their mouths. They needed to feel like something was real about all of this. So, Agrania told them the truth. 23 calls. This will be 24. None of them believed her. Nobody ever did. After her 7th call, she had stayed. She couldn't say why. Citizenship was all but guaranteed after 7 calls. But why would she go back to Seer? What a load of bullshit. Tesso said, 23? Then why are you still a lieutenant? And why the hells are you still leading a squad? Tell us the truth, Glitterskin. He was gripping that knife way too hard. Tesso, the long neck warned, I think you should leave it. If she doesn't want to say. But Tesso was already standing up, waving the knife as he spoke. Nobody can do 20. You'd outrank the captain herself if that were true. Why the hells would you stay here? You didn't do 20. You didn't. Okay, she said. She went back to oiling her gun. Running the rag up and down barrel, up to bayonet's mount. Tesso's boots squelched in the mud. He was standing over Agrania, now. His knife hand twitching. He was nervous, she could smell it on him. He hated that he was so green. That this was his first call. He hated not being more than he was. Tesso, Medas warned again. Shut up, he said back, not taking his eyes off Agra. He dropped one muddy boot on the bench next to her. I'm not about to risk my scales for a lying, fresh off the gate Glitterskin. I'm not taking orders from her while she sits in the back like a coward. All the muscles in Agrania's shoulders bunched up. It was not a conscious movement. Her hand shot out. She grabbed the soldier by the wrist, and yanked him down. His face slapped to the wet ground, and before he could say another word, Agrania pulled his hand behind his back until he yelped in pain. Agra had not moved from her seat. She leaned over and growled in his ear, I never sit in the back. She let go of his wrist. Tesso whimpered, massaging at his arm. The knife was on the ground. Agrania reached into the mud, picked up the knife, and handed it back to him, hilt first. He hesitated, before taking it quickly, not meeting her eyes. Oil your gear. Agrania said to the squad, her voice so flat she almost sounded bored. Check your dries, and fill your canteens. All of you. When we move, we move. I want to be first out. It was a good thing she'd said something, because most of their canteens were half empty and one of the whisker folk found all her caps had gotten wet. Agra told her to run and get dry ones, immediately. Private Tesso was noticeably silent, but the long-neck corporal was running his mouth again. Okay, 23 calls. That means you've been here almost since the beginning, right? I mean, why? That was before the draft. But if you made it to 7, does that mean you volunteered? I'd make them give me a note or make me an officer. Either way, I wouldn't stay in the field past 7. They can't make you stay, can they? She must have volunteered, that's the only way I can figure it. Who in their right mind would volunteer to stay? Someone muttered. Silence. Again, Agrania could feel their eyes on her. Again, she ignored them. There was nothing she could say to stop them from talking, so let them talk. What did she care? By the end of this, she'd forget all their names. And with any luck, all their faces. They were mostly ready, when one her squad members shouted, what in the blue shit is this? A newcomer had arrived. His rucksack was so heavy, he sank up to his ankles with every step. Pots and pans and other useless gear jangled off the bulging ruck. It was taller than he was. He had a handheld gas lantern that was brighter than the sun, and he was struggling to step over the puddles as he made his way towards them. His glasses were speckled with raindrops, so that he couldn't see, even with the light. Have any of you seen Jewel Squad? He said, squinting at their faces. Captain said I'm supposed to be with Jewel Squad. I'm the scribe from Karpa's Weekly. Any of you seen Jewel Squad? A reporter. Someone said. Who the hell's asked for a reporter? Tesso spat. He was a central Kirin, a glitterskin, a true Kirin, wearing a crisp set of fatigues that had probably never been this side of the gate until this week. Oh, you must be Jewel Squad. He snapped a smart salute at the nearest private. My name's Lucas Pulhus Locatus. I'm recording the war efforts for the citizen population. Agrania set down her rifle, carefully, out of the mud. When she stepped up to the scribe, his head barely reached her shoulders. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with that zealous, naive eagerness of someone who had no idea what was happening here. Of someone who had read way too many war rags. Oh, another central Kirin, he said to Agrania, turning his head to the side so that she could see the shining scales on his brow and his neck. Glad to meet you. But I thought our kind were only officers. No, was all she said. He swallowed, that idiotic eagerness already sliding off his face. Are you Lieutenant Agrania? He said. The captain said I'm to report to you. I'll be following you, so I can get a first-hand look into what are you doing. Agrania walked in a slow circle around the scribe. She started pulling things off his pack, dropping them into the mud. The cookware. The excess canteens. When she pulled out his change of clothes, he started to protest. Hey! Stop! Can't write if you're dead, she said. She plucked the lantern from his soft fingers, and lobbed it onto the fire. It burst into flame. A couple members of Jewel Squad whooped, but Agrania shot a look at them. The scribes groaned pathetically every time she cut something else from his gear. But when she took out a thick sheaf of papers from his sack, he grabbed at them with both hands. And refused to let go. Not those, he said, his eyes wild. I need those. She let go of the papers. Cover them up, then. Nothing stays dry out here. And take off that hat. She nodded at the cap on his head, marked with the symbol of a non-combatant. You're not going without a helmet. But I'm not here to fight. Go get a helmet, she said, her voice flat and hard. The scribe swallowed, hard. Where do I get one? Who sent this idiot? She thought. Private, Agra pointed at Tesso, who was pretending to be fixated on cleaning his own gear. Help the scribe find a helmet. Tesso grumbled, but did as he was told. She watched them go, the scribe squelching after Private Tesso, shouting at him to please, slow down. Agra's gaze slid out into the forest just outside the barrier that ringed the camp. The jagged tips of trees, scraping at the stake walls. Those blood-red leaves, shaking in the rain. The longer she stared, the more faces she could see out in the dark, staring back at her. Kirins, just like her. None of them were real. Not anymore. The sun was falling behind the treetops. Soon, it would start to rain. 51, out of your depth. The plan was sound. When the gate spit them out, Ilha, Poyer, and Lakis would tail the delegates through the city. Once they found out where the delegates were being led, the three of them would find a place nearby to lodge. There, they would establish a listening post, and figure out their next steps. But the plan was based on one assumption. Ilha had assumed that the Searside Gate would be just like the one on Gayam. It was not. Gayam's gate was a slow-moving stream compared to this side's torrent of sights and sounds and smells and frenzied activity. Ilha had overheard the Imperials talking about the cauldron, calling it a small city, a backwater compared to Seir. Now he could see why. Everything here was enormous. Great, white buildings rose like hills all around the basin of the gate, marching into the sky all around them. Gold and bronze and marble statues glinted in the brilliant sunlight all upon the highest reaches of the basin. The gate was sunken in the center of the basin, and two avenues, both at least as wide as the Vium Sinuum, converged in a mile-wide circle that funneled gently down toward the gate. That circle was overgrown with a maze of semi-permanent stalls and ever-shifting corridors as people put up tents, pulled them down, rolled their carts, and gathered in throngs or hawked and called their wares and services to the gate's newcomers. And these merchants had no regard for the roads, either. They dragged their carts, their benches and pack beasts into the via, blocking any straight passage away from the gate. Though Ilha could see strips of the stone roads peeking through the crowds, all the way up the sloping sides of the basin, none of them seemed to lead out of the labyrinthine bazaar. Dozens of other Avians and Gayamic people were clustered together on the flat metal plane of the gate, waiting its cold grip to release their feet. The diplomats, standing just a few feet away, should have been within hearing distance, but Ilha couldn't hear them over the rattling drums and shrilling reeds from the encircling bazaar, nor the roar of merchants and criers and traders. He felt the need to move. Like the whole bazaar was watching them, and if the gate didn't release his feet soon. Poyer's hand touched his. He could feel the fledged grip on his metal fingers. Poyer's body was covered in a set of reed night traveling gear that hid his most damning features, a mask, a thin set of well-fit crafter's robes with a shallow hood and long sleeves, and a pair of leather gloves that covered his skin, but Ilha could still feel the tension emanating from the human. Maybe it was just the foreign feeling of being on an alien planet. Eel could feel it too, feel the difference under his feathers. It made him feel like he was someone else. A new version of himself. The air was crisp, but not fresh. It tasted like salt and the tang of sun-bleached sand. Even the sun felt different on his face, warming his feathers with a heat that felt, not wrong, just different, somehow. The fletch was leaning heavily on him, as if he was about to lose his balance. Eel had to lean down and speak directly into Poir's hood to be heard over the din. You all right? The fledge only nodded, and tightened his grip more. Behind them, Lakey's was carrying her 2 wooden trunks, one in each hand. Where Eel and Poir brought a single satchel each, Lakey's had brought every tool a tinker could need. She had artificially weathered her new armor, to better blend in with the other droids. Eel had been afraid she would stand out, but now that they were here, he doubted if anyone could stand out in all this noise. Finally, the cold metal gate began to release their feet, and Eel made to move off the gate. Lakey's stopped him with a word. Soldiers. She nodded at the Imperial troops fanning out around the gate's edge. Eel could feel his feathers rising. There were at least 100 of them. He hadn't seen them coming through all the crowds. But now, with their polished helmets gleaming in the afternoon sunlight, they were unmistakable. Eel cursed. His legs tensed, and his arms too. Ready to take flight. Lakey's, take him. I'll be right behind you. No, Lakey's said. Eel, they're just an escort. They're here for the diplomats. Eel refocused his gaze, still holding his breath. But the android was right. The soldiers were only directing the flow of traffic off the gate. Dozens of avians and Reed Knights and other Gaiam natives stepped aside to let the cluster of feathered diplomats walk with the soldiers. The soldiers formed a neat box around the diplomats, and the throngs and carts cleared out of their way as they crawled slowly up one of the via. Eel watched anxiously as they moved farther and farther away, watched the crowds close behind them. Eel turned around and saw Lakey's, crouching next to the fledge. Holding onto his shoulder as his slender, robed form began to tilt drunkenly, this way, then that. What are you doing? Eel said. Come on. We need to follow them. Lakey's looked like she was about to say something, when a whistle blew, piercing through the noise. An Imperial officer waved, and the last of the soldiers melted back into the crowds. The gate erupted in a flurry of movement. Hundreds of aliens swarmed the gate, shoving their goods in front of Gaiam's latest emigrants, shouting, selling, trading, and swindling. From 2 legs, to 200, to none at all. Skin and scale, mucousy or fur-covered, spines and quills and bone and a humanoid that looked like it was made of 1,000 delicate flowers, pink as roses. Some looked like they could be walking weapons, and others looked like they might bruise at the slightest touch. Dozens of species Eel had never seen before, let alone imagined, were collapsing onto the gate, as the Gaiamic natives tried to move out. We need the android's voice clicked, artificially amplified over the chaos, we need to get him out of here. Eel took one last look at the retreating diplomats, that square formation of Imperials disappearing beyond sight. He cursed again. They would have to find their own way then. And then, he looked down at Poir, who was trying to take off his mask. Eel stopped him by grabbing Poir's arm, and pulled him through the crush. The android brought up the rear, swinging her trunks just wildly enough to make the nearby Xenos think twice about approaching her. Still, they had to fight. It was almost as if the locals didn't want them to leave the gate. The closer to the rim of the gate they came, the more insistent the locals were, shouting at them, shoving foods and trinkets and textiles at them, or reaching back with empty hands, demanding trade. One huge bestial humanoid with 4 arms and too many chins cornered them, grunting and snuffling. Even the nearest aliens gave him a wide berth, though Eel suspected it was because of the foul stench wafting off the slabs of his flesh. No, thank you, Eel said, turning away. But the bestial merchant put an enormous hand on Eel's shoulder, and turned him roughly. He pulled open the folds of his shirt, which was almost as large as a tent itself, revealing cascades of glittering metal. The beast was trying to sell droid parts and polished fragments of machinery. The beast grunted again, shaking his open shirt so that the metal clinked and rattled aggressively. His fang-like teeth were bared, his oily black eyes were trained on Lakey's. Reaching for her. Out of nowhere, a thin metal cane cracked against the beast's grasping arm. Eel thought he saw electricity crackle along the length of the cane, right before the beast yanked its arm back. Kirgul. A rich, musical voice shouted, "Can't you see my friend here is busy? He doesn't want your cheap Xroki, you fat oaf." The cane wielder was avian. At least, she had the beak of an avian, but it was hard to tell through all the silks and leathers and jangling jewelry draped off her person. The long, black spikes of an exotic ruff stuck out along her shoulders, presumably to make her look taller than she was, and dozens of golden rings were pierced along the bridge of her fiery beak. "I've been looking all over for you," the avian said, her huge beak clapping as she shouted. "We've been asking all day. Anak, when is he coming?" Anak, when will I get to see him again? And here you are, finally. The avian winked at Eelh. At least Eelh thought it was a wink. Hard to tell, when the avian's left eye was covered by an eye patch made of metal. The metal plate was bolted into the bone around her eye. Come on, she said, stepping between Eelh and the huge, four-armed merchant. We're all ready to go. When Eelh didn't move, she swept the tricorn hat off her head, and gestured for Eelh to follow her. Here she was, a helpful stranger who just so happened to pass by as they were being strong-armed by this massive merchant made of meat and muscle. Smells like a trap. But the crowds were throbbing and flowing around them, and the four-armed merchant was grunting and breathing heavily at Eelh, looking noticeably more angry, and Lakey's voice was clicking into Eelh's ear, Eelh, it's happening again. He's losing it. The fledge's fingers, still wrapped around Eelh's hand, were trembling. Squeezing and letting go. Groaning, though the sound was muffled by the thick mask. Another vision? Eelh made up his mind. Yes, Eelh said, trying to play along with the avian's farce. It's good to finally see you. Again. Let's go somewhere quieter to discuss our business. Make it fast, and I'll make it worth your while. Eelh flashed 2 coins at the gaudy avian. She beamed back at him, opening her wings wide, revealing huge red feathers and arms that dripped with bangles and bracelets. Ah, my old friend. You always did speak my favorite language. As they weaved through the crowds and stalls and tents, Poyer struggled to stay on his feet. Once or twice, Eelh had to catch him to keep him from falling, but Anak pretended not to notice. Anak the merchant was a rockery, one of Gayam's more colorful avian species. But by the way she wound expertly through the maze of the bazaar, using her cane to speed up her gait, Eelh thought she'd been on Seer for a long while. She led them ever up the slope of the basin, where the crowds grew thinner and thinner, though the tents yet blocked the way. Mine is just over here, Anak nodded at a wall of tents, reds and blues and greys, emblazoned with faded designs of all kinds. Eelh could not tell which one she was gesturing at. Can we not go somewhere quieter, he asked her. But it was Lakey's who answered, this is fine for now. He needs rest. Anak shrugged, and led them to a small, black tent with all of its sides rolled down for privacy. She held the flap open, and Lakey's went in first. Poyer stumbled in after her, holding his hands up to his hooded head, almost tripping over his own feet. Eelh was about to follow them when a rough hand caught him. Your friend, looks a bit worse for the wear, don't you think? He'll be all right. He just needs some air, Eelh looked at the tent. Or, less air. You know how reed knights are. Yes, Anak nodded, still not letting go of his arm. I do know how reed knights are. Away from all the chaos, he finally got a better look at her eye. New tech. The sphere of the eye was hard-edged steel, but the inner iris and pupil looked to be something else. A compound, maybe. Her golden pupil twisted and collapsed slightly as she inspected Eelh's face. Too curious. She was far too curious. Eelh coughed, and said thank you for the help. Give me a moment with my apprentice, and then we'll be on our way. Eelh pulled out a small pouch, and started to loosen the drawstring, but Anak shook her head. Do not try to pay me. I know what you are. Eelh snapped his head up. Had they been so obvious? Not even an hour on Seer, and already someone had noticed them. Noticed Poyer. Gods damn it. He swallowed hard. I knew I shouldn't have let him come here. You stick out more than you think. Anyone can see the truth, Anak said. Well, anyone with an eye as sharp as mine. I see, he said, trying not to give away anything. Slowly, ever so slowly, Eelh dropped his hand to his hip. His fingers twitching around the raven knife. A loose-beaked witness could cost them everything. The spikes on Anaka's shoulders stirred, and something lifted its head off her shoulder. Only then did Eelh realize it wasn't some article of clothing. It was a reptile perched on her shoulders, its long black tail going down to her chest. She reached up with one hand, absently stroking the lizard's head, making a low clicking sound in her beak, soothing the pet lizard. Its eyes blinked lazily, and its head returned to her shoulder. You wear a good disguise, my friend. And your little reed knight friend, or whatever he is. The droid is a nice touch, too. Some very fine craftsmanship in that, I reckon. But you want to know what your problem is. She tapped her cane meaningfully on the ground between them. You're trying too hard. Eelh blinked. Oh, I'll wager your apprentice is quite the tinker. But you? You can't stop looking over your shoulder, like every little shadow is out to get you. I knew exactly who you were the moment I saw you. And who, Eelh said slowly, would that be, then? Anak threw her beak up, and loosed a croaking peal of laughter. Her jewels jangled and the lizard lifted its head to look at her, almost annoyed. Please, don't take me for a fool. Now, the Queen wins an impossible war. The Emperor is only just waking up. Who are you, he asks. She leaned in, and whispered conspiratorially. You're spies, aren't you? The Queen's own. Now, the Scaleskins are expecting it, they're on the lookout for agents among the diplomats. But you're clever. You've gone and hid with the common folk, haven't you? She winked again, and this time Eilh was certain it was a wink. She was half right. But clueless about Poyer. Eilh let his hand drop from his hip, and crowed a sigh. How much do you want? Oh, no, no. Anak put a hand on her chest, her eyes wide and innocent. I don't do blackmail. Not anymore, at least. When it comes to your situation, my beak is tied. She mimicked tying a string around her beak, knotting it with a twist of her hands. Then, she kept talking anyway. I only want to help, because I can tell you're out of your depth. Seir is a big place, lots to see, lots to do. Lots to stay away from, if you catch my wind. And I, Anak Palkatus, master of merchants, could be your guide in this vast city, if you'll have me. Eilh narrowed his eyes at the avian. Why? The question came out like a stone cracking off a dry cliff. Why? He asks why. Look at me, friend. I'm just as feathered as you are. See, when I first laid my eye on you, do you know what I saw? I saw a chance to serve my queen, the humblest ruler of all us flight-loving folk. It would be my greatest honor to serve you, and thus, serve her. She swept the hat off her head, clutching it to her chest, and dove into a dramatic bow. Somehow, Eilh didn't believe a word she said. Most likely, this was a game to the master of merchants. She had only rejected his gold because Anak could smell an opportunity far larger than a pouch of coins. Fortunately, money was a language Eilh spoke very well. So, he tucked the pouch back into the folds of his leathers. And stuck out his metal hand. All right, merchant. We can deal. 52, cracks in the sky. Reed Knights were not rodents, Poyer had learned, though the similarities were striking. They were a small, whiskered people who came from the darkest parts of the deep jungles on Gaum. Their clever hands and curious minds made them talented tinkers and crafters, but their true strength was their ability to work together. They lived, ate and interacted almost exclusively within their family clans, which meant this species had a natural affinity for the cooperative nature of factory work. When they immigrated to the Cauldron, many generations ago, they filled up the lowest stories and the basements of buildings. They did not hate the light, but they were sensitive to it. Their mottled pink skins were covered in fine fur and their huge, black eyes were accustomed to near darkness, so out in the world, Reed Knights always covered their faces with heavy masks or wide-brimmed hats, and full-length clothing that fit tight to their bodies, to prevent getting caught in machinery. More and more, they became dependent on their augmented gear, so that even at night it was not uncommon to see a clan of Reed Knights, leaving some taverns still wearing their masks or to see their prosthetic limbs glistening in the moonlight. Poyer wore a Reed Knight mask now, and for the first hour it was so hot, and sweaty, as to be nearly unbearable. Even though there were breath holes on either side of the mask, the filters trapped the heat of every breath. At least the air here was cooler than on Gaum. Less humid. And the wind was almost crisp, compared to the sweating, rainforest standstill of the Cauldron. And the gate was like ice, sticking to the soles of his boots. But already that coldness was fading as the metal platform was warmed by the Kirin sunlight. And the crowds around the gate jostled, ready to swarm the newcomers, to sell, to buy, to be the first to make deals in the frenzy. Thousands of aliens, Kirins and avians and countless other beings he had never seen before. It was hard to see them clearly through the tinted glass eye coverings of the mask, but that didn't stop the feeling from washing over him. It started with the sound. All the crowds, all those voices began to stir and twist inside his head, becoming a single, unbearable roar. Almost like the sound of the wind. And as the edges of his vision began to turn black, he thought he could hear voices. Human voices. Done everything we could. This first voice was a woman's, he thought. Someone he had never met before. No, another voice answered, fading in and out. Must be more. This can't be it. This. That the choice was made long ago. There is no way back. They were arguing, but over what Poyer couldn't tell. And then, the sound drowned out all the voices, and a light began to glisten. Twin crescents, one over each eye. Filaments of multicolored light warping and shaping. He had to reach up, to make sure he was still wearing his mask. He was, because now, he could see through the tinted glass. As clear as daylight. He could see the crowds, all those Xenos with all their impossible bodies and alien mutations, shining in a light that should not be there. He could see them all, skin and fur and scales and strange alien faces, bodies with too many limbs or too few. The light seemed to settle on all of them, falling like dust from the sky. And then, Poyer could see them change. Where the dust settled on their skin, he could see flesh rendering itself. Peeling off, and peeling up. Not burning, just, changing. There, a beak fractured into 1,000 geometric shapes. And there, a pack animal's shaggy head began to ripple and transform. Even the ground itself, where the dust fell, began to crack and split apart, until even Poyer's legs began to believe what he was seeing, and it was a struggle to stay on his feet. The longer Poyer stood in the crowds, the more the light grew. And the more it hurt. He turned to Ilha, but Ilha was talking to another avian, though her hat and her head were melting into each other now. He turned to Lakis, and found at least that she was so far untouched. He stumbled into her, and she caught him. And then, she was helping him walk. Following Ilha and the other avian. Moving too quickly through all those thousands of bodies, surging onto the gate. By the time they reached the tent, he was bleeding from his nose and from the corners of his eyes, and it was getting in his mouth and his head was hammering. He had seen, what had he seen? He had seen the aliens, the people. Had seen them seized by the light. Their eyes wide open, their mouths agape, all their faces fixed on that awful grey horizon, where something shimmered just out of sight. The last thing he felt was a pair of metal arms, catching him. Then, his mind shuddered closed. A light brought him back. A bright lantern, jammed so close in his face it turned his eyelids red. "You're too close," Lakis said. Her voice sounded close. "He can't see you if you're that close. Look, you're blinding him with that." There was the squeak of rusted metal. The light dimmed. Lakis said, "There, that's better. He's opening his eyes." Poyer squinted through the light. Something hard and rubbery was pressed against his face, the reed night mask had fallen off and digging into his cheek. He sat up, and as he did, the light followed him. It was coming from a small droid hanging on the wall of the tent. Plump tentacles clung to the tent poles and threadbare carpets, using them as a perch. The tentacles were connected to an oversized sphere, where a single eye light, as large as Poyer's fist, wiggled nervously. Poyer rubbed his gloves over his face, staining them with his own blood. They were leather, and they had the other gloves underneath. The ones he had taken from the magistrate. Lakis was crouching over him, and other than the droid with the too bright eye, there was only a single, dim gas lantern hanging from the wooden frame of the tent. There were a few old crates, weathered and grey, lying around the tent. All of them were empty, or filled with moth-eaten bolts of cloth. "Where are we?" Poyer asked. His mouth was so dry, his tongue felt as though it was made of stone. "A merchant's tent. We just left the gate." Lakis said. "We're not alone. Can you put the mask back on?" Poyer nodded. When he swallowed, it was like sandpaper running down his throat. It felt like there was an animal trapped in his brain, bashing against the bars of his skull. He pulled the straps over his scalp and shoved the mask back into place, adjusting it so that it sat more comfortably. "Proximity. That is my current theory," Lakis said. She cocked her head, her eyes analyzing his face. "It's the people. So many of them, so close to you. That is what triggers the visions. I wonder why." Poyer said nothing. He didn't know either, but at the moment he didn't feel like speculating about anything. All he wanted was for the hammering in his head to stop. "Perhaps," Lakis continued, "that's why my maker lived alone." But that didn't make sense to Poyer. There were hundreds of people in my conclave, Poyer thought. How come this didn't happen there? The merchant's droid was pressed tight against the canvas wall, its single eye still trained on Poyer. Rust flaked off its tentacles, and the dozens of joints looked stiff just by the way it was clinging to its perch. Poyer swallowed again, trying to summon the saliva to speak. His voice came out in a rasp. "Is the droid safe?" "It's friendly," Lakis clicked out her affirmative. "I've been talking with it. The merchant only keeps it to handle basic accounting and counterfeit detection." Poyer patted a spot on the dusty carpet next to him, trying to encourage the droid to come over. It was shaking, but it slowly crawled its way down from its perch, one tentacle detaching at a time as it climbed down the tent pole. It stopped at his feet, a puddle of tentacles and a grapefruit-sized body staring up at him. Poyer gave its head a pat, and the droid shivered, its eye closing slightly. It almost looked happy when it did that. "You need some maintenance, don't you?" he said softly. Poyer started picking at the larger flakes of rust that were stuck inside the droid's tentacles. Cleaning it was therapeutic, somehow. Made the headache soften, made the howling sound of the vision feel more distant. Lakis was staring intently at the two of them. He could almost see the thought processes warming up her core, and the way she cocked her head. As if she was puzzled, not by Poyer's vision, but by this little droid. "It likes you," she said, but Poyer could hear the question in her voice. "Almost like it knows you." Outside, he could hear two muffled voices. Eel and another avian. They were making a deal, by the sounds of it. All the while, the droid's eye drooped as Poyer idly brushed and cleaned away the rust. And because he couldn't get it out of his head, Poyer decided to talk about it. "I saw a light. In your vision." Everyone was looking at it. Watching it climb on the horizon. The sun. No, he said. It was a cold light. It felt like it was growing. There were cracks in his statue. They spidered up the columns, where chunks of marble were starting to split and crumble to the floor of the temple. Dust on every surface, and cobwebs in every corner. When he first built his statue, the emperor intended the inner sanctum to be the most sacred temple in all of Seir. To endure for all time. But now, there were cracks in his statue. Spidering down the stone pillars, making rifts that ran like roots along the floor. Even the wreaths and vines and potted plants that had flourished in his sanctum were now dead and drying. He ran his fingers against the vines that grew across the innermost wall. As he walked, he pulled a fistful of those thorny, twisted stems, and dragged it behind him until the whole dead wall tore away in a crunching wrench. My own priests, he thought, have left my home to ruin. The emperor paced ever so languidly towards the outermost balcony of his temple, feeling his great muscles roll and tauten and flex under his deep olive skin, smooth and perfect as the day it had first been created. But while his body remained, his temple. Where were the flowers? Where was the water that ran through the fountains? Where were the piles of gold and incense, and the rich offerings from his warriors' latest conquests? Had they not, under his direction, taken entire worlds while he slumbered? He had only been asleep for a few decades, but now, even the once zealous priests had become old and mad and shuffling. They thought they could steal from him. Well, there was time to fix that. There was time to fix everything. Cold stone caressed the soles of his feet, as the ever-lord of the Kiran Empire came to the balcony's edge. Feeling the smooth marble on his fingertips, basking in that sultry ocean wind. Salted to perfection. Letting it dance over his nearly naked being. He wore only the lightest robes, for the sake of decency. It was a courtesy to his people, but he thought it a shame. The emperor's body was perfect. By every measurement that ever was. He should know, he had grown it to his exact specifications. For the last half hour, a messenger had been kneeling at the open entrance far across the temple, her head pressed to the stone floor. She wore the colors of priesthood, the same crimson and gold they had worn for 1,000 years. Minor fashionable improvements had been added, to the shoulders, and the waist. But even now, the messenger priest looked much like they had, a millennia before. The emperor had noticed the messenger priest, and had chosen to ignore her, until he grew tired of wallowing in the disrepair of his statue temple. Come, he said to the messenger, his voice booming through the temple. Resonant and strong. The messenger scrambled to her feet, and hurried over to the emperor, bowing obsequiously the whole way, so that it took a good while before the emperor could even hear her. Hail to thee, most divine and honorable emperor! Oh, my conqueror and king! Oh, lord of all the worlds, both known and unknown! The message. The emperor said, cutting off the priest's adulations. Delegates have arrived, lord, from your rebellious subjects on Gaum. The emperor had seen the gate open. That pinprick of light that pierced the heavens. But even without sight, he would have felt the gate and all that gathering of power, rolling through his city. Rebellious, the emperor's voice rolled around the temple, not quite shaking the ground. Yes, my lord. There was a mutiny on Gaum. Violent, an attempt to overthrow. There was no mutiny. This seemed to confuse the messenger, who scrunched up her brow so that the glittering scales around her eyes disappeared into the pale blue of her face. My lord. I saw no mutiny, the emperor answered, what I saw was one of our own who was permitted to lose his way. Who was permitted to cause suffering where there should have been only prosperity. Our people on Gaum did not rebel. They survived. Make no mistake. But they are making demands. Are they not a part of our glorious empire? Are their affairs not our own? But they killed a magistrate. They murdered Kirans in cold blood. That venerate orchestrated his own death. He was not fit to rule. This only deepened the messenger's confusion. The emperor always had to remind himself how short their mortal memories were. Even from year to year, they could make themselves blind to the most blatant details. Seir had never been one city, one people, one world. Often, not always, but often when he slept, he found that a kind of tribalism always seemed to take root. But the emperor had more pressing matters to deal with, and these cultural corrections could come when there was time to breathe. He would clear out the weeds, like he always did. Later. The emperor returned to his balcony and gazed down upon his city. The grand marble palaces and red-shingled villas that grew over those verdant hills. The river, where the twins became one, and fed out into a harbor sprinkled with white sails. Birds wheeled in the sky, their white wings blending into the broken crests of the ocean's waves. If I could stay in this moment. But he couldn't, because this was it. This was the moment where everything would start to change. After this, he may never sleep again. The human, the emperor said at last. Was he with the delegates? The mutineers, the messenger touched a webbed hand to the scales on her throat, clearing her gills as she corrected herself. The queen did not send him through. We believe she intends to play a more careful game with the god. Nonetheless, they are ready for you. The emperor waved a great hand lazily through the air. Let the Veneraitian have them. My lord? These are the first envoys. You would let politicians make our first impression. Politicians. The messenger said it, as if the priests were somehow above politics. Everyone is a politician. The emperor said, the first impression was made years ago when we came through the gate and burned their city. The queen knows what we are capable of. The lords of the Veneraitian will not forgive what happened to their magistrate. They will want blood, my lord. If you want the people of Gaiam brought into the empire, couldn't you just meet them and make it so? The emperor's eye was following a great winged bird to the edge of the ocean, watching it rise higher and higher. So graceful. So effortless. And then, he saw something that caught his attention. It caught in his gut like a hook, dragging him out to sea. A flare of light on the horizon, almost invisible in the afternoon sun. It cannot be, he said. The messenger must have mistaken him, thought he was responding to her pleas about the delegates and the venerate. Then what should we do, my lord? When the emperor's gaze fell upon the messenger dropped her head and bowed. Even in those sweeping robes, this priest looked so small. So fragile, in more ways than one. The emperor turned back to the horizon, searching for what he had seen. Perhaps I imagined it. Perhaps I only wanted to see it. Still, he had to be sure. The emperor kept his eyes locked on the horizon, searching. But the messenger was waiting. So, with another part of his mind, he scanned through the piles of texts and political records he had collated in the brief weeks he had been awake. And found the one he was looking for. It's time to change, the emperor said. There is a Kirin. Kyrene is his name. Ensure he is given room to speak before the venerate. My lord, Kyrene is merely a tribune. And an unloved one, at that. Why not choose one of the consuls? Vorpi and Dioj are both wildly popular with the venerate. Or, perhaps, one of the high priests will suit your needs. The emperor slammed his fist on the balcony, splintering the stone. Those sniveling leeches deserve nothing. If they could not uphold my temple, how can I trust them to uphold my word? No. You will find this Kyrene. Let him know that I will need him soon. Until then, he is to spread his message with whatever means he sees fit. Money. Servants. Anything he needs, he will have. My lord, the messenger shifted uncomfortably. The imperial coffers are low. Where should the money come from? The emperor conjured up the financial records, both official and unofficial, from the last few decades. For anyone else, it might take years to unravel the source of this poverty. But for him, it was immediately clear. They thought they were clever, didn't they? A spider web of extortion, laundering, and simple theft. Priests and venerate and nobles of all sources. They thought by spreading the blame, they would all be equally blameless. A lesson was in order. Bring High Priest Sa or Tatus to me. The messenger's eyes went wide. Swallowed, and stammered out a single, my lord. Bring him to me, or I will find someone who can. The messenger bowed, pressing her head to the floor for a long while. And then, she rose and rushed out of the temple. Most likely, even she had been part of these thieving plots, and she knew what was coming. But the emperor watched her go, satisfied. Knowing that, at least in this, his will would be carried out. Then, he turned his gaze back to the sky, where the scar was beginning to crest over the horizon. The emperor pulled up 1,000 years of a statistician's charts, averaging them together and overlaying them on the scar. It was so clear, now. The tip of the scar was a little brighter than it should have been. A crack had formed where there had never been one before. It was coming to a change. And that could only happen because of two things. Either the library, after thousands of years of mathematically perfect synchronicity, had failed. Or there was a living, breathing human walking on the surface of Seer. Either way, this was a precarious moment. He would have to act swiftly. 53. See how the other half lives. This squad, she refused to think of it as her squad, this squad was as green as they came. Two of the privates had never been on a call before, and the long-necked corporal called Medus had earned his stripes the wrong way, luck. She could tell by the way he talked. Agrania had seen it before. Some higher-ranking soldier gets killed on patrol, and he gets promoted by default. He knows he didn't earn it. He knows, from here on, people are going to expect more of him. But this corporal doesn't know what he's doing. So he talks. As if he can bluff his way into real field experience with constant nervous chatter. And they don't know what they're missing. If I were back in the tents, Medus was saying, I'd take the fangs, and I'd lance anything that moves. Doesn't matter. I don't care if it's just the wind in the trees, I'd shoot it. If I were in command, I'd use a whole fleet of fangs and this war would be over. Fangs don't fly here, someone said. One of the whisker folk, a private. Agra thought her name was Olok or Elok or something. Not that it mattered. Fangs can't fly here. Their squad was on point, ranging ahead of Witch Patrol. Behind them, a long column of ragged uniforms peeked through the black-barked trees. Mist did what it could to shroud their movements, but they couldn't hide themselves like the locals could. They talked, they made the red leaves rustle, they left deep trails in the wet dirt. Even the bugs knew they were coming. Their noisome buzzing went mute as Witch Patrol stomped through the forests. Somewhere along the way, the scribe had fallen behind. Agrania didn't bother to wait. He would either catch up, or he wouldn't. What do you mean they can't fly here? Medus's voice was louder than the rest of the squad combined. You ever seen a fang on Thras? No. Well, there you go. What do you know about fangs? You a pilot? A mechanic? There's something in the air, idiot. Fangs get too close to the temples, they just stop flying. Then blow up the temples. Easy. Done. You can't blow up a hole in the ground, Private Tesso said. Did your rot gill spread to your brain, or were you just born stupid? Maybe not, Medus said, turning to face Private Tesso. His bayonet tip swung dangerously close to Tesso's face. Maybe we could try stopping them up with your dumb ass. Get that out of my face, Tesso slapped the gun. Bang. Medus must have had his finger on the trigger, or something like that, because the moment Tesso knocked it away, the gun fired. Somewhere, a branch cracked, and a clutch of birds exploded out of the trees, flapping into the sunset. The rest of the squad started shouting, and the green fins in the squad behind theirs started shouting, passing the alert down the line. All clear, Agrania grunted, all clear. This, Agrania thought. This was exactly why she didn't want to lead a squad. She walked up to Medus, still stunned by his accidental shot, and with a deft flick of her hand, she dropped the lever, so the bullets slid out of the firing chamber and fell in a pile around his feet. Hey! Medus shouted. Never, she growled, do that again. Agrania pushed the gun back towards him, and kept walking. She didn't stop to see if he would agree, or promise, or argue. It didn't matter. This one wasn't going to make it. Might as well try to forget him now. It wasn't my fault, he called after her. Idiot, one of the other privates said, shoving the corporal as he passed, now the black mouths know we're coming. But even that wasn't true. The locals had been watching them the whole time. The most dangerous part of the day was the true evening, right before both suns set below the hills. Most green fins were used to Seir, where even at the training camp, evening was the best time to relax. But on Thras, evening was when the underswamp came to life. High above, the tallest blackwoods were booming with waves of insect noise. Lower down, the calls of birds and amphibians passing back and forth, keening and warbling and screeching and mocking each other. A frenzied hour of life, right before the rains. To Agra, it always felt like the swamp was laughing. Reveling in the onset of nightfall. The chill of the evening air seemed to pull the mists up and out of the wetlands and into the underbrush. Wrapping and writhing and snaking along the muddy trail. She could just see the shadows of other squads setting up camp. No fires. At least Captain Dinny kept with that wisdom. Jewel's squad was mostly quiet, exhausted from a long day of trekking. One of the privates, a quiet dullscale who only talked to Tesso, was gathering wet leaves and brushing them over his rain tarp to keep it hidden from above. She looked like she could use some help. Agrania didn't offer. Even Medus was mostly quiet for once. He was digging the last of his hole with a stunted shovel. When Agrania walked past, he craned his neck up to look at her. Lieutenant, sorry about earlier, he put a hand out. Begging for forgiveness. It was an accident. Won't happen again, I swear. She looked at him. Gave no answer. And kept walking. Pale scale bitch, she heard Medus spit, and worse things besides. Let him talk. Who cares what a dead Kiran has to say? She returned to her post a few yards ahead of the squad. Agrania had carefully dug out the ground beneath the root of a huge grove tree. She masked the hole with 2 fallen branches and a few decayed leaves. From in here, she could look down on the forest, and count the numerous trails and green paths hidden in the underbrush. These trails, however, weren't the only way to move through the swamp. High above, she could hear the click of clawed feet, cautiously creeping down the bark of a nearby tree. If you didn't know what you were listening for, you might think it was the dripping of rainwater. Then, she saw it. 4 black eyes, gleaming dully in the red evening light. Its carapace was as gnarled as the trees from which it hunted. It scented the air over their position, saliva dripping from its long, black mandibles. Hundreds of tiny, white hairs quivered on jaws large enough to sever a Kiran's neck in a single bite. She pulled up her rifle. Sighting it. Waiting for the beast to creep closer, down the bark of the tree as it stalked one of the squad members. She dared not move. Waiting. Waiting. Lieutenant, a voice called out into the dark. Footsteps squelched over wet leaves and mud, heedless of the noise. A central Kiran, his scales glittering in the last of the sunlight. His helmet straps were too tight. The scribe. The insect thing jerked its head to watch the scribe crawling over the roots, leaving heavy footprints as he went. Seeing this easy prey, the insect tensed its legs. Recalculated its approach. Something didn't add up, so it darted back up the tree, slipping away into the shadows. Agrania sighed. Maybe it would come back. Maybe not. Nothing she could do about it now. The scribe cupped his hands and shouted, "Lieutenant!" He was 2 feet away from her foxhole. Worse, he was essentially announcing her position to the whole forest. Agrania launched herself up out of the shadows, and wrapped a hand around his mouth. With her other hand she cupped his chin so he couldn't scream. "Shut up," she whispered flatly into his ear. When he stopped making noise, she released her grip. "Lieutenant," he whispered, softer but still too loud, "I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions. Since we're making camp, this would be a good time." "No. Look, I've been trying to get quotes from the others, but..." "Stop trying. Sir, they said you would be the one to ask. Corporal Meta said you've been on Thras et Unum longer than the captain. Is that true?" Agrania did not answer. Instead, she crouched down and slipped back into her freshly dug hole. The scribe seemed to take that as an invitation, and crawled in after her. Agrania fished through her pack, and pulled out a stick of ration meat. The chewy meat yielded a salted tang of dried blood and muscle. She tore another bite off the stick, staring at him as she chomped each bite. He didn't get the hint. "Sir, millions of Kirans read our paper every month. The Imperial people need to understand the war effort out here. It's my job to help them see the sacrifices you people are making out here. I mean, you're doing good work out here. You're bringing civilization to the savages. Look, if you'll just talk to me for a few minutes. You have nothing I want. I can send a message from you back to Seer. Don't you have friends there? Any family back home? This is home. You. Thras et Unum is your home." Agrania took another hunk of flesh in her mouth, biting hard into the gristle. "Look, Lieutenant," he tried a new tack. "What you're doing out here, what all of you are doing, it's the most honorable thing a Kiran can do. But nobody back home knows your story. They don't think about it." He shifted his stance, trying to make himself comfortable without getting muddy. He seemed not to notice, or not to care, that Agrania had not blinked since he'd started talking to her. The scribe pulled out a pencil and unwrapped his leather-bound journal, poised to write. There was no muscle on him at all. Nothing had ever sharpened his senses, nothing had ever hardened him to the truth of this world. What's greener than green? She could snap him like a dried twig. "I mean, think about it," he continued. "Yes, you might have to get firm with a few locals. But in the end, their children will grow under the light of the Empire. And their grandchildren, too. And so on. How many millions, even billions, of lives are you changing here? You're making this whole planet just like ours. How's that?" Agrania asked. "Noble," he said, as if it was obvious. "Civilized." Agrania bit off another hunk of flesh. A piece got stuck between her teeth. She stuck her fingers in her mouth and fished out the gristle, and flicked it on the floor of her hiding hole. "You think we're here to help the locals?" "Of course. What else?" The corner of her mouth twitched. It almost made her laugh. Not even the Greenfinns were this stupid. But then, the Greenfinns were conscripts. Forced out of their homes, taken from whatever provinces still had young blood, and then sent off to fight a war that would give them nothing. Only take. "Scribe, listen to me. Put down the pencil and listen. Tomorrow, we're going over the hill. I'm taking point. If you stay behind me, I promise you will live, as long as you do not get in my way. Got it?" He nodded, eagerly. Excited to have finally broken through to her. Let him think that. "Tomorrow," she said, "you will see what the Empire is really doing here." 54. Blood and Thunder. The moons of Thras et Unum chased each other over the horizon, the smallest going over the horizon first, followed within the hour by the other 3. As they fell, the crashing noise of the insects and everything else that lived in the evening jungle rose in pitch, until the first of the night rains began to fall, pelting and stirring the muddy, brown stream that curled around the hill. To the inexperienced soldier, the hill looked no different from the dozens of other hills they had crossed so far. It rose no higher, it bore no special feature, and it was covered in the same deep foliage as all the other hills, red and black and violet trees, shooting up their leafy boughs, competing for the crimson light of the sun, or the murky brown light of the sister star. "That's where we're going," Meta said to the others, carefully stretching his neck high to get a better look. "That's where it is." "Where?" Tesso said, squinting into the dusk. Were it not for the bright whites of his eyes, his dark scales would have rendered him almost invisible in the wetland underbrush. The one in the middle there. That's the hill. Another private stopped to look, her long whiskers scenting at the air, as if she might taste the difference between hills. How can you tell? Because the lieutenant's been staring at it for the last hour. That's how. The whole squad turned to look at Agrania. She broke a stick off a nearby tree, and began to draw in the dirt. Here was the river, threaded between hills. Here was the crest, where the village would be hidden behind. And here, just of the center, sat the fort. Agrania began drawing X's over the likely emplacements and carving out lines for where she thought the tunnel networks might be, the passages the locals used to stay hidden from their scouts. Meda snaked his neck over her shoulder, until his face was almost next to hers. She gave him a look that made him pull back, and mutter an apology. Agrania drew a line through the river. We cross here, where the water is shallowest. There's an entrance under the water there, so stay on the south side. I saw their tails in the river. She could almost feel the shiver running through the squad. Even the scribe, who wouldn't be there when the fighting started, looked apprehensive. As if, somehow, the thought of the locals being so close made them realize what they were headed into. Now, all of them were looking out from the forest, trying to catch a glimpse of movement in the river below. They'll have cannon on the fort walls, she said, pulling their attention back. She tapped on the fort. Aimed here and here. Expect them to have full crews, ready and waiting. One of them protested, why would they have full crews? Command said they didn't know we were coming. I thought that was the whole point. Listen to command then. Or listen to me. Agrania shrugged. Your choice. So they listened. Over the next 20 minutes, she walked them through the captain's plan. Half of which patrol would split off and head north. That group would be circling around the hill, a mile or so north of their position, waiting for the sounds of battle before they made their second assault, rushing towards the fort's least defended walls. Scaling over and taking out the cannons, and whatever else the locals had waiting for them. But Jewel's squad was in the other half. They were at the center of the anvil. They were supposed to form up, sit tight, and hold the center line. Agrania wasn't interested in sitting. We'll crest the hill first, ahead of which patrol. We're going right through the center. Where the cannons are? Yes. Agrania said, ignore your training. Run fast. Don't shoot. If you sit still, you will die. Just head into the basin, and get up against the village. She wanted them to do this for two reasons. First, the cannons weren't likely to waste shots on a single squad sprinting full bore across the fields. Sure, they might shoot a few rounds, but they would save their hammer for the main bulk of which patrol. Second, if they were fast enough, they could get into the village before anyone in the tunnels saw them coming. We'll be covered in the village. The cannons won't shoot there. Not at first. Someone asked, what about the rest of which patrol? Why don't we just stay with them? Feel free, Agrania said. I don't need you. Then, she erased the drawing with her boot. Scribe. You're with me. Say one word, make any sound between here and the village, and I will leave you out there. The scribe nodded silently. Not long after that, the signal came up the line. Time to move. The wetlands fought them at every step. Vines as thick as arms hung over the paths, sometimes catching around their necks if they weren't watching. Shallow puddles of mud hid deep pools of water that wanted to swallow their boots. On the muddy down slopes of the last hill, Tesso slipped and fell and cursed as he slid into a pile of bushes with leaves as sharp as thorns. When the other dull-scale private went to help him, Agrania stopped him. Get a rope, she said. I can reach him. Get a rope, she hissed. It might be poison. They lowered it down, and helped haul him out. He was still brushing off the sticky, pointed leaves when they came to the river, and she could just see the red welts starting to form as he scratched at himself. Mud, she told him. Cools it off. Tesso pulled a few fistfuls from the dirt, and began to slather himself. And, to his credit, he didn't say a word after that. Instead, there was a kind of determined anger lighting up his face. Carving intent lines of focus through his dark scales. Agra tore her gaze away. Better not to remember his face at all, if she could help it. Despite the delay, Jewel's squad still crossed the river first. She showed them how to strap their weapons to their rucksacks, and hold the whole kit over their heads. As Kirans, they should have been at home in the water, but this wasn't Seer. There were things under the surface. Old things, some of which had been sleeping for a very long time. Waiting for an errant foot to step on their smooth, slimy skin. Today, though, the swamp took no sacrifices. By the time they made it across, the rest of the cohort was finally cashing up. Hundreds of Kirans carrying their gear overhead, crossing in silence. Still, the locals had to know they were coming. But that was the plan, wasn't it? This half of which patrol was the diversion. When they took the first steps up the slopes of the hill, Agrania could feel a chance. It started in her chest, in the way her heart hammered against her breast. A good feeling. Alive. As the last of Thras's moon set behind the trees, and true darkness took hold, the first of the rains started, dampening the thousand voices of the swamp. The croaking and humming and shredding buzz of the insects dulled, until all that could be heard was the distant chirp of crickets, and the drizzle of rain dancing on the forest of leaves. She moved carefully up the roots of the gnarled swamp trees, keeping a careful, slow pace for the green fins. Even the scribe, who carried no weapon, was breathing heavy as he laddered up the roots of a nearby grove tree. At least the long-necked corporal, Medus, who could hold his lanky body closer to the ground, seemed to be gaining ground easily enough. Just before they crested the hill, she held up a fist, waiting for her squad to catch up. The rest of which patrol was still halfway down the hill, their cracking branches and squelching mud and grunting noisily as they climbed towards their position. Agrania crouched in the crook of a root, hidden from the ridge of the hill. Once more, she whispered the plan, mostly as an excuse to let Jewel's squad to catch their breaths. All of them looked nervous, anxious. Especially the scribe, who had no weapon to clutch to his chest. The rain was pouring now, creating curtains that fell from the sky, and fell from their helmets. The moment we step over that ridge, we're in their village. Don't be fooled, they're hiding everywhere. The tunnels run all through the hill. Her breath caught after that last word. Her heart was hammering now. Maybe it was the rain, or maybe it was all in her head, but she thought she could taste their scent. Must and mildew. Dry scales that wanted to be shed. How do we know where they'll be? Medus asked. Everywhere, Agrania said, suppressing a shiver, as the heat rose in her blood. They will be everywhere. The other squads were starting to creep up to their position. Dozens of Kirans in their blue and black uniforms, some of them not even wearing helmets, some of them carrying their guns slung over their shoulders. It's time. Bayonets ready, Agrania said. She stood up, and rolled her muscular shoulders. Hefted her rifle in both hands. And then, she started sprinting. She came to the top of the ridge, and the whole village was laid bare before her. In a single moment, she saw it all. The Trilene stopped about quarter-mile from the village. Dozens of riverlets spilled out of the forest and wound their way down through the terraced fields. They gathered together into streams, and all of those streams poured into that single, deep pit in the center of the hill. Even from the height of the ridge, Agrania could not see inside that shadowy pit. Long clay huts and wooden houses on stilts, all with thatched or clay tile roofs, made up the outer circle around the pit. The fort sat over the village like some huge monster guarding its flock. It was made of stone and mortar, and its more advanced architecture made it look so out of place, next to all that wood and clay. High walls and thin, narrow windows were perfect for slotting firearms, supporting two flat tiers that looked out over the village. The back of the fort was curved around the edge of the pit, and part of the ground was sinking there, as if all it would take was a strong storm to knock the whole thing into that deep hole. Agrania didn't stop to look to count the locals. She was already hurtling down the inner side of the hill, bursting out of the Trilene by the time she heard that telltale, rapid clicking. They had been seen, and more clicking sounds overlapped the first, until the whole hillside seemed to be alive with the rhythmic clacks and ticks and croaks of the lacertan tongue. Next, came the shots that fell with the rain. Most hit far short of her, peppering the ground with splashes of mud. A few zipped high over her head. The lacertans' weapons were old, and none of them had been made on this world. Stolen or given by Thras's previous conquerors. The same people who had built the fort, so long ago, before they gave up on this world. The shots were coming from the Trilene behind her, which meant the fort and the village were still rallying. She could see shapes running towards the fort as the last of the villagers ran for protection. Good. That meant all she had to do was reach the village before they brought the cannons to bear. Her legs worked hard, and she focused on staying out of the deepest pockets of mud. From experience, she knew how dangerous it was to get stuck. Her feet found a hard-packed gravel path in the middle of one of the fields, and she took it the rest of the way up to the village. Agrania skidded under the first stilled house she reached, without a scratch on her. She pressed her body against the thickest beam, taking this rare moment to catch her breath, waiting for her squad to reach her. 4 of them were strung out along the fields, making their way through the mess of streams and paddocks and lumps of dirt, keeping their heads low as the rain of bullets began to increase, smacking dirt and splashing the growing puddles of water. From here, she could even see the scribe running with them, one hand on his helmet to keep it from falling. Tesso was the last to come stumbling up. He was covered in mud, and seemed to have forgotten the thorn poison in the heat of the rush. "Licto," he gasped, "where's Licto?" Someone pointed. The last private was curled up in the mud, both hands on his helmet. His mouth was open in a scream, but they couldn't hear him over the clicking and the gunfire and the rain. "Leave him," Agrania said. "What?" Tesso shouted. We can't. They're turning the cannons. If he can't run, he's already dead. Leave him. Tesso's lips were a grim line. She could see the thoughts churning in his mind. He was a dull scale, and so was Private Licto. Tesso unslung his pack, and dropped it to the ground. Watch my stuff. If he wanted to trade his life to feel like a hero, let him. How many hundreds of Kirans had done the same before? One or two had been lucky enough to make. Tesso sprinted back across the field, holding his helmet steady while he dodged and weaved over the uneven ground. Bullets streaked past him, some of them making white lines through the falling rain. He threw himself down next to the cowering private, and hauled Licto up by the shoulder, pulling him out of the muck, and hauling him away from the hail of bullets. Up on the ridgeline, the rest of Witch Patrol was pouring out of the treeline now. They were shooting at everything. At the trees, at the empty fields. The anvil was coming. A deep, rumbling boom shook the ground, so loud it seemed to stop the rain, just for a moment. The cannonball threw up a mountain of mud halfway across the swampy fields. More booms, more muddy eruptions, each one taking out a different clump of soldiers as they plodded towards the village. Not every shot hit, but the ones that did hit hard, bouncing and killing and taking limbs as they rolled. Tesso was screaming at Licto, half dragging him, half holding him up. A cannon shot ripped through the building that Agra and Jewel Squad were using as cover, blasting through the thin, wooden walls, showering them with splinters. She could almost see the path of the cannonball as it bounced across the mud. The two privates, however, did not. The round shot clapped into Licto's shoulder, barely slowing as it crumpled the private's body, killing him instantly. The cannon shot kept bouncing up the gentle slope of the hill, almost taking the arm off another soldier a few dozen paces behind. Agrania turned away. They were wasting time. No point in waiting now. She ducked around the splintered remains of the stilled hut, her rifle up and ready, and started shooting. They were hiding in the huts, the tips of their old muskets peeking out of the dark places. Round after round she shot, until they started to flee back towards the fort. She rarely missed. Agrania stopped seeing. Stopped feeling. Only acted on the thrill as it moved her, pulling her deeper into the fray. When anything moved, she shot it. When her gun was empty, she ducked into cover and reloaded, her fingers rolling the bullets automatically into place. Not waiting on Jewel Squad. Not caring if they were following her. She had told them what to do. It was up to them to obey. All she cared about now was the smell of gunpowder, the crack of her own gun against her shoulder, and the feeling of dropping the enemy one by one. Her veins were on fire. Every kill only made want more. 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 By the time she ran out of bullets, she was at the walls of the fort, taking cover in the corner of a stone pillar. Between the deafening blasts of the cannons, she could hear the locals above her, hissing and shouting at each other from those narrow windows. Now, the cannonballs began to level the village proper as the tattered remains of Witch Patrol reached the stilled houses and blasted huts. A piercing whistle sang over the rain and the gunfire. The other half of Witch Patrol had arrived. They had snuck up to the backside of the fort. Most likely, they were already climbing the walls, and the locals at the top of the fort were turning their snouts around, splitting their forces to go fend off this new threat. It's almost over. Agrania's heart sank. Too soon. Suddenly, she could feel the emptiness, like something had been unplugged inside her and was starting to drain away. Soon, she'd have to go back. I'm not done. Agrania slung her empty rifle over her shoulder, and pulled one of her long knives out of her boot. She grabbed onto a protruding stone, slick with rain, and hauled herself up. Her fingernails dug into the pockets in the mortar, and her muscles bulged as she climbed up. The barrel of a musket crept out of a window, aiming at one of the other Kiran soldiers below. Agrania rammed her knife into the window, catching a local right in the snout, making him hiss in pain. She twisted and the hiss cut short. More muskets jammed out of the window, trying to spear her with their bayonets, but she was already climbing again. Already at the next tier up. Hauling herself over the parapet, where the rain hammered the stones and a clutter of lacertan scales and tails were scrambling to reload their cannons, or to aim their rifles over the edge. The last thing they expected was a Kiran soldier to climb over the walls from the front. It only made her work easier. The knife did all the work, chopping through scale and flesh and bone. Razor claws swept at her, and she swept back, severing hand from limb. There was a simple clarity to it. Up here, she knew what to do. There was nothing to think about. Nothing to question. All she had to do was kill or be killed. She never wanted it to end. 55. Success. The battle, like all of them, was a blur. Bloody, beautiful, and far too short. Only after it was over, and the beating of her heart slowed to that painful, aching emptiness, did she realize she had left the scribe behind. She found him sitting in the broken remains of one of the villagers' houses. Not hiding. Just sitting on an old bamboo mat, like he was a guest waiting quietly for his host. The house was sagging on one side, and the thatched roof had collapsed almost completely so that the floor was flooded with rainwater, rushing to the hole where the wall had once been. There was a body in front of him. A local, rain pattering on her farmer's rags. She was laying on her side, and it almost looked like she was asleep with the way her mouth was hanging open, revealing that black palate. Her tail, almost as long as her body, limply reached across the stilt house. I was trying to talk to her, the scribe said. I was trying to tell her to surrender. She ran at me with a knife. Someone shot her. He shook his head, swallowing some emotion that threatened to spill out of him. The rain rattled heavily on the wooden floor. I thought I could help her, the scribe said. I thought she was a farmer. Like the ones I saw in Saranthe City. She was. The local's arms were curled over her chest. Even in death, she clutched something in her claws. Agra bent down to pry it loose. A humanoid figurine, short and round, with closed eyes, carved out of a single transparent stone. Ember or red quartz, or something like it. All its features were worn smooth from years of touch, which only made the luster inside the stone shine all the brighter. She gave the figurine to the scribe. He was mesmerized, not by the stone's simple beauty, but by the fact that someone, an alien, a person, had made this. And now, that someone was dead. For the glory of the Empire. Why do they fight us? The scribe asked. Don't they know we're trying to help them? Don't they know how many others we've helped? Oh. Agra asked, more dull than bitter. And how many is that? But the scribe, transfixed by the local's figurine, didn't seem to hear her. The squelching of boots made its way around the house. A soldier from Witch Patrol shielded his eyes, squinting up at the broken house through the rain. When he saw Agrania, he shouted at her. Are you Jewel Squad? The medics want to see you. The medics had claimed the driest corner of the fort, on the first floor. Upon entering, Agra immediately wished they hadn't. Dry it might be, but the waterproof roofing sealed the scent of death in here. Not the fresh gore of battle, but that slow, awful, putrid death that made a body shiver and burn at the same time. One of the medics was working at a makeshift surgeon's table. The patient was one of the Whisker folk from Jewel Squad. The one whose name she couldn't quite remember. Most of her arm was missing, leaving jagged chunks of flesh and scales chewed up by broken, flying metal. A soldier was holding linens to the wound, and they were already soaked with blood while the medic prepared his tools, getting ready to amputate the remains of the Whisker folk's arm. The medic was an older dull scale, at least older compared to the crop of young fry they sent to Thrass anyway. His glasses were spattered with rain and blood. His face was painted with that clinical neutrality of all field healers, who see only the wounds, and not the soldiers who carry them. Once I get started, the medic said, she'll probably pass out from the pain. Honest, I'm surprised she's still with us. The private lifted her head, her whiskers trembling from the effort. When she saw the lieutenant, her eyes went wide. She struggled to say something. Your fault, it sounded like. Your fault. And then, the Whisker folk collapsed back on the makeshift surgeon's table, and closed her eyes against the pain. The medic shrugged, apologetically. She's not herself. I wouldn't know, Agrania thought. I never knew her, to begin with. Agra couldn't stop staring at her face. She knew she should look away but. She's so young. Every call, they seem to get a little younger. The medic started cutting, telling his assistant to hold her down. Another assistant had a bottle of clear liquid, and was gently pouring it over the wound. The blood didn't want to stop. Opium, Agrania said. Let her go. No, the medic said, we're taking her back to Saranthe City with all the rest. She'll be fine. She won't make it, Agrania said. But when the medic was finished, they wrapped up the Whisker folk's arm and took her with the other wounded just the same. Later, Agrania would find out that she had died on the way back. Whimpering, and sobbing for someone to take her home. Of Jewel Squad, only 3 had survived the assault. Corporal Medus, Private Tesso, and Agra. The scribe, too, though he hardly counted. More than half of Witch Patrol was wounded or dead, most of those coming from the central line, so command decided to give Witch Patrol a break. No more calls for a week. Hold the fort while we move to inhabit, came the order. Get some well-earned rest. Command thought they were doing them a service, but to Agrania, the waiting was the worst part. Nothing to do but think about what you'd done. Tesso hadn't said a word since the battle. Even Corporal Medus was light on words. However, he had copped extra rations from the fort, and had even found a cellar down there, with a keg of some local brew made from fermented fruits. He had filled 2 canteens with it, and was passing it around their campfire when Agrania returned from the medics. Agrania intercepted the canteen. Unscrewed the top, and sniffed it. She could almost taste it, that sweet, cherry-colored liquid burning her throat. Warming all the right parts of her. Her lips wanted to, but instead, she dumped the canteen, letting it glug out onto the muddy ground. Lieutenant, come on. Medus shouted. After all that, come on. Might be poisoned, Agrania said. Not worth the risk. Medus narrowed his eyes. Not wanting to believe her. He stowed the other canteen, refusing to get rid of it, but not wanting to test her either. Agrania didn't care. She assumed he'd already taken a few swigs. Sure enough, an hour later he was vomiting so violently that she had to send him to the medics. The whole patrol spent the next few days, trying to stay dry. Wishing they were drunk. Eating the extra rations they found on the bodies of their dead. Agrania spent the next few days venturing alone, out into the treeline, half hoping to find a local lying in ambush. She found nothing but empty tunnels, discarded leaves, and a musket with an exploded barrel. One night, when Jewel's squad pulled watch duty, and Agrania had them positioned around the edge of the fort's eastern roof. From here, she could look almost straight down into the pit in the center of the hill. The temple itself. Dozens of steps and stairways had been carved all around the flat faces of the pit, crossing back and forth, creating a lattice of angles that cascaded down into the pit. Even from up here, they could see the complicated designs carved into the pit's walls, thousands and thousands of lacertain hieroglyphics and jagged geometric shapes. Streams of water fell over the sides of the pit, washing down the steps and disappearing down into that black, bottomless hole at the center of the sunken temple. Save for the unique pattern of the carvings, this temple looked exactly the same as every other temple the Empire had claimed on Thras et Unum. None of the soldiers knew what it was. The locals had their own beliefs. They feared the holes, and worshipped them. They buried the dead in those holes, among other things. Once, she had seen what that bottomless void could do, at another temple outside of Saranthe. They had been camped there for only a single day, when the steam began to rise up from those black depths. An awful, screaming hiss rose from the hole at the bottom of the temple, as a jet of pure, white vapor shot out of the hole, pluming higher and higher, dousing them all with a hot mist, rising even over the ridge of the hill. Then, there was a light, that seemed to thread its way through all that steam, infusing the clouds of steam with veins of golden orange, becoming red, becoming a deep purple. But tonight, that hole was pitch black. Brown, muddy streams waterfalled over the steps, whirlpooling at the bottom, stone floor of the temple as they drained into the void. Agrania found it hard to look anywhere else. Tesso was there too, silently staring. All that nervous energy taken from him. The scribe was sitting on the floor of the fort, interrogating the only person who would talk to him. They can't all be like this, he was saying. Right, Corporal? No, Medus said. Some of them are easier. Last call I was on, we started shooting before they knew we were there. What about the goodwill missions? What about the Emperor's aid? We're supposed to be helping them. But there's no one left to help. Got what they deserve. Tesso said. It was the first thing he'd said in days. He was eyeing the scribe, and his mouth was a thin, grim line. Savages. Write that down, scribe. They'll get what they deserve. We're going to make sure of it. When nobody argued with him, he threw his canteen onto the ground hard enough to make the cap pop off, and splash the wood and stone. He stalked off, and Agrania didn't try to stop him. Tough about his friend, Medus said, shaking his head. It was their first call, you know. But you know what they say. Nobody cares about a dull scale but a dull scale. Tough. The next morning, 3 new cohorts marched into the village. The scribe looked relieved when he heard the horns and drums. There was a kind of hopeful pride on his face as a commander, a central Kirin who left the crisp collar of his uniform open wide to reveal the emerald green scales on his throat, gave a speech about the good work they'd done here, dishing out credit as if it was his to give. One step closer to bringing hope and prosperity to this world, the commander said, one more village blessed with the light of our glorious empire. They gave Captain Dinny a medal, they pinned it right to her uniform in front of the whole patrol. The captain played her part, but she looked nothing close to proud. All the while, which patrol was made to watch? They stood in ragged lines, wearing their ragged uniforms. Only half as many as there had once been. Agrania took a kind of pleasure in watching the scribe's face, as he watched the whole charade. Saw the pride give way to sickness, as the parade leaders blew their spiral horns and conches, signaling this bloodbath as a grand victory for the empire. She could see it happening inside him. The scribe was wrestling with the reality before his eyes. Trying to reconcile the senseless death and destruction with the loyalty and patriotism they had hammered into him, back on Seir. How much longer, she wondered, would it take for the war to break him? Would he live long enough to give up? 56. The Grand City. Seir was a city of marble leviathans, beached on the dry hills, resting down in the broad, flat gullies. Ancient palaces, monuments to the gods, temples and courthouses, all surrounded by a sprawling metropolis of white plaster, red bricks and clay roofs, run through with aqueducts and bridges made of limestone. Where the cauldron was nestled in the shield of an ancient, empty volcano, Seir was surrounded only by the lush hills, filled with ripe fruits and grains, and, to the south, the sea. Anak spoke proudly of this city as she limped, her cane clacking heavily against the concrete and paver stones. She pointed out the most famous and long-standing buildings, the landmarks, the strange fruits of the local people. But Poyer wasn't listening to any of this. He was just trying to stay on his feet. His nose was still dripping blood, and his brain was still slamming against his skull. It didn't help that the reed night mask was pressed tight against his scalp, but at least the tinted eyepieces blocked out the brilliant sunlight. Only as the crowds faded behind them, did the roaring of the wind inside his head begin to subside. Nothing in Seir felt new. It felt like it had always been here. Hulking temples and multi-tiered houses with columns of white marble. Between the marble monoliths, there were sheer, red brick buildings, crawling with dry vines. Droids wandered the streets, hauling goods or running messages. Kirans with pale and glittering scales lounged on expensive-looking couches or marble seats, or strolled in the shade of the umbrella pines. Olive trees, lemon trees, and pines, and oaks lined the walkways. Thorny, flowering bushes were crammed into every empty space, making the already full city feel even more crowded. His home in the conclave had been so clean and empty compared to this. As he turned to look back down the hill, he could see the sprawl of the city winding down through the valleys between Seir's green and gold hills. When his nose finally stopped bleeding, and he could think again, Poyer was surprised to see the detail in every building. Carvings, on every surface. From a simple limestone wall to the most over-architected column, everything was covered in stone-carved reliefs or clay and concrete castings, depicting ancient battles and heroes and even mundane stories of daily life. Here, in a back alley, was a Kiran in a crown, cutting down another. Utter betrayal in the victim's eyes. It was a masterpiece. Poyer couldn't fathom how something so detailed could be carved from stone, and then tucked away in some empty alley, half covered in a mat of vines. He wished he could take off his mask, and stare at it, but Eelh wouldn't let them slow down. Even the red brick buildings were capped with marble balconies and roofs, and Poyer suspected those high places, far outside the sight of the naked eye, were filled with hidden mastercrafts. In the high arches of the largest buildings, dozens of life-sized bronze statues stood, watchful and waiting. Sometimes, Poyer could pick out teams of droids and Kirans cleaning the statues, or setting up their carving tools under some unfinished stretch of marble. One massive red brick building caught Anaka's attention as they made their way away from the gate and the bazaar in the basin. A single steepled roof, many stories high. Below the arch, 3 grand windows made of colored glass were mosaicked together to form a scene. 2 Kirans on either side, bowing towards a towering, central figure whose face was half hidden by golden leaf. The building itself went on and on, so that its size shrank with the distance. More stained windows ran down its near-endless length. What do they worship in there? Eelh asked. Commerce, Anak laughed. This is the Everlord's Grand Station. The beating heart of the Kiran Empire. As she spoke, a train, trailing a stack of smoke that reached up to the clouds, plunged out of the enormous station. Its cargo seemed to go on forever, until it disappeared into a tunnel in one of those Kiran hills. That is the future, she proclaimed, as if the train and the whole station were her personal creation, come in from far eastern Kiproch. From Hestio and Hestero. Pulling all of Seir together, like a bodice tightened by its strings. Shaping this grand world into perfection. This is where the empire begins anew. She held her hands out, as if awaiting their awe. Good for them, Eelh said, clearly unimpressed. What powers the train? Lakis asked, for she had not been in Seir proper for many years. What heats the steam? Ah, Anak winked, but you are a curious android. The cores of the train are enormous. Reclaimed from one of the Empire's latest conquests on Gasper. Reclaimed? Or plundered? Eelh said bitterly. Come on, let's keep moving. Poyer agreed with Eelh. He wanted to see the city, yes. He wanted to watch the merchants, and their carts piled with ripe lemons and pale oranges. To run his fingers over the cold, twisting, perfect forms of statues cut from pure marble. He wanted to know these people, there were so many of them, in their thin-waisted suits and dresses, talking and drinking and laughing so easily. So close to human, were it not for those scales glittering in the sunlight as they sauntered through the streets. And yet, the longer they stood here, the more he could see it. The shadows seemed to lag behind the people, dragging strange, liquid shapes behind them. As the people turned to look up at the clock towers, or as they dipped their fingers into the fountains, he thought he could see, not what they were, but what they might become. Scales turned to ash. Crumbling up into the air. They were smiling, even as a grainy, black wind tore at their flesh. Could none of them see it? If he blinked, he could make it go away, but only for a moment. Carriages floated past their group, their gravity rails hovering them over the uneven cobblestones. They were pulled by droids, often with 4 legs and tall, narrow heads. Anak called them drudges. She tried to hail one of these carriages, but the driver saw their group, and, as if he could smell the off-world stench from across the street, he turned his nose up and pushed his drudges onward. Metal-shod hooves clopped past. Anak seemed used to this treatment. She kept trying until finally, one did stop, a stout, 6-legged machine with a flat head that was almost buried in its body. Its thin limbs looked far too weak to haul the open-top wagon, and yet it trotted with surprising speed. The wagon hovered over the stone blocks of the road, suspended in midair by twin gravity rails. A driver sat on the front seat of the carriage, holding an apparatus dripping with a bundle of wires which he used to control the drudge's exact movements. Anak made a quick show of inspecting the undercarriage. "How does it ride?" "Well enough." "You got a choice, avian," the driver answered. The driver was a Kiran, wearing a suit threaded in a servant's black to better disguise the day's dust. He eyed their group, suspiciously. "Imperial coin only. I'm not taking any bird money." Several of the driver's scales were painted with touches of silver, but the silver was wearing off. The rest of his scales were duller than the Kiran's Poyer had seen on Gayam. His coat, Poyer could now see, was starting to split at the elbows from heavy use. Anak clicked her beak, apparently disappointed with the floating carriage. "Looks to be riding a little low. It'll clear any road in the city. Your coin will get you where you need to go." Discreetly. The driver nodded. "If that's what you'll be wanting. But she doesn't go near the undersides." "No, of course not. We're headed to an inn, near the estates. Or as near as you can get us." At the word estates, the driver lifted an eyebrow skeptically. But when Anak flashed him a coin, his skepticism melted away. He leaned forward, inspecting Lakey's as she stood at the street corner, staring blankly ahead. "The android," the driver said, "what does she weigh?" "She'll have to walk if she's heavy." It was Il who answered. "She's lighter than she looks." "Well. If the cart starts to scrape, the android must walk." Anak the merchant climbed on first, lifting her lame leg with both hands, and hauling herself up with her cane. She muttered a few directions to the driver, who nodded as she dropped a coin into his coat pocket. As Poyer stepped aboard, he felt the whole carriage rock slightly under his weight, and by the time the whole group was on, the wagon was starting to sag. Maybe it was because she hadn't talked to another avian in so long. Or maybe, she truly loved this city. Either way, Anak Palkata squawked the whole time, pointing and explaining every notable building, road, and statue. There was the Hydroseum, where they held the Populi Games. Rising behind those courthouses, there was the Veneratian itself, its fin-shaped flags fluttering high overhead. Sometimes, they could catch glimpses of the harbor down below, filled with ships and sails, and once Poyer thought he saw a massive statue, sitting high on a hill, a figure on a throne. The drudge moved expertly through the streets, weaving around other carriages and droids, its motors whirring warmly as they trudged up the hills. Even the glimpses into back alleys were cleaner than the richest streets back on Gayam. Mansions that could have doubled as fortresses, with their thick, stone walls and marbled entrances, lined the hills so densely that they almost seemed to grow over their neighboring estates. But each hill, at the very highest peak, was capped with at least one cylindrical tower. Often, a massive geometric sphere or a rounded dome was perched atop their crenellations. Poyer nudged Lakey's, and pointed at one of the towers. Not wanting to speak, lest he give away his disguise. "Observatories," Lakey's said. Anak added, "They mark the passing of the library. And map the stars. And the scar, too, I suppose. May it never falter." The library. Poyer felt needles of nervous excitement prickling in his stomach. If any place had answers, it would be the Black Library. He searched the sky, but could find no sign of it. Perhaps its orbit had carried it over the horizon. The driver slowed about halfway up this hill, where the road was lined with manicured olive trees and walls made of concrete breeze blocks, filled with open, braided patterns. Poyer could see a villa through the wall, with all its shining white plaster and multiple tiers of sun-baked tile roofs. On the southward slope, there was a 3-storied inn made of red bricks stuck together with clean, white mortar. The road curved toward the inn, and circled around a fountain where the water played its sweet, laughing music, inviting them in. Wind danced over the bushes, each one blossoming with dark, pink flowers. 2 other carriages were idling in front of the inn, pulled by drudges that were so polished, their chassis gleamed in the sun. "Welcome," Anak thumped her cane on the floor of the wagon, "to the House of the Red Rose." "This," Il said. "This one is far too open. But, my Corvini, you'll find no richer house on the Sculpin. Not looking for rich. Looking for quiet." The driver cast another one of those suspicious glances over his shoulder, squinting at Il. As if he had little patience for the desires of an avian. Anak put a hand to her breast, where the little black lizard was sticking its head out of her pocket. She scratched the underside of its chin with one blue feathered finger. My dear driver, she said in honeyed tones, would you mind taking us somewhere a little more out of the way? I believe the house of Saluka isn't too far. No undersides, the driver said, I told you that. Technically, Saluka is on the edge of the undersides. Well, never mind. Get us as close as you can, and we'll walk the rest. To spur the driver into action, Anak held another coin over the edge of the driver's seat. Then, the driver something with the tangled wires of the drudge's reins, spurring it to life. Motors whirred, and its hooves clopping in an increasing rhythm as it carried them down the hill, away from the inn and all its roses. Of the priesthood's many eyes, Natus the smaller was lost. All the others seemed to have a plan. The avian diplomats were their target. The other eyes followed the diplomats all the way to the Veneritien, or else they ran ahead to the embassy, sending bribes and gathering intelligence. The truth was, none of them knew exactly what they were looking for. The Ararcha had only said, it would be something strange. Something out of place. The Emperor, forever may he reign, wants you to find it. Another god has come to Seir. Hidden amongst the avians. And that was all she told them. The Ararcha, normally so imperious, so severe and in control, had come to the temple in a frenzied, disheveled mess. The Ararcha was always angry, but today it was as if her feet were dangling over a great fire. The Everlord had been awake for only a week, and already the ripples of his displeasure were shaking the foundations of the priesthood. What did a god look like, anyway? And how could it possibly consort with these feathered savages, let alone hide with them? When the Ararcha was finished, she snapped at them, go. Now. And to the eyes, her word was more than law. But Natus the smaller lived up to his name. As the eyes scrambled out of the Ararcha's temple, Natus caught an elbow to the face. Certainly, it was an accident. And then, a boot to the gut. Certainly. He had fallen to the ground, clutching his bruised eye. Now, he could only feel his best chances slipping through his fingers. The Ararcha had promised citizenship. Full citizenship. To feel that note, made of thick cloth, in his hands, to see his own family name written down in the old tomes, for all time. An impossible dream. When Natus recovered to find that the swarm of rabid, aspirant priests had already departed, he felt like giving up. What chance had he? But this was his calling, or at least, this was his job. And if the Ararcha caught him slacking, he could lose even the tiny corner of the temple he called his home. Not to mention her punishment. And so Natus went out into the afternoon sun. Went all the way across the city, on foot of course, because how could a lowly eye afford to live, or even travel, in a city like this? He came to the gate, not knowing what he was looking for. Just looking. Just on the off chance that he would get lucky. And for once in his life, the goddess Fortuny smiled upon Natus the smaller. It almost slipped past his notice. A merchant, an avian who had been exiled from her own planet, and now lived a vagabond's life in the merchant bazaar. Palcatus, he thought her name was. Anak Palcatus. He saw her lurking in that half-illegal cluster of tents that always surrounded the gate. This was where she made her living, and even among the crowds of disgusting E-shaped Xenos, she was often the loudest and flashiest of the merchants. But today, that gaudy avian moved furtively through the crowds. He'd never seen her rush like that. Keeping her head down. All those jewels jingling as she limped across through the maze of tents, not with her normal theatrical flourishes, but with genuine haste. He almost didn't follow her. But something about the way she was looking around, to make sure she wasn't being followed, made him think twice. And when the merchant Palcatus hailed a drudge-drawn carriage, spending money that Natus knew she couldn't afford, that was the moment. That was when Natus realized he was watching something strange. Maybe even something the Ararcha would want to know about. Even the android that walked bestride the merchant. Didn't she look strange? Yes, most of her metal was burnished plate, but there were parts of her head, her chest. Since when could avian tinkers build such exceptional, humanoid machines? Natus caught the next ride, a drudge with stuttering legs and a carriage that rode so low it looked like it might scrape against the ground. It hurt him, physically hurt him, to part with the coin required to hire the driver, but Natus felt this was a risk worth taking. Where did the gravity rails come from? Could the Kirans make them, or were they scavenged like so much else? How old were they, and how had they found them? Every question only yielded more questions. Back in Poyer's conclave, they had memorized the most important points in the galaxy, hundreds of planets and stations, and even the outposts that marked the vague borders of humanity. The world called Seir had never been among them. Perhaps, like Kaya, it had been given a different name through the ages. He hoped the library would have answers. Or better yet, if it showed him what had happened to the grid. How to fix it. But as their carriage passed through the waning afternoon, and the crowds of working Kirans began to fill the streets, his pulse began to quicken. Right now, the only thing he wanted was to find a dark, quiet place to close his eyes. Kirans leaned out of their windows, talking, laughing, singing. picking grapes off the vines or sharing glasses of dark red liquid, carrying baskets in their arms, or laundry on their shoulders as they strolled back home after a long day of work. Some had darker scales or nearly smooth skin, fins in strange places, and faces that looked less and less human as the wagon rolled down the hillside, down where the plaster on the buildings was cracked and faded, where the roofs might be missing shingles, or the houses grew closer together. Umbrella pines and old, gnarled oaks lined the paths. There were fewer wagons and carriages down here, and the droids that walked here were rusted and in sore need of maintenance. Despite his word, the driver carried them all the way to the house of Saluka. The timbers of its roof sagged, and the windows were greasy, though someone had made added clay pots to the windowsills, and filled them with flowers. There was a fountain here, though the figure standing in the center was missing its head, and water spurted out of its neck. A Kirin with grayish scales stood in the eaves of the house, sucking on a pipe. His scales were muddy brown, and starting to wrinkle around his neck, his hard mouth and dull eyes. As soon as Anak dropped a few pieces of copper into the driver's hand, he turned the drudge around and sped out the way they had come. Poyer could feel the eyes of more than one onlooker watching them from under the shade of the pines. Satisfied? Anak asked. Good enough, Ilha said. Let's get a room, before we attract any more attention. It was, of course, too late for that. 57. The city with no wings. This was a revelation, the city of Seir had no wings. On Gayam, even the lowest part of the cauldron would be full of nightwings on patrol and floating rigs held aloft by air-filled envelopes. Narrow towers and many-storied apartments punctuated the city blocks, and above it all was that ragged mountain ridge that formed a ring around the city. But in Seir, the skies felt empty. Despite the hulking temples and courthouses and amphitheaters and palace estates, the rooftops of Seir looked almost flat from above, rolling up and down those gently sloping hills. So, up here on the clay tile roof of the inn, Ilha felt naked and vulnerable. He was one of the few on Seir who could fly. If he took to the air, how quickly would he be spotted? Or would anyone be watching the skies at all? At first, he stayed as low as possible. He ran along the rooftops, only using his wings to hop from building to building. The fear of the Kirin tyranny had been ingrained in him for 9 excruciating years. But slowly, ever so slowly, he began to mold that fear. He began to understand. I'm not vulnerable. They are. On Gayam, everyone locked and shuttered their windows at night. On Gayam, everyone kept an eye on the rooftops and balconies, just in case someone was watching from above. But here, he could move more swiftly, more silently, and more freely than anyone else in the city. Completely invisible. Even the warm rush of the ocean wind was on his side, lifting him easily into the air. And with the queen's goggles on his face, the whole city was laid bare before him. Even the night could not hide its secrets. He could see the warm outlines of figures, sitting in hidden orchards and plazas tucked away in the confines of square apartment buildings. Bronze statues on high roofs that were patined with pale green rust. The rooftop clutch of cages, where someone kept a flock of cooing birds. That sent a kind of shock through him, and all he could think was, poor things. Up here, he could hear better, too. The clop of metal-shod hooves told him where the nearest drudge and carriage was, and which way it was headed. The nighttime murmurs of conversations through open windows. The crickets, rising and falling, going silent as shadowed figures walked hurriedly down dark alleys. In a way, it was exhilarating. He had never felt this free back in the cauldron. There was always some reason to watch your back. But here, he felt as though he could see everything. There was that immense oblong arena that Anak had called the Hydroseum. Its high walls led down into an amphitheater where a flat pool of water calmly reflected all the stars above and a few strings of clouds. There were the 2 grand via that intersected at the gate. Ilha fluttered to a stop on the roof of one estate, wrapped with a high, concrete wall. From the roof, he could see 4 or 5 guards, standing at the gate, or lazily wandering the dusky gardens. There was a raucous banging from inside the house, where more than a few Kirins were drinking and talking. Not laughing, but not shouting either. He's gutted it, a Kirin enunciated his words by tapping on the table. From the inside out. One day, we've got deals with the priesthood to last us the next 10 years. The next morning, all our contacts have fled. Or are lying in pools of their own blood. Another Kirin shrugged, sipping from his cup, it is the will of the gods. Gods be damned. This is my money we're talking about. The emperor thinks he can just wave that great, fat hand of his and take it. What am I supposed to do? What about everything I've worked for? You mean, what about everything your slaves have worked for? Pa, the first Kirin slumped into his chair, Xenos can't be slaves. They're lesser animals. I wasn't talking about the Xenos. I was talking about your Kirin slaves. Oh. You mean the servants? I pay them, you know. Yes, but not more than you take from them. Right. Better than a life out in the provinces. Ilha listened for a while longer, but the rest of their conversation devolved into bitter griping, and glossing over the difference between servitude and slavery, as if they were siblings. Still, it was interesting. Always, on Gayam, he had assumed that the Kirin Empire was single-minded. He had never considered that they might enslave their own kind. But, of course, only a Kirin could be so cruel, and see it as kindness. When the conversation revealed nothing further, Eel kept moving. There was so much to learn. At another window in another estate, he stopped to listen to the screams coming from inside. Sounds of passion, though genuine or paid for, he could not be sure. Either way, he flapped away once he realized what was happening. As night grew cooler, and even the rushing warmth from the ocean began to chill, he came to the Veneratien, a gargantuan, domed forum that sat in the flats between the hills. It was almost large enough to be a hill unto itself, made of brick and concrete and capped with bronze. A cluster of 7 smaller domes surrounded it, squeezing against it, though they looked like they had been added long after the main structure was set. Spires spiked out of the domes, each one was tipped with an elongated flag that trailed like the tail of an eel in an ocean current. The entrance was an open portico, supported by giant marble columns. His talons slipped on the steeply slanted roof until he found a rounded, concrete edge to perch on. Here, he could gaze upon the square below. Though it was near the heart of the city, the streets were quiet here. A cluster of black-robed priests ambled out of a temple and into the side streets. A lone droid stumbled lamely across the square. And not much else. In the center of the square, there was a fountain. The statue of a goddess rose almost as tall as the nearest building. Long flowing hair crashed down around her shoulders. Her back was arched, and she stood on one leg as she reached high into the air. How had they carved all those muscles from stone? Even the thin folds of her clothes seemed to cling to her body. She held a stone carafe over her head. Water poured from its rim, making an endless splashing in the pool below where dozens of stone-wrought Kirins were rising out of the water, delighting in her gift. They seemed to worship her, to look up at her with fearful, euphoric awe. Who was she? He wondered. Certainly no god that Eel had ever heard of. He had not thought about it before, but he supposed the Kirins had their own gods. Their own versions of humanity, immortalized in myth. Were these gods at all like the gods of Gayam? Or were they just as cruel and corrupt, like the Kirins themselves? The thunder of hooves broke the stillness of night. A team of drudges, shining in polished bronze, were hauling a close-topped carriage that hovered on a cushion of air. The driver sat on a high seat at the top. She pulled up to the steps of the Veneratian's portico, and when the carriage came to a halt, all the drudges stood eerily still, all that thunderous clopping frozen in silence. They didn't whicker or grunt, they didn't stamp their feet or chew on the leaves of nearby bushes. They didn't breathe at all. The driver waited, in the twinkling darkness of the night. So, Eel did too. In a single day, he had seen hundreds of carts and carriages in Seir, and this was by far the most lavish. Crickets sang with the steady rush of the ocean breeze. The driver cleared her throat, and sniffed at the quietness of the night. Once, she got up to check something on her drudges, but mostly she sat quietly, bored, waiting on the floating bulk of that huge vehicle. Voices from the portico. 2 Kirins in sleek suits, whispering intently to each other as they walked out of the Veneratien and down the steps. When the driver saw them, she climbed down from her seat, and brought out a set of carpeted steps that she placed at the foot of the carriage. The 2 lords sauntered, did not even spare her a glance, though she was frozen in a bow, waiting for the lord's approval. Finally, one of the lords crooked her head, and took the other by the elbow, encouraging him to ride with her. As a listener, Eel had honed a certain kind of sense. Body language could reveal so much about a conversation. About how invested the conversers were, by the way one whispered and the other shook his head in disbelief. This looked interesting. Eel tensed his muscles, quietly rolling his shoulders and flexing his flight feathers. As the 2 lords disappeared into the carriage, they had still not said a word to the driver picked up the steps after them, and climbed back up to her seat. The drudges were stirred into motion, and the clopping of hooves slowly turned the carriage around. Eel glided down, opened his wings to slow his fall, and perched, quietly, on the roof of the carriage, his talons sinking easily into the soft wood. He laid flat, with his ear as close to the back of the carriage as possible, so he could hear the hushed voices inside. How long do you think he'll stay awake this time? A man's voice. Watery with age and nervousness. All of my shipments have ground to a halt since the Emperor returned. You should see my books. Nothing but red this month. What about our protections? Our agreements? All of my contacts in the priesthood have gone dark. He says a few words, and the whole system turned inside out. Easius, my old friend, now is the time for patience. He is the Emperor. I hate him. We all do, the second voice said. A woman who sounded like she was already bored with this conversation. But this is why you must have reserves. In a few more weeks, or a year if the gods frown upon us, he'll go back to his throne. Back to sleep. And he won't be seen again in our lifetime. This little interruption will make no difference in the long run, as long as we pretend to worship him and make a show of staying in line. How can you be so certain? That's what my grandfather says, and look where it got him. Yes, but Lord Dioch is Lord Dioch. Look at Consul Vorpi. Even she has run off-world, afraid of his wrath. Don't be a fool, Easius. Vorpi has run off-world because she has a plan. What is that planet called? Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. The Emperor is nothing more than a force of nature. He will pass, like any storm, leaving nothing but a few drops of water in his wake. Just stay out of the way, and you'll keep your head. Of course, you are right, he said. You are always so wise, for someone so young. His flattery seemed to appease her greatly. And then, because the man seemed to sense his advantage, he moved the conversation to a new question. I've been meaning to ask you about your thoughts on Kyrene. Kyrene? That old upstart. I know. He's nothing more than a tribune, and a tribune he will stay. But some of the other tribuni and idiom seem to agree with him more, as of late. Commoners, she spat the word out line an insult. They've always followed him around. What little good it does them. Nothing a few coins won't change. Or knives, I'm sure. Did you hear what he said about the avians? Citizenship. 4 birds. Oh, she clapped her hands and laughed, incredible. I knew he was mad, with his populist platform. Can you imagine, provincials with the right to vote? At that, she laughed again, and this time, the man, who was trying to stay in her graces, laughed with her. No, old friend, the woman was suddenly serious now. I think that Kyrene will do what he always does. And the Veneritien will remain unchanged. Unmoved by his pathetic pleas. As it should be. So, you don't think he could cause a rift? I think he knows exactly what the Veneritien can do to him. The true Veneritien, not the lower benches. I'm sure you remember that wife of his. Yes, the old man said quietly. Yes, I do. As the carriage floated gracefully over the stone roads, Eil listened as 2 venerators discussed and insulted this Kyrene, and the other Xeno-loving idiom and tribuni. But always, they returned to this Kyrene. They said his name with such disgust. As if there was something that separated him from their ilk. Maybe, at least, there was one Kirin who was less despicable than the rest. On his way back to the inn, he almost got lost. By the time he saw that squat facade, overgrown with vines, he just wanted to crash through the window and collapse into bed. He didn't even care if the sheets were clean. But as he flapped to slow his speed, as his talons swept over the potted flowers on the windowsill, his stomach dropped. The room was dark. The beds were empty. No android. No fledgling human. Even that damned merchant was gone. Did she sell us out? He ran to the door, and yanked it open. The hallways were dark, but he could hear the tink of glassware from downstairs. He flew down the stairs, to find Anak Palkatus sitting at the bar, several empty cups in front of her. Slumped, with her head in her hands, and muttering to herself. Oh, it's you, she said, far more calmly than she should have. Her words were barely slurred. He grabbed the lapels of her worn, gaudy coat, and cawed viciously at her. Did you do this? It wasn't my fault, she blinked blearily at him. I did you a favor, staying here. I could have run, too. They came in with a whole squadron of soldiers. Look, I didn't know we had been followed. But someone knew you were here. Who? He growled. Priests, she shrugged, as if that was all the answer he needed. Priests, he spat back at her. What the hells does that mean? He was still holding her by the collar, but she seemed not to mind. As if she was used to getting roughed up on the streets of Seir. She looked more tired than anything. The priests belong to the Emperor. They came looking for you, and when they didn't find you, they took your apprentice instead. And your android. Eil let her go. He sagged against the wall, sighing with defeat. So God's damned tired. How had this happened? They had taken so many precautions. They had gone as quietly, and secretary as possible. How had they been found so easily? In a single night, everything had fallen to pieces. And, Eil thought, why isn't there any sign of a struggle? He would have to go back and check, but all of his gear, the goggles, the carbine, they were untouched. Did you sell us out? Eil said. I wouldn't do that, she balked. Eil. Come on. We're avian. At least you're safe, right? I mean, you can always find a new apprentice, yet. Eil would have laughed if he wasn't burning inside. Hating himself for being so stupid. Why did I let him come here? Something else, Anak said. He had almost forgotten she was there. She was holding out an envelope. It bore the Emperor's seal, already broken. Inside, there was a scrap of paper. They gave this to your apprentice. I don't know why. I think they were confused. They were so gentle with him. Read it to me. It could be a trap. Kirans are crafty, you know. Read it. She looked at him, her eyes only a little glassy. Then, she held out the letter, and cleared her throat. Honored one, our glorious Emperor, God and Overlord of the Kiran Empire, may it ever grow, invites you to his holiest temple. Please allow this humble entourage to escort you, with all haste. Your safety is guaranteed. 58. Statue of himself. They came while the crickets sang the city to sleep. Poyer wouldn't have noticed. He was dead to the world, trying to sleep off the exhaustion of fighting back his visions. He had learned, by now, how to push them back. But not to make them go away. It was quiet here. There were few people around, and somehow, that made it easier for the visions to subside. And so, when he lay down on the rickety bed, he fell asleep before his head hit the pillow. Only a few seconds passed, that's what it felt like to Poyer, at least, before Lakis was whispering into his ear, urging him to wake up. Divine One, she said, there's something wrong. That rhythmic shaking of the walls. That was no vision. The ground was trembling beneath the march of 100 boots. Poyer ran to the window. His heart sank. Twin lines of torches snaked down the hill, towards the house. Soldiers. Maybe 100 of them. Wasn't Lakis watching? Why hadn't she said anything until now? At the front of those twin lines, walked a figure in simple crimson robes. There was a symbol painted in white on the dark veil that covered half of her face. 7 circles, surrounding some geometric symbol. Lakis was at his shoulder, leaning out. Staring out of the same window, directly at the Imperial soldiers forming a perimeter around the house. Do you see anything? She asked, concern tightening the clicks of her voice. You can't see them. See who? The street is empty. But my sensors say elsewise. There's something wrong. The figure in crimson robes was holding a long, delicate-looking rod in one hand. A metal ball pulsed white light at its tip. It was human-made, Poyer could tell the moment he saw it. Nothing else made light like that. A machine shroud? I didn't know those were real. Lakis was still peering out into the dark, trying to detect a whole host of Kirans, that somehow she could not see. As if they were all rendered invisible, just to her. Poyer grabbed the android's hand. What are you doing? She asked. He impulsed a command, override the shroud. And she blinked, which is to say her eyes flashed dark, just for a moment. Oh, her voice caught with surprise. And then, her core started to hum. Poyer, go out the back window. I will delay them for as long as I can. No, it's too late to run. See there? They've surrounded the house. Lakis said nothing for a moment, as she scanned through all the soldiers, now standing in 2 concentric rings around the inn. Her eyes settled on the figure with the scepter, the machine shroud at its tip. Look there. Look at that symbol on her veil. She belongs to the Emperor. How were we discovered? Poyer thought about the merchant. But he cast that thought aside as quickly as it came. It didn't matter anymore. They've come for me. The question was. Why? The priestess lifted her rod, waving her hand dramatically over the ball at the tip, making it glow brighter. A tiny star, shining furiously in the night. Lakis winced, and Poyer clenched his hand tighter around hers. Even his armor began to react at that, though it seemed to stiffen around him, as if preparing for an assault. The priestess turned to one of her soldiers who nodded, and then strode toward the inn. The soldier's chest was tall, and proud, as if he'd waited his whole life specifically for this glorious task. He disappeared under the roof of the house, and a few minutes later, Poyer heard footsteps outside the door to their room. A scratching sound, as an envelope slid under the door. Followed by a polite, firm knock. Rap rap. Poyer almost didn't want to move. His heart was hammering in his throat now, and he tried to swallow it down. To steady his breathing. How bad is it? How bad did we mess up? He picked up the envelope, soft paper with a crimson wax seal. There was the imprint of that symbol, the 7 circles, and some complex geometric icon. His fingers were shaking as he tore it open. His eyes raced over the words, growing wide as he read the invitation, from the Emperor himself. And then, another question. Thousands of years. And yet, I can read this? How? Lakis, he said slowly, how old is the Emperor? No one knows. He was here when I first came to Seir, back when it was still just a city. Oh, Poyer thought. Oh. And then, he could not contain his anxious excitement anymore. I think I'm about to have a very bad idea. Lakis's eyes flashed with light, her head cocked curiously to the side. You are human, Divine One. How can you have a bad idea? I think we need to go with the soldiers. Now. Oh. A score of soldiers, standing just out of earshot. Only the priestess stood in the center, waiting for Poyer and Lakes. Maybe they could have run. Maybe they both would have survived, too. But how many of them would die, before he got away? More than none was too high a price. Perhaps his status as a god would be enough to keep this, whatever this was, from going poorly. So Poyer clenched his jaw, lifted his chin, and set his gaze on the robed priestess. She was called Ansos, and she was called a Archa. To her soldiers, she was severe and demanding. She spoke sharp orders, and when she did, their reactions were immediate. But when she spoke to Poyer, she was quiet. Not a false politeness, just quiet and reverent, as if she could conceive of no holier moment than this one. She bowed on the ground before Poyer, all her robes fallen about her and her forehead pressed against the dirty stones. "Oh, child of the stars," she said, and many other titles besides. She named him great and ancient maker, and youngest of the old ones. She kept speaking, until Poyer raised his hand. "Please, stand up. I know you mean well, but, please." As she stood, the veil that covered her eyes swished back and forth. The robes draped so heavily over her body made it hard for Poyer to judge her age, but the severity of her voice made him think she was old. Or older than most Kirans, at least. "If you are ready," Poyer said. "Take me to him." "Of course, purest one," she said hurriedly, bowing deep, "the Emperor of all things awaits you." As she began to walk, the whole square of armed soldiers moved in synchrony with her steps. The square changed shape to adjust for the buildings. A few Kirans ran ahead, their torches disappearing into the night as they cleared the road ahead. The Archa said not a word, though whether she had been instructed to stay quiet, or out of reverent fear, he could not tell. But her eyes were wide, and focused only on him, and Poyer didn't think she blinked, not even once, by the time they made it to the top of the hill. A rig was waiting for them, the wind knocking the huge, air-filled envelope so that it bucked against its restraints. 8 heavy ballast sacks weighed the rig to the ground. A gondola was attached to the underside, its outside made of some deep brown wood, polished to a shine. "Purest one," she said to Poyer, "I fear your servant machine may be too heavy." "She isn't," Poyer said. "And she's not a servant." He had only meant to correct the Archa, but she seemed stung by his comment. She cleared her throat, and said, "Yes, of course, your divineness. As you say." And gestured for Poyer to step inside. He could see 2 couches facing each other, both made of some material that glossed with slickness, leather, he thought they called it, but he wasn't sure. There were 6 round windows around the sides, but still. It was so cramped. "Purest divinity, it may be small. But I promise you, it is the swiftest way to the Emperor." He turned around to look at Lakes. He impulsed a thought at her. "Is it safe?" But when he pushed the thought out to her, the android jerked so violently that a few of the soldiers lifted their rifles. The Archa hissed at them, and they lowered the guns. Lakes narrowed her eyes at Poyer. "Did you do that?" "Yes," Poyer impulsed again, earning a smaller jump from her. "Sorry, I didn't mean to surprise you." "How?" Lakes said, her eyes fixed on him. Glowing with interest. "No, I don't have to ask. I already know how. Simply incredible. What else do I not know about you? Is this safe?" He impulsed again. "Assuming they're using the appropriate lifting gas, this airship appears to be flight-worthy. As to the situation that lies ahead," her eyes flashed, meaningfully, "I have my doubts." "Yeah, well," Poyer said, out loud this time. "You can't shut Pandora's box, can you?" "Who is Pandora?" "It's an old story." "Never mind. Come on," stepping inside the lushly furnished gondola. The rig jumped and rattled as it climbed, and the floor vibrated under his feet. He was grateful for the noise of the rig's engines. But the growing distance the ground and Poyer's body made him feel ill at ease. There were 5 other Kirans squeezed in the gondola with them. 2 guards, sitting on either side of the Archa. And 2 pilots in the cockpit, which was almost close enough that Poyer could touch them. The guards and the Archa could not take their eyes off him, and for the first time since they'd come here, Poyer wished he was still wearing that reed night mask. At least then he could hide his face. The Kirans looked like they wanted to talk to him. And Poyer wanted to believe that they were good people. He wanted to believe that the magistrate had been a corrupted outlier, a black sheep among his kind. But there was something about her scales. Azure blue, and the odd golden scales scattered up the sides of her neck. Did she know the magistrate? Did she know what he had done to all those people? Soldiers. So many soldiers. Poyer had known only one soldier, back in his time. In his home. And Marsim would never point a weapon at an old man, lying face down in the street. The red on his grey feathers. Poyer had to look away. Had to look out of the window. Down below, the dark scenery shrank away as they rose over the hills, up to the tallest hill sitting at the back of the city, where a towering shape hove into view. A statue, // A monument. The rig shuddered and thumped as they landed, though it never felt like it was completely secured to the ground. Poyer gritted his teeth against the swooping feeling in his stomach. Your Divineness, we are here. They had landed on a flat floor of stone, a ring in front of the enormous monument. A massive human, is he human? Man, sitting upon a throne, leaning back. The monument's head was so high up that even the roaring flames in their braziers could do nothing to illuminate its dark face, high above. He could just make out the bottom of its face, looking out over the sea. Bands of metal laced the stone, reinforcing it in some places. Leafing it, in others. It was a material Poyer had seen often in his past. Every droid. Every machine. The towers of his home city. All of them had been made of that metal. It was strange, how just the sight of that human-made metal made him long to see his old home again. What did it mean, when a person made a statue of himself? The gondola's door was pulled open from the outside. In front of Poyer, leading all the way up to the steps at the foot of his statue, and even beyond that, hundreds of robed figures lay prostrate on the ground, lining the path. And there, in the shadowed eaves of the temple, stood a man taller than any Poyer had ever seen before. Lakes, he impulsed. She looked at him, her eyes glowing fiercely. In case this goes poorly, he impulsed, be ready. I am never not. 59. The Emperor. The Emperor was human. At least, he had a human body. A human head. But the top half of his skull was, well, it was something else. The mask was bolted into his skin, into the bone of his skull. It folded over the bridge of his nose, and ran all the way around both sides of his head. Rounded polygons of human-made metal were fitted together, suggesting the curvature of the top of his skull and the bones of his cheeks. Where his eyes should have been, there was a visor made of 100 separate plates of reflective metal that glittered as he turned his head. And when he did turn his head, Poyer could see a variety of tubes feeding out from the mask, plugging into the back of his skull, and into his spine. A wreath of laurels, forged from gold, was seated on the top of the mask itself, in a kind of crown. But the rest of him was human. Hard, curving lips. A square jaw with smooth, sun-touched skin. A nose with a long straight bridge, perfectly symmetrical, even where it turned into metal. Only, Poyer couldn't see his light. Even Marsim's remains had light. Where was the line? How human was human? By every measure, the Emperor was a living giant. His shoulders looked like they were carved of the same stone as the statue. And even when he bowed, his head was still higher than Poyer's. Kindred. The Emperor's voice was as slow and heavy as an avalanche. At last. You are so much younger than I thought you would be. The Emperor put out a hand, gesturing at all the priests and soldiers bowing there, on the stone landing beneath his great statue. Leave us, he said softly, though his voice carried clear through the salted air. There was a shudder through the ranks. All the soldiers and all the priests who had gathered there, at the foot of the Emperor's statue, receded in waves, dispersing into the night. Until it was only the Emperor and Poyer and Lakes. And the wind from the ocean. Braziers lit the foot of the Emperor's statue, and now Poyer could see the temples that had been carved into that gargantuan monolith. Carved into the throne itself, facing out towards the city. Will you join me inside, kindred? He beckoned with one massive hand. And Poyer followed. The Emperor walked with slow, measured steps, but still Poyer had to rush to keep up. He followed the giant into the open-air temple, at the bottom of the statue. Columns reached up, supporting soaring ceilings made of concrete. Fountains lined the numerous causeways, burbling at their feet. Bronze braziers hung from ceilings or stood on tall, metal poles, each one sputtering with flame. And yet, it felt empty. There were no statues or busts or shrines to pray at. No icons or frescoes painted across the walls. Even the plants, hanging from baskets or planted in stone boxes, were all dead or dying. The Emperor stopped suddenly, at the base of a set of stone steps that led up, somewhere deeper into the temple. He was looking at Lakes, his mouth sealed in thought. And then, he turned to Poyer. When he spoke, his voice rumbled, even through the stones, you have come to my city. Why? I thought the avians would not risk their prized possession. I am not a possession. Are you sure that's how they see it? Regardless, there was great risk for you to come here. And what risk would that be? Poyer said. You don't know. The Emperor stared at him a while longer. It was so difficult to read him, with the mask covering the place where his eyes should have been. Well. Rest assured, kindred. No god, nor servant of humanity, he nodded at Lakes, shall be harmed in my city. Why have you come? I'm looking for answers. I want to visit the Black Library. The only sign of emotion the Emperor gave was a slight, but sharp, intake of breath through his nose. Ah, he said, then it is good that I found you first. The library is a damned place. And you, kindred, may never enter it. Why not? Poyer asked without thinking. The emperor was a giant, towering over him, and the longer Poyer stared at him, the less certain he was of the emperor's humanity. As a biologist's ward, Poyer had only known other biologists, but even they augmented themselves heavily, though rarely with so much inorganic tech. The cold smiths, on the other hand. They were obsessed with external mods. Or so Poyer had heard. You, the emperor said, have had the vision. How did you know? What is it? An accident? A lie? The death of all things, some say. Or, a new kind of beginning. It all depends. The Everlord of the Kirin Empire leaned down, until his face was just above Poyer's. Poyer tried not to squirm, but the liquid armor was writhing under his clothes, testing at the nape of his neck. Ready to slide into place. Could it match the Emperor's strength? He didn't want to find out. I will tell everything I know, kindred. But first, I would hear your name. Have you chosen one, yet? They named me Poyer. I am not old enough to change it. The Emperor stepped back, as if to take Poyer in all at once. His lips twisted into a confused frown. Then you are still young. But that is unlikely, isn't it? When we're born, Poyer. What do you mean? The year. Why would I know that? What an odd question. They never marked the years in Poyer's conclave. At least, not that he could remember. They would celebrate seasons, special occasions. Birthdays. But why would anyone keep track of the years? How would you even do that? How would you know what year came first? The Emperor lifted his chin. That was all he said for a long moment. The flame from the braziers reflected on the many planes of his mask. Glowing orange in all that silver. Poyer swallowed hard. The question that had been lingering ever since he'd seen the Emperor's statue was ready to boil over. He was ready to ask it. And afraid of the answer. Are you human? Poyer asked. The Emperor laughed, a roaring sound that seemed to shake the walls. Am I human? And then, his laughter was cut short, as he took a more somber tone. I am, and I am not. Long ago, that was easier to answer. Come, let me show you. And let there be no secrets between us. The Emperor did not wait for Poyer to follow. His huge strides carried him easily up the stone steps that led up into the temple. Before Poyer could follow, Lakey stopped him. I do not know him, she said. And I do not know his motives. The historians did not speak fondly of the Emperor, Divine One. Did they speak fondly of anyone? Her eyes flashed, as she parsed the question. None but you, Divine One. Then let's hear him out. Is there anything wrong with listening to him? A grey light blossomed across the sphere of her eyes. She was still hesitant. But I have to know. Poyer headed up the stairs, and Lakey's was close behind. They found the Emperor waiting for them on the highest level of the temple. He leaned on a stone balcony that overlooked the hills. Up here, there were new vines beginning to trail up the columns. Marble beds filled with soil, and tiny, green sprouts. Long veils of fabric broke up the temple, waving in the breeze that blew in from the balcony. Below, the hills rolled down into the ocean. Inky, black, and shining with the light from the stars above. And a single constellation that shone so bright, Poyer thought it was a moon at first. A jagged scar of light that cut through the night sky. It was beautiful, a soft light that glowed at its fringes. The Emperor pointed at the scar. Do you see that black speck, traversing across the scar? That is their library. The historians. There was a note of disdain in his voice. It sits far too close to the scar. What do you mean? What is that scar? Oh. There was a question in the Emperor voice. You really don't know how humanity fell. A dormant spark inside of Poyer's chest caught fire. Inflamed his whole body. Suddenly, he was burning with the need to know. My caretaker saved my life. Something happened to our city. She threw me in a cold chamber and when I woke up, everything was gone. My city. My conclave. The grid. That is all I know. Eyes or no eyes, the Emperor was watching his every movement. His heavy fist rested on the stone banister. His other hand was stroking his chin, as if he was not used to the skin there. You should know. If they were going to hide you in the dark, they should at least have given you answers. His fingers gripped the stone. He almost sounded angry when he said it. Then, he relaxed his grip. But I will do my best to explain. Everything began when we discovered the light. When we discovered that we were not alone. Change is inevitable. Perhaps we should have changed faster. But let me start at the beginning. Poyer wished again that he could read the Emperor's face. Or at least, to see his aura. But there was nothing there, nothing to see. Nothing to sense. A warm breeze flooded through the temple, as though the whole world was sighing. A cooling breeze made the flames in the braziers gutter and dance. Long ago, before you or I were born, humanity was locked to the surface of a single planet. Through the ages, we learned to reach out and touch the stars. But the space between was vast, and our vessels were painfully slow. Humanity learned how to live, not just one, but many lifetimes. Thousands of years, and more. We crept towards the limits of our reach. We discovered the edges of our reality, slowly moving apart. And just when we thought we knew it all, we discovered something else. Or, perhaps more accurately, something revealed itself to us. There were thin places in our universe. That light in the sky? Poyer asked. That scar. The scar is but one of many. Once, we had mapped them all. But now, who can say? What I do know is that the scars, long ago, were very different. Faint. Invisible to the naked eye. It was pure luck that we even found the first one. Luck, or fate, or providence. We began to study them. We discovered a great many things about our universe. About life itself. There is so much that could not exist, without those scars. The gates, he nodded, at the center of the city. Toward the gate. Your android. Even your conclave might not exist, were it not for what the light allows us to do. Poyer came to the edge of the balcony. The wind slid over the tight curls of his hair, but he didn't feel it. His mind was only focused on the Emperor. We began to learn from it. To harness it, even. Some of us worshipped the light. Absurd. We didn't even know where they came from, what it was. We still don't, though one of the theories must be correct. I suppose people always worship what they don't understand. Worship, or scorn it. Certainly, the scars are full of power. And the bravest among us ventured towards the light. To know it better. To touch it. Some of them went through. There was a hint of wistfulness in the Emperor's voice. Envy, maybe. What did they find? Poyer asked. They never came back. First, it was one explorer. And then, many. That is when humanity began to fracture. There were endless discussions, and we were split in so many ways. What were we interacting with? What physical laws did these scars follow? Without clear answers, the discussions turned to disagreement. Became bitter. And worse. What about you? Poyer asked. Where were you? A good question, he smiled at Poyer, though Poyer could see no joy in his face. I was curious, too, but more cautious than most. You cannot deny the danger of the unknown. But you cannot wallow in ignorance either, and expect everything to remain the same. He was gripping the banister now, his voice filled with eager passion. What is up there? What is on the other side? And most of all, what will they become? There is so much we don't know, Poyer. Some said we were never meant to know. I say otherwise. We are human. We are meant to know everything. His fingers were clutching the banisters so fiercely now, the stone was beginning to crack. Noticing what he had done, the Emperor breathed out a heavy sigh and let go of the stone. But I was too cautious. And there was war, the Emperor said. There were so many wars. The truth is, we were broken before the fighting began. You asked about your vision? That was how it began. With a vision from the seeds. The seeds. The Emperor looked at him, his lips pressed together in thought. He was analyzing Poyer again, and the young human felt exposed before that indecipherable gaze. Then, he turned back to the balcony. The light in the sky, Poyer noticed now, had a slight movement to it. A blurring at the edges. He thought it was the clouds, but the cotton strands had cleared away and now only that dimly glowing light rippled, high above the planet. I was not there when we found the first seed. From what I understand, they came through the scars. The first and the only things to ever come out of the light. It was early enough that we considered them gifts. Proof that there was intelligence on the other side, and proof that it wanted to talk with us. Those who worshipped the scars, for there were many of them, by then, glorified these seeds. They built cities around them. Magnificent architecture, designed to harness the powers within, and to prevent it from growing too rapidly. Your black library, among them. Why call them seeds? What were they? The Emperor shrugged, a heavy motion that lifted that enormous breastplate up from his chest. His shoulders were bare, except for the crimson silk that padded under the armor. They called them seeds because they changed people. Whoever studied them too closely, began to have visions. Of course, with so many people studying them, one prophet, became many. They claimed to see the future. A piece here. A fragment there. They began to stitch together a narrative of what was to come. But while they were busy in their cities below the scars, the rest of humanity, was starting to dream. Even those cast out, furthest from the galaxy. All of humanity. All, the same dream. The vision. The very same. A light, in the sky, that causes a change. Unmaking everything and everyone. What is it? Is it real? A part of it, at least, must be real. What do you mean? The emperor turned to regard him once more. Have you seen any children, Poyer? Have you seen anyone other than you and me? Poyer's mind flashed to the chamber, deep below the cauldron. The oracle guide had called it the vault. Filled with seeds, machinery. And cold chambers, filled with long dead bodies. And the recreation vats, that were meant to hold human DNA. Empty. Some said it came with the visions. Others, that it was a kind of radiation, spewing out from the scars. That if only we had stayed away, we might have saved some piece of ourselves. But I think they're wrong. I think there was no escape. Even if we had never touched the light. It changed something in us. Suddenly, quietly, we became aware that we were the last of humanity. They tried everything to fix it. Where do you think all of these xenos came from? They even tried to recreate our DNA from the ground up, but the closer we came to humanity, the more it became undone. Biologists and genealogists, searching for a way to correct that which had been unmade. My home, Poyer thought. My conclave. Is that what they were doing in all those labs? Trying to undo this? But that doesn't make sense. Poyer was born in the conclave. And they had been experimenting there long before he had been born. If the seeds had come, and destroyed humanity's ability to procreate before he had been born. One by one, the emperor continued, the connected systems began to lose hope. It took many centuries. Millennia, for some of the staunchest of us. But, over the years, they succumbed to our own despair. His lip was curled up in disgust. They couldn't see beyond their own failings. They were mired in the past. Weak. They were so caught up in what they had lost, they couldn't see all the opportunity that lay before them. What opportunity? But either the emperor didn't hear, or didn't want to answer. I found the records of so many wars. Chaotic. Self-destructive. They lost sight of who they were, splitting themselves further and further apart. And then, well, it's hard to follow after that. The visions. Do you see them? What do you see? I don't, he said simply. That part of my mind is gone, kindred. Much of what I know comes from the historians, who dole out their records like misers with coin. I think they must have access, up there, to the words of the old human prophets. The historians have an uncanny ability to predict certain events. But they are not perfect. Why don't you go up there, then, and find out for certain? Never. You must never go near there. I must tell you the truth, now, kindred. This world is not safe with you upon it. For now, it must be fine. But the longer you linger here, the more the scar begins to change. The library was built so very long ago, and I don't know how much time it has left. If you go up there, I cannot be certain it will remain. I will never claim to be your master, kindred, for that is not our way. But if you try to go near that library, I will do everything in my power to stop you. Poyer leaned on the banister, and put his head in his hands. He felt so helpless. Like he was facing, not a wall, but a sheer cliff, dark as night. And there was no way to climb it. I don't know anything. How do we fix this? The vision. The scars. What am I supposed to do? The emperor smiled at him, a soft smile, and Poyer felt suddenly as if he had been led down this path. As if the emperor had been waiting for him to ask this very question. Not you, but we, kindred. You are not alone. Do you know about the protocol? Good. They taught you that, at least. It was a plan of desperation. Created when we were already on the brink of death. A hope beyond hope, right at the end. But they did get some things right, and for that we should be grateful. The protocol seeks to restore humanity. There are systems in place, waiting to be awakened. If we could find more of us, more humans, we may find a way to contain this. To undo what has been done to us. And so much more. Others. Poyer said. Hopeful. Far too hopeful. You think there are other humans still out there? The universe is vast, and humanity has gone far. There is a planet called Thras et Unum. Have you heard of it? No. Not surprising. I have taken every pain to reclaim this planet. For centuries, no one has held it. But Thras et Unum is key. Why? The grid, Poyer. Thras is the old heart of the grid, and I believe it still survives. Why else would that world fight us so dearly? If we can reclaim it, if we can bring it back to life, then we may once more connect all the stars that humanity ever touched. That is how we will find them. That is how you will find them. The emperor's gaze was heavy on Poyer. Expectant. The emperor's cheeks were flushed, his deep breath slowly lifting the armor on his chest. I must ask you a favor, kindred. I must ask you to go to Thras et Unum, to find the old heart that must lie there. Why haven't you gone? You asked if I was human. I told you, it depends who you ask. Certain artifacts have stricter definitions of human than you or I might. Besides, my empire needs me. Now, more than ever. I should have never let them have those damned ships. Never mind. Poyer, it has to be you. Poyer looked over his shoulder at Lakey's. Her eyes were glowing, a dull orange. He could tell she was brimming with thoughts, and Poyer hesitated to reach out to her. I'll have to think about it. This is a challenge. I know this cannot be what you were expecting. But I can see no other way. If we want to rebuild, this must be our first step. Poyer nodded, but agreed to nothing. The Emperor breathed in deeply, clenching and unclenching his hands. Stretching the muscles in his arms. Come back to me, when you are ready to answer. And until then, if there is anything you need, you must only ask. The avians, Poyer said without thinking. What about them? Who? Oh, the Emperor waved his hand, casually dismissing him. You mean the ones with the feathers? What of them? They have been fighting for their lives. Poyer said, a twinge of outrage filling his veins. Didn't he know this? The Emperor frowned at him. You must understand me, Poyer. I am the lord of this empire, and I always will be. I do not want anyone to suffer, but I cannot control every minute detail. Their city was destroyed. There were millions of them there. His tone shifted, slightly. He exhaled his annoyance, trying to reclaim his patience. Kindred, the Xenos are not like us. Not even my Kirans. You must understand they live nasty, brutish, short lives. This is not out of turn, for any of them. They are people. I will not try to excuse their atrocities. Nor the misfortune that falls upon them. But you cannot be distracted by the comings and goings of mortal folk. There is so much at stake, and then he threw his hand up, with a sigh. The leathers of his armor creaked heavily. Remember what I said. It is dangerous for you to stay here on Seer, anyway. But, I have heard you. I cannot turn the whole society around in a single generation. Not without breaking it. I have already begun sowing seeds in favor of your Xenos, and if it truly means so much to you, I will sow more. Thank you, Poyer said. He wasn't convinced, but what else could he do? The Emperor seemed leaned forward on the balcony. Looking out over his city. Looking up where a tear of light, as bright as any moon, scarred the sky. It hung over the ocean, casting a pale, wavering reflection in those endless waters. I just wish I could count the time we have left. 60, a world with no name. After 3 days away, Finder came back. He was carrying a dead animal in his claws. The animal was so heavy, Finder's pods were humming with strain as he bobbed over the crest of the dune. Still, the animal's paws dragged against the ground, leaving a long trail in the grey sand. Kadam stood up from her work, and wiped the sweat and sand off her brow. A cold wind blew in from the ocean, and a spray of ash-colored grit came with it, dusting her with stinging grains of sand. She didn't care. Finder was back. The moment the drone saw her, he picked up his speed, zipping happily towards her. Kadam! Kadam! Look what I found! Kadam folded her arms over her chest, mock annoyance in her voice. You've been gone a long time. Oh. But I've been gone longer before. Yes, Kadam thought. You have. That had been a long, lonely week. She felt the sudden urge to reach out and hug him. Ridiculous. Not only was he a machine, but she was covered in grease and grit. Pieces of machinery were strewn across a tarp laying on the sand. The bike was coming together. If only she could get the stabilizer to be, well, stable. And the rear sets. And the casing. And the backups. A&D. Where should I put this? Finder asked, bobbing up, lifting the dead animal off the ground so that its limbs swayed weakly. What is it? Dinner. Kadam stepped over the pile of scrap and metal, careful not to kick sand into the half-finished chassis. The repulsors were wrapped in cloth and stored back in the cave, as she called it. Not that they were delicate, but she didn't want to take any chances. Far too valuable. She came over to inspect the dead beast, dangling from Finder's 4 claws. The animal looked like a wild boar, if it shared a common ancestor insects. Its skin was an exoskeleton, and the tusks that jutted from its mouth looked like chitin. Smells awful. How old is it? Oh, it only died last night. It died? Or you killed it? Not fair. It attacked me first, Finder said, his voice warbling defensively. You should be thrilled. This is the first fresh thing I found since that bird. You mean that wasp thing? Whatever. They both have wings. It had stingers, Finder. Multiple stingers. But now, she couldn't resist the urge. Kadam put a hand out, and rubbed affectionately at Finder's dome. You did good, Finder. Put it next to the pit, and I'll get the heat going. Finder chirped and bobbed a victory lap, earning a laugh from Kadam. Then, he picked up the animal carcass in his foreclaws and dragged it over to the blackened fire pit. A temp sink, one of the ones from the ruins of her cold chamber, was embedded in the sand there, underneath a grate made of reclaimed metal bars. Using the pit every night was probably dosing her with far too much radiation, but it was better than freezing to death. Finder was more than a cargo drone. And more than a ripper. But he could rip and carry and scavenge, and right now that was what she needed him for. That, and someone to talk to. There was nobody else. Not anymore. While Finder was handling the carcass, she wrapped up the chassis of the bike in the tarp, made from the lining of her cold chamber, and carefully put the pieces away. The tools, she treated more delicately than everything else, double wrapping them and making sure not to get a single grain of sand inside. Then, she went over to the pit, and impulsed to the temp sink. Her implants chimed to life, and the sink flickered on. The black ridges of the box generated just enough heat to warm her legs and the palms of her hands. The sun was falling across the grey landscape. Ash blew in from the ocean, ash and sand. The waters were so dark, they almost looked black, even in the light of day. And to the north, and to the south, the beach seemed to stretch away forever. Empty. Empty. She would cross soon. Just a few more days on the bike. And she would hope that the ship was still out there. Kadam searched the animal's corpse, looking for a place to cut. It was so bony, so thin and long-limbed, she wasn't sure she would find any meat. Maybe those eyes? Black, and covered with 1,000 scales. When Finder floated over her with the light, its eyes seemed to twinkle with life. Where did you find this thing, anyway? I followed a tribe. You followed them? They still didn't have a name for them, those strange, nomadic things that lived in tribes and wandered through the ashen wastes. Dragging their tents and their long shawls across the desert floor. Whatever they were not human. She had learned that very quickly. Before she went under, before she fled from the grid, Kadam had heard about what the biologists were working on. Reclamation projects. Anything to save the human DNA. Kadam assumed those nomads, were somehow a product of that pointless experimentation. When she wasn't working on the bike, she let herself wonder. What are they like? Clearly, they were intelligent beings. But Finder had warned her to stay away from them. I don't like the way they act, Kadam, he had said. There's something wrong with them. But he was just a drone. What did he know? If I ever get a chance, Kadam promised herself. I'll find out for myself. I had to follow them. You told me to find food. They had food. Wait, Kadam looked at him. When you say they had food. There was a whole pack of these beasts with them. Sitting around their campfires. They have pets. Kadam said. And then, she wrinkled her face in disgust. Finder, did you kill one of their pets? I told you, Finder shrugged, a little maneuver with his claws that Kadam had taught him, it attacked me first. She looked back at the carcass. A sick feeling rising in her throat, all the way from the pit of her stomach. She swallowed hard. I can't eat this. It's safe, Finder said. I checked it. Nothing that can't be cooked out. No. Finder. Just, no. This is someone's pet. Kadam. He turned to her. The tiny screen on his face wore a shamed expression. Did I mess up? I'm sorry. His screen face drooped, pitifully. How could she hope to explain? He's just a drone. No, Finder. It's. Thank you for trying. Can you get my shovel, please? She spent the rest of the evening digging a hole in the wet sand, just large enough to hold the bony animal. Its slender limbs ragdolled as she carried its corpse, still smelling awful, into the hole. Kadam started to cover it with sand. She didn't even realize there were tears on her face, until she wiped at her cheeks and felt the wetness there. Kadam didn't know why she was crying. It wasn't for the boar. That night, she ate the same meal she had every night for the last month. Ever since she had woken up. Vacuum-sealed beans, and something, a fruit paste? That had been dried into chewy cubes. The sea was salty, but she had swapped the filtration from her cold chamber to desalinate water, so at least she never went thirsty. 2 moons lit the night sky. One was much smaller, a pale, icy thing only a fraction larger than the stars. The larger moon moved the wrong way. Retrograde. It had a huge, dark crater that almost covered one of its faces. And, of course, there was the scar. A dull light misting at its jagged edges. She hated looking at it. Hated thinking about how much it had grown, since she'd slept. From what she could see, its dam was still intact. But it was so small, and so far away, how could she be certain? The next morning, Kadam was sitting on the tarp, with all the pieces splayed out before her. Facing the sea. Her mask was a piece of glass, with straps from the cold chamber, but it got the job done. Concentrating hard, she stuck her tongue out as she slid the cold torch over the seams. Finder hovered over her shoulder, watching her work. Finder, she said, did you see any adapters while you were out? I don't want to use wires if I can help it. Saltwater corrosion. No, he said, bobbing lower. The screen of his face flashed an expression. Shame. Same as last night. Most people thought that was the problem with drones. No subtlety. No depth of emotion. But Kadam liked it. It made them easy to read. Simple. You always knew what you were dealing with. Aren't there any in the cold chamber? Finder asked. Stripped it, she said. Guess that means I can stop holding out on the pedals. I'll try that insulation idea. If Kadam were being honest, she was just glad to move on. Excited even. The bike was coming together. If she really wanted to, she could probably get it flying today. She propped the chassis up, and laid in the cold sand for a better welding angle. Metal turned hot and red under the heat of her torch. How can I help? She looked up from her work. Her eyes focusing on Finder. Finder, her only friend in the world. Maybe the only one left, for all she knew. Finder had found her, buried beneath all that sand. He was the one who had pulled her out of the chamber, and in those first foggy days, he had been the one to help her stay alive. But now that she was awake, truly awake, she needed him less and less. More than anything, she just liked having him around. Where had he come from? No clue. Finder said, when I woke up, my birth factory was filled with sand. There was nobody around. So I went looking. And that's when I found you. He was a newer model. That much, she was sure, because they weren't making drones with repulsors back before Kadam went cold. At least, not in factories. Part of her wanted to crack him open. To find out what changes they had made to his model. But she was afraid she wouldn't be able to put him back together, especially not with the cheap spare tools she had found in the drop pod. Finder was still bobbing there. Waiting for an answer. Go patrol. But don't go too far this time. I'm getting close to trying this thing out. The screen of his face lit up. Okay, Kadam. I'll go on patrol. Finder tilted his body, and his repulsors lit up, pushing him across the sand. As he zigzagged up the dune, his distant voice hollered back over the pounding of the sea, I'll be back by nightfall. But he wasn't. And the next morning, when he still wasn't back, she was sick with fear. Where is he? Just as she was gearing up to go out and look for him, Kadam heard the whispering whine of his core in overdrive as he streaked down the dune towards her camp. He was bobbing furiously. And shouting her name. Kadam. Kadam. She ran to him, catching him, holding him aloft. His repulsor was sputtering, running low on energy. Kadam, he sagged into her, I tried to distract them. I tried. They must have followed its scent. The nomads. Finder put out a claw, pointing up the dune. They climbed together, Finder bobbing slowly alongside her as she crawled and dug her way up the immense height of all that sand. At the crest of the dune, it took her a long time to adjust. A sea of dunes, marching out, forever into the horizon. A long trail in the sand lay behind them. Even from this far away, it was obvious, they had been walking for miles. Never wavering from their course. They were coming straight for her. 61, scrap metal masterpiece. How close are they? She impulsed up to her drone. Finder's voice echoed back through her implants. They've stopped. Kadam looked up at the crest of the dune. The hill rose, as fat and tall as a porter's frigate, so that it cast a long, dark shadow over the glass-black ocean. She could just make out Finder's silhouette against the white light of the sun. They've stopped? Yes, his voice filtered in through her mind, as clear as if he was standing next to her. Clearer. They're looking at me. I think they're afraid of me. Well, that would give her more time. Kadam didn't know why, but her heart was hammering in her chest as she made the final cuts on the bike. What did they want? What were they like? They would be the first people Kadam had met in thousands of years. She had to know. Ribeiro, her old friend and even older mentor, had told her to bring a weapon. A carbine. A handheld. Damn it, Kadam. Bring a knife at least. But she had refused. Taking only her goggles, and her favorite kit of tools. Space was limited, after all. And so far, nothing had attacked her. Until Finder found the nomads, she hadn't known there was anything alive on this sand-blasted planet. The bike wasn't going to get any better. She had been holding out, hoping that Finder would scavenge just a few better parts. But now, there wasn't any time. When she was younger, she might have cursed herself. Why did I take so long? Why did I wait? But that wouldn't help her get this finished any faster, so she quieted that part of her mind, and moved deliberately with the torch, as fast as she dared. She had been building it for over a month, working on the designs as she went. The whole grid was down, which meant she had nothing to draw from, no shortcuts but the ones she could remember. She mounted the core in the middle, and fastened her seat on top of that. And then, it was done. It felt too soon. Too sudden. Kadam wiped the grease off her brow with the back of her arm, pulling grit and sand with it. The bike was what Ribeiro would have called an abomination. She could almost hear him screaming it at her, his exaggerated outrage. Kadam! What nightmare machine have you brought into this beautiful life? But she was rather proud of it. The nose cone of her drop pod formed the better part of the chassis, and its serial number was still visible, an indentation in the metal. The seat, the handles, the rear sets, all of those were made from pieces of scrap metal, welded together. Mostly from her own crash, but a couple of things that Finder had gone ranging for over the last weeks, on his other trips out into the grey desert. Radiator gills, hand-designed and hand-cut, lined the sides. Well. It's not pretty, but it'll fly. There were 6 repulsor pods, 1 on each corner and 2 connected to a gimbal she could control manually and by impulse. And the stabilizer, well, as long as she was balancing on the bike, it would get the job won. But the moment she stepped off, the whole thing would wander. Or tip. Or both. Finder, she impulsed. Are they still waiting? Yup, he said. They haven't moved. It's a bit creepy, if you ask me. That meant she had time to test. Before she closed up the wiring, she flicked on the repulsors, and twisted the throttle. Vroom. The power core roared to life, before falling down to a low hum. Each repulsor pod blazed with energy, lifting the bike off the tarp, blowing the fabric and swirls of sand around her feet. She had to cover her face to keep the grit out of her eyes. Damn, Kadam thought, I'm good. Part of her expected Ribeiro to snort. To knock her down a peg or two. It was like a phantom, living in the back of her mind. He's gone, Kadam. They're all gone. Kadam held the brake, and the front 2 repulsors glowed brighter, locking the bike into place. And when she moved the throttle, she felt the lift from the gimbaled repulsors, struggling to push the bike forward. The metal chassis creaked against the strain. One bolt in particular looked precarious. But it was working, and it was more than enough. Kadam turned off the bike. Pushed the last of the wires back inside, and closed it up. Twisting a bolt there, or pushing against a piece of scrap here. And then, she couldn't bear it any longer. She had to see them. The hill was huge, and the hike was steep, but it calmed her nerves to climb. By now, she had grown used to walking on the soft mountain made of sand and ash. Her feet slipped, but if she stayed low, she could use her hands to dig into the cold sand and pull herself up. She stopped only a few arm lengths from the top of the hill, trying to stay out of sight. Finder was floating out in the open, serving as sentry and as warning. Wind blew sand and dark ash in streams through the air, hissing slightly against Finder's metal body. What are they doing? Kadam asked. Waiting, he said. His voice bending musically on each syllable. Watching. What do you think they want? You know what I think. Kadam gripped a fistful of cold sand, and pulled herself up. Peeking over the edge. The dune's height was dizzying. Thousands of parallel ridges snaked down into the valley of sand. Distance blended them into a single, grey texture. The shadow of another dune cut through the valley, and that's where they were. Clustered against the very edge of the shadow. She couldn't blame them for avoiding the sun. Her wrist implant had been screaming at her the last few weeks about her radiation intake, but what could she do? All the way up here, the nomads looked like slender specks of black. If she squinted, she could just make out their long, flowing robes. Some of them wore nothing at all. And some of them were crouched on all fours. Behind them were 3 long rectangles, covered in black fabric. What are those? Sleds, Finder. To haul their belongings across the desert. What do they eat? Where do they come from? And so many other questions flooded her thoughts. I want to talk with them, Kadam said. I don't think that's a good idea. What if they're friendly? Kadam. What if they have supplies to trade? Or information? What information? Finder said. If he were human, if he were not governed by his programming, he might take a harder stance. But he was just a drone, so all he could do was try to make her see his logic. His point of view. Kadam, I've crossed 18,000 kilometers of desert in the last month alone. I've seen 4 separate tribes of these nomads. The sand, the nomads, the desert. There's nothing here. They have nothing to tell you. How can you say that? This is their home. Maybe they know things you don't. And before he could say anything else, she climbed on top of the crest. Her feet sank into the sand, making rivers that ran down both sides of the hill. She tucked her hair behind her ear, letting the wind pull the rest out of her face. For a moment, all the nomads, their distant silhouettes, seemed to draw more tightly together, becoming a single black shape against all that grey. She waved. And then, there was a scream. It was a mortal sound. A cracking, shrieking sound that pulled up from the depths of the valley, carried by the wind. If she hadn't been listening, she wouldn't have heard it. Kadam. As one, the nomads lurched forward. As if compelled all by the same force. Something about it made her feel uneasy. Kadam, Finder pleaded. They were fast. So much faster than they ought to be. The four-legged ones raced ahead of the others, zigzagging through the valley. Before she could think, they started climbing the base of her hill. Compared to her slow, labored climbing, they seemed to almost glide over the sand. Shit! Kadam took a step back, her left heel sinking into the cold sand. Something primal kicked on inside of her. All the breath was sucked out of her lungs. She turned around, and started to run. Taking huge, leaping steps down the hill, bounding towards their camp. Towards the great grey sea. She stumbled and slid and dropped and fell and ran, and Finder floated next to her, urging her onward. Before she reached the flat plain of the beach, Finder chirped an alarm. There were 3 of them, skittering down the hill. More of those boar things. Their exoskeletons glistening in the sunlight. They didn't bark, so much as chitter and chirp at each other. And high above, the rest of them crested the dune. Again, that mortal, piercing screech echoed down from the hillside. 2 of the boar things ran in front of her, trying to herd her into the third. Kadam almost didn't make it to her bike. Finder threw himself at one of the boar things, his claws extended, his repulsors kicking up plumes of sand. The boar thing yelped, at first in surprise, and then in pain, as Finder's claws caught its head and wrenched. Its cry was cut short. The body fell to the sand with a whump. But the other 2 were on her now, snapping at her heels as she climbed on the bike. And punched the throttle. It sputtered and the repulsors fluttered to life, their brilliant light making the 2 beasts yelp and leap back. But there was something wrong. Something she had forgotten to test. The throttle worked. The bike had lift. But it had no thrust. Finder! Kadam yelled over the hum over the core. Kadam, look! Finder shouted back. He pointed with a free claw at the dune. They were sliding down, skating down the ridge over the sand. All of them screaming that same, awful scream. One of them, a tall, slender thing, had taken off its robe, revealing a set of 4 diaphanous wings. On any world other than this, it might have been beautiful. She could see each dark vein outlined in the glassy membrane of its wings. The wings fluttered once, twice. And then, began to buzz faster than she could see. The nomad took flight. Its shadow raced across the sand. Both of the boar things were circling around her again. Sensing her distress. Closing in. Kadam put her foot on the sand, and kicked as hard as she could. The bike moved, perfectly frictionless. But it was still way too slow. Drag me. The drone rushed to her side, circling around her front. He latched 2 claws onto the handlebars, and pulled as fast as he could, his own repulsor flaring with light. They hovered over the wet sand. Over the first, slender sheets of water. And over the gently lapping waves of the ocean. It was all she could do to stay on the bike and kick at the beasts as they leaped through the water, splashing her with near-freezing wetness, clapped their mandibles at her legs. Waves threatened to push them back, but still they kept jumping at her. She screamed at them. Even when the water grew too deep, they started to swim. Their eyes, huge, bulging things made of thousands of interlocking black scales, were fixated only on her. The others, the slender upright nomads, were wading through the tide, too. They had tools, rusted pieces of sharpened metal that they could not have made themselves. But she had an advantage. She didn't have to fight the water. Still, even when she was out of their reach, they kept coming. Dragging themselves through the deepening water, frothing at their mandibles. A shadow passed over them. And with it, the buzzing wings descended. Sharp claws. Long limbs. Hard, segmented skin. It fell on her in an instant. Screeching. Kadam threw her hand out, not even thinking. The spiked ridges of the nomad's skin tore the back of her hand open. She screamed. It was Finder who saved her. He clamped his whole body on the winged nomad, on its back. Crushing it at the root of her wings. He didn't tear it in half, but it was close. Then, he dropped the nomad's body. It plummeted into the water with a splash. And even as it began to sink, its wings twitching badly, and a yellow-green leaking out of its spine, the nomad kept coming. Trying to crawl through the water toward Kadam. Making an awful hissing sound as it clawed. sank, clawed itself back up, made one last drowning hiss, and disappeared behind a wave. And then, it was quiet. All she could hear was the lapping of the water, the distant crash of the shore, and the hum of the repulsors. Even the splashing of the other nomads was gone. Finder came back, gave her bike one more push, and then floated alongside her. It held its momentum as she moved ever deeper over that solid, black water. The sea yawned before her. Her hand was throbbing, and blood was dripping down her wrist. Her implant was screaming at her, and she accepted its recommendation. A numbing agent flooded up from her implant, and the bots in her blood began to swarm out, already clotting the blood and attempting to thread new skin in place. Within a few minutes, the throbbing had eased to a dull ache. Finally, she could catch her breath again. Behind her, the dune where she had spent the last month of her life, the first month of her new life, after waking up alone in the wake of humanity's extinction, receded until she couldn't pick it out from the other dunes that marched along the sea's edge. Rolling on and on, until they became a thin, grey line on the horizon. "Are you okay?" Finder asked. It was one of the things she liked most about him. He never rubbed in her mistakes. Never judged her. Some droids loved to gloat, or loved to lecture, or loved to make a point. But Finder wasn't like that. "All my stuff is back there. I don't think we should go back." "Guess you were right," she said, and forced a smile, despite the disappointment, the anger, roiling inside her. How could I be so stupid? I could have at least gotten my gear together first. Her food. Her canteen. Her tools. But that was in the past. And all she could do was move forward. "I'm going to try to rewire the thrusters." "You know where the ship is?" Kadam asked. "East and east, Kadam. East and east." 62, the stone. "You brought a god to Seer." "No," Eelh said. "I brought a human." Anak threw her wings into the air. "What's the difference?" It was hard to think with her pacing circles between the bed and the side table. Her leg thumped with every step, and she gestured wildly as she spoke, squawking her disbelief. "By all that is holy, why didn't you tell me? I can't believe I brought the last living god to the undersides." "Divines. You said he was a reed knight." "Merchant," Eelh said, "can you sit down? I mean, I knew he wasn't. I knew you were hiding something. But this? My gods. A god." Eelh was sitting on the windowsill of their cramped, rented room, watching the sun come up over the low hills. It was a warm globe, sitting on the ocean, turning the violet horizon to blue. He was flicking a lockpick between his fingers. First, it was between his index finger and the long flight feather there, and with a quick motion he flipped under his palm, and made it appear between his knuckles. The more Anak squawked, the faster his fingers danced. "I touched him," Anak thumped to a stop. "These hands. They touched him." She dropped to her knees, her false leg clumping hard against the old, mosaic carpet. Anak Palkatus clapped her feathered hands together, clasping them under her large, brilliantly colored beak. "Gods of all that is, and all that ever was. Hear my prayers. Dotran, defend me." "Anak," Eelh growled. "Kenya, grant me your iron strength. To, spare me your judgment, for I have." "Anak, would you please shut up," Eelh growled. "I'm trying to think." "I let him go." "Oh, gods. They came for him, and I hid. There were so many of them." "Then help me," he said, almost viciously. She blinked. "How many were there?" "Dozens," she said. "Dozens and dozens. So many soldiers. What could I have done? Oh, gods. I should have done something." Down in the streets below, the people of Seer were beginning to wake. They came quietly at first. Women in thin dresses that swished and flowed like fins in the water. Workers wearing overalls or vests with wide open chests. The foot traffic flowed both ways, though most were headed down to the harbors. Occasionally, he would catch sight of one with scales glittering in the early morning sunlight, but most of the people here were darker scaled. Shadowy blue, or deep sea green, or dull grey. Did they have castes here, too? Only the ones with the glittering scales walked with that slow, arrogant elegance that Eelh had come to associate with Kirankind. The rest of them moved like they had places to be. Still, even the poorest among them looked wealthy, compared to the people of Lowtown. Their clothes were brightly colored and freshly cleaned. Eelh saw no gutter wings here, no dirt-stained beggars, hobbling along the road. One cart stopped across the street from Eelh's window, and a Kiran woman started selling fruit to passers-by. Not a single thief came to eye her wares. He watched. Even though there were no soldiers nearby. "How long would it take to walk to the Emperor?" Eelh asked. She squawked a laugh. "You think you can just walk up to him? Gods, Corvini, don't you know anything about this city? Eelh ground his beak together. Frustrated. Have to do something. Eelh. He's the Everlord of the Empire. This is not some monarch of some city. He is an equal to the gods themselves. Some worship him as more than that, gods forgive me for saying so. Then he's human. Whatever he is, he's immortal. Utterly in control. Eelh blew a frustrated caw. He slipped the pick back into his pocket. The last day, and the last night, had taken their toll on him. He had flown back, hoping to collapse into that rickety bed, and sleep. But now? What choice do I have? I'll fly, and I'll have to hope I figure it out on the way. Eelh put his hands on the ledge of the window. He was about to put his talons up, when he saw something. Something's coming, Eelh said. As the sun pulled itself up, the morning traffic grew thick with Kirans, and a few other Xenos besides. But now, the throngs of aliens moved out of the way, as a huge carriage was pulled down the hill. It was immense, almost the size of a building. Brightly colored flags whipping from its absurdly ornate roof supported by thick, wooden columns, and it hovered slowly down the concrete switchback and onto the street below. 4 drudges standing on unnaturally slender legs hauled the carriage forward, their legs moving in perfect unison. Leading the whole thing was a soldier, sitting high on a drudge that had been fitted with a saddle, and armor plating down the legs and sides. The rider looked comfortable, maybe even lazy, as his machine proudly clopped down the winding road. Even in the richness of the Kiran cityscape, this parade stood out. The darker-scaled Kirans seemed to forget about their daily tasks to watch this lavish escort make its way into the underside of Seer. Has to be him, Eelh said. How can you tell? It looks wrong. I've learned. If it looks wrong, it's probably him. Come on. Eelh was only half right. The 2 avians came to the front of the house, and found the master of the house was already there, scooping and bowing and snapping his fingers at his servants to get the house ready. Just in case whoever this was wanted to spend the night. The carriage did not lurch when it stopped. It just stopped. The soldier on his drudge stopped with it, and did not look around. Instead, it was the driver who leaped into action. He jumped off the carriage, and made his way to the side, meaning to open the door. But someone else opened it first, from the inside. A slender, proud-chinned Kiran stepped out. That's all right, Matthias, he said to the driver. Thank you, though. Let the master of the house know we won't be staying. Thank you. The driver had a confused look on his face, as if he'd never been thanked by a noble before. Meanwhile, the noble was already climbing down from the carriage. He wore long, white robes, simple and archaic, and yet not out of place. A tarnished ring on his finger could have been made of copper, or old brass. His piercing eyes settled on Eelh. Interesting, the Kiran said. You're avian. Of course you are. Gods, everything fits, down to the last detail. A scattering of shining, silver scales ran up his neck, up his chin, and dusted just under his eyes. Somehow, the archaic robes almost looked fashionable on him, pulled slightly away from his neck, revealing his high collarbones. The rest of his scales were coral-colored, blending back over his bare arms and one shoulder into a pale azure. Muscles that had once been conditioned, but were starting to soften, gave him the appearance of an old soldier. You must be Eelh, the Kiran said. How do you know? Well, it can't be her, the Kiran nodded at Anak, who was frozen in a bow. And when she realized he was talking about her, she bowed even lower until her hat scraped the ground. Your lordship, she said. Please, friend, that isn't necessary. I've been sent by his gloriousness, the Everlord of the Kiran Empire, and etc. You get the idea. I am Naoj Kyrene, tribune of the Venerit Yen. Kyrene. Only last night, Eelh had overheard the other nobles talking about him. Marking him for death. This could be no coincidence. But Eelh only cared about one thing. Where is he? Kyrene eyed him, his mouth pressed together in a thoughtful expression. Well, it seems you already know why I'm here, then. I've been told to collect you. Frankly, there's a lot going on here that I don't quite understand. I woke up this morning to the most unbelievable message. But it bore the Emperor's seal, so here I am. Kyrene's smile was curt and short and a little embarrassed. Apologies, he said. I was never very good at this diplomacy thing. The truth is, I'm supposed to convince our young divinity that his task is of the utmost importance. And for some reason, he asked for you. What task? Kyrene lifted his chin to look around, at the throngs of Kirans. A few were still staring and pointing at the carriage, but most of them had moved on. Still, this Kyrene seemed to prefer prudence. Please, join me. It's safer to speak in the privacy of the carriage. Safer for who? Eelh wondered. But there was something about this Kyrene. Maybe it was a trick of appearance, those simple clothes, the way he held himself. The way he stepped onto the carriage, as if he was unused to such an expensive form of travel. He left the door open, as he disappeared inside its roomy depths. A Venerate. Anak said, A Venerate came all this way to see you? Since when did Corvini become ambassadors? Come to think of it, since when did Corvini escort living gods? What's a Venerate? Anak blinked at him, you mean, you don't know? Eelha stared back, hard. Sorry, I just figured you being a diplomat. Never said I was. They don't have kings and queens here. It's different. The leaders are chosen. They're supposed to be chosen by the people, but, well, that doesn't really work that way. Tribune Kyrene is low in the ranks, but he's still part of the Veneratian. And he's a bit different than the others. How so? Anak leaned in, and made her voice low, he thinks of himself as a man of the people. You know. The low people. Provincials. Xenos. Us. That's why he's not very popular with the other Venerate. Can I trust him? She snorted a laugh. And then, she stopped herself. Oh. You're serious? I suppose he aims a bit straighter than the rest of the politicians. Good enough, Eelha said. Come on. What? She spluttered. You want me to go with you? Why not? I let them take him. I didn't know who he was, but I ran and hid. Could you have stopped them? There were 50 of them. They had guns. Then you did the right thing. You stayed alive. You want to help? Then, come on. He didn't have to ask again. Anaka's colorful chest swelled with renewed resolve. Together, they ducked inside the carriage, it didn't even sag, as they climbed aboard. Whatever was holding it up was strong. Expensive. The first thing Eelha noticed was the absence of guards. It was just him, Anak, and the Kiran. Odd. What kind of noble doesn't hire guards? Kyrene was sitting on one couch, squeezed against the window. He was running his finger along the gilded windowsill, eyeing the dust that came up. Then, he wiped it on the seat, as if this carriage belonged to someone else. His face crinkled into that crooked smile as he watched them enter. Please, join me. Sit down. And as they did, Kyrene knocked on the wall behind him, and the cart lurched into motion. Where are we going? Eelha asked. The Emperor's statue. I doubt we'll see him. He's a very busy, deity. Deity? You think he's a god? He's older than Seer itself. What else could he be? Does that mean he's human? Eelha wondered. But again, only one thing mattered. What does he want with Poyer? With who? Oh, you mean, and here, his voice grew hushed, the Savior Divine. Yes. The Emperor has asked our Savior for help. Maybe you don't understand, the Emperor never asks for anything. I didn't believe it myself, but so it is. And here we are. What is he asking for? There is a planet, torn by war. A war that we started. This planet, Thras, is a nothing world. A place of passing. But the Emperor seems to think there is something of extreme importance in the jungles of Thras. And, of course, he's right. He's not the only one who thinks that, Anak said, more as an aside to Eelha than anything else. What does that mean? One of the Empire's oldest enemies, Sen's world, has been vying for Thras as well. For nearly a century, though I believe their resolve is faltering. Whatever lies hidden is particularly, resistant, to discovery. Then the Emperor thinks that Poyer is the key, or something. That's what I think, Kyrene nodded. And that's why it's my job to convince him to go. He's just a fledgling. A child. Is he? Kyrene arched his eyebrows. That's all. Eelha closed his beak. What was he supposed to say to that? What do they know about Poyer already? Gods be damned. Reich should have sent a better avian for this job. Someone who could untwist all these nonsense schemes. Well, Eelha thought. If he wants to talk, you might as well keep him talking. So, where does that put you? Eelha asked. You mean, why does the Emperor need a lowly tribune to do his dirty work? I asked myself the very same question. But the Everlord does not always deem it necessary to explain himself. Fortunately, I've pieced together a few, unfortunate details. Unfortunate how? Kyrene clenched his jaw, as if what he was about to say was difficult for him. As if it pained him to think about. He leaned back in his chair, and looked out the window, where sun-dappled olive trees rolled past. I heard about your magistrate, Kyrene said. Eelha tensed. I heard about what he did to your city. You have my condolences. Keep them. Eelha said. The magistrate is dead. I made sure of that. Kyrene turned back to face Eelha, a new light in his eyes. Not quite a smile. So that was you. I heard he fell from a very great height. He deserved worse. Yes. Well. Very few of us get what we deserve. He said it with more than a hint of bitterness. My father was a magistrate, too. Very different from yours. Perhaps that's why he died, the way he did. How's that? Poison, Kyrene said blankly. Easily. As if it was a wound that had scarred over so completely, he couldn't feel anything there anymore. It's the favored tool of the Veneratien. That, and Xenos assassins. You know, for a group that pretends to hate Xenos, they certainly do employ them quite often. Just keep him talking, Eelh thought. There's something here. Something he wants to say, but hasn't figured out if he should, or not. What was your father like? Eelh said. He was as cold and distant as the world he watched over. I grew up there, in the frozen mountains, surrounded by more Xenos than Kirans, you know. It was a good upbringing, and I wouldn't trade it for any other. Do you hate Kirans, Avian? The question smacked him in the chest, like the backblast of a rifle. So sudden, it threw him off balance. He said slowly. And then he made up his mind. Yes. You should. We are diseased, as a people. We are a toxin that spreads through the blood of the worlds. But it wasn't always this way. There was a time when the Veneratien stood for the people of Seer. There was a time when Seer was not a place, but an ideal. The hub of all the worlds. Can you imagine a place where Xeno and Kiran live side by side, as equals? Where it does not matter who you were born to, or how much you were born with? No. That was Eelh's first thought. Not even on Gaim could such a fantasy exist. There was an order to things. That's just how it was. When no one answered his question, Kyrene gave a pained sigh. Absurd. Out of my mind. I've been saying the same thing for almost a decade now. I have wasted my life, spouting the same idealistic drivel in the courts. Nobody hears me anymore. Not even my own constituents come to hear me speak. And then, I heard the savior had come. His eyes were alight again, with a kind of burning excitement. And I heard of the wondrous deeds he committed. When I meet him, I will kneel at his feet, and I will thank him with all my soul. Because only now, only just today, have I realized what I've been doing wrong. Words are nothing. Action is all. Think about your magistrate. That cankerous old fool. He was a prime example of the problem. But what did we do? What did any of us do? Our soldiers followed orders. Our nobles turned a blind eye. How many of your people died, living, thinking beings, through our inaction? 2 gods damned many, Eelh thought. His blood was pumping now, a strange mixture of anger and something else running in his veins. What the hells is he getting at? But your magistrate, he was only a puppet. Only a cog in this vile machine we call the Veneratien. Venerable. Pa. Yes, the way is so clear to me now. I should have seen this years ago. A consul, by the name of Vorpi. Have you heard of her? Eelh furrowed his brow. He looked over at Anak, who was shaking her head. Where there had been fearful respect before, now there was only dread. No. Anak said. No. Yes. Kyrene shouted. He was sitting forward now, every word inflamed with passion. Vorpi and her ilk have tainted our great empire for far too long. She thinks she can control them, with her gifts. And she can, damn her. She was the one who supplied your magistrate with so many soldiers. She was the one who gave him that fleet. She was the one who killed his voice caught. He stopped. Swallowed hard. His hands were balled into tight fists, that made the scales on his knuckles stand unnaturally rigid. And now, she's gone to Thras et Unum. She has gone to redouble the efforts of the army there. She thinks she can regain the Emperor's favor by throwing away countless thousands of Kiran lives. Dull scales. So much death. That is why I'm going to Thras et Unum. And that is why I hope you will help me convince our divine savior to join us. To put an end to this. To right that which is wrong. I mean no offense but, Anak said carefully. She was stroking the underside of her beak, the jewelry on her wrist jangling against each other, but what can you possibly do there? What does one tribune change? Every avalanche begins with a single stone. And I intend to throw it. I have a plan. No, the Emperor has a plan for me. You see, he can't just rip away control from our venerate. If he did, all the rules, all of Seer, might fall to pieces. But through me, he can evoke change. Then what? Eelh scoffed, a cawing sound from the back of his throat. You're going to go there, and tell her to stop. I am going to bring her an official declaration of justice. I am going to demand her arrest. The wings of his lips lifted in a smile, but Eelh could see no joy there. Only pain. But you're a tribune, Anak said. She's the consul. What's to stop her from killing you? It is time to act, Kyrene said, I will be the stone that brings down the mountain. Now Eel could see it. The light in his eyes. It was not just passion, it was madness. 63. Dream and Delusion. The timbers of the carriage creaked and swayed as it hovered up the winding roads. Whatever kept it aloft, some piece of old tech, Eel thought, strained as the incline steepened and the drudges struggled to pull it higher up the slope of the hill. At the northern edge of Seir, the hills crinkled the landscape. Switchbacks cut into the hillsides, allowing for carts and rickshaws to crawl up their heights, but the roads were too slender for a carriage of this size. Gnarled olive trees sprouted from the cracks in the hill, seeming to grow out of the rocks themselves. And each time Eel looked out the window, his stomach dropped. The buildings, the trees, the roads far below were now only tiny versions of themselves. It was beautiful, but the way the carriage floated off the edges of the road, and nothing was below him but that craggy drop far below. Eel could fly. But not while trapped in a box. Neither Tribune Kyrene, nor Enoch the merchant seemed bothered by the questions that bubbled up in Eel's mind. What if the tech gives out? What if one of the drudges slips? Enoch was still trying to wrap her mind around Kyrene's intentions. You think me mad, he said. No, she said, no, I think it's perfectly reasonable for a lowly tribune to walk into the middle of an active war zone to demand the arrest one of the most powerful generals in the Kiran Empire. I see no problem. Someone has to do it. Do they? Enoch asked, but Kyrene seemed not to hear her. He seemed to hear only himself. There are no venerate left with the strength to risk it all. Even Dioch, with all his legions, wouldn't dare. She is at her weakest, she is a tree without any roots. And someone must make the first chop. You want to die? Enoch asked. Kyrene barked a laugh, ha. No one wants to die, avian. But my death will bring her no gain, and will only give the rest of the venerate cause to turn against her. I have her trapped. If she kills me, she will surely fall next. If she doesn't, then I will be allowed to make my case for her arrest. And if you're wrong? Eel asked, tearing himself away from the window. His stomach was lurching, and the movement of the carriage didn't help either. The anti-gravity wasn't tuned to deal with the concrete suddenly disappearing every few yards, leaving only open space between them and the foothills far below. What if it goes another way? I have served as a tribune for 9 years. I have made hundreds of speeches. I have tried to bring the plight of our people to light. I speak for all Kirans. Not just those who live in Seir proper. I speak for the provincials and dull scales. The servants. And yes, even the Xenos. But where have all these words gotten me? 9 years, I have watched my enemies in the Veneratian grow stronger. Richer. While the people I serve grow poorer. Get sent to wars they can't possibly win. Their lives don't matter. And neither does mine. All life is borrowed time. How can I waste it? Every word that came out of his mouth was obviously driven by an insane passion. There was something about this city that had broken this man. Something about his own people had driven him to these suicidal beliefs. And yet, there was something about the way the tribune spoke. As if he had been considering this situation, from many angles, for a very long time. This isn't even my carriage. This isn't the life I wanted. We live in an impossible time. A god, the emperor, watches my path. And now, another has come to our great city. How can I not act? Kyrene reached up, and slid back one of the windows of the carriage open. A cool breeze slipped inside, carrying with it the scent of lemons and dirt and stone. Look up there, he said, pointing at a gargantuan statue at the top of the hill. Do you see him? The Everlord, he is called, forever shall he reign. But I am not so lucky. I am no immortal. And if I must go eventually, I would rather go having made my act, instead of having it made for me. When I demand her arrest, either she kills me, which will only add fuel to my cause, or she will take me prisoner. If the latter, then I will find a way to return to Seir, and bear my case in front of the entire Veneratian. Either way, justice must be served. Kyrene's eyes were distant. The scales on his face glistened in the sunlight, as if those few scales themselves were made of light. Eel could see it now, in the lines of Kyrene's sharp face. He longed for power that he did not have. The power to change things. To right the wrongs of his world. Odd. Eel had never given much thought to the concept of Seir, except as a singular dark, blue entity, hungry for destruction and control. He had never considered how fractured they might be. One question stuck in Eel's mind. If she lets you live, Eel said. If she locks you up, how do you escape? Kyrene deflated, sank back into the deep leathers of the couch. I have no idea. Some part of me hoped our Savior Divine would grant mercy on me. But he has his own task ahead. Well, I have escaped imprisonment before. I have to believe I can do it again. My arrest should cause a disturbance in the courts, if word gets out. God's willing, I will find a way. But Eel did not think he looked like a man who was about to die. The proud set of his jaw. The old lines of stress on his brow, now smooth and free of worry. No. This was a man who had agonized over a decision for so long, only now to find the answer made clear. Free. One idea comes to me, Kyrene said, as if only now thinking about it, perhaps, if the Savior Divine goes to Thras. And if his guardian goes with him. He looked meaningfully at Eelh. Kiran affairs, Eelh said. Are for Kiran's. Not us. Vorpi is as much your enemy, as she is mine. No, I would think she is more your enemy. As long as she is consul, your kind will never rise above servitude. Not unless the empire falls, Eelh thought. But that was wishful thinking. The empire was older even than the city of the cauldron. Do you only care for yourself? Kyrene said. Vorpi and her ilk are responsible for the suffering of millions of Xenos. Her downfall could be an example, not just in this life, but for so many to come. But Eelh was already shaking his head. I'm not here to play your games. I came here to listen. To find out if your kind ever makes peace. Not this hopeless waiting. Peace. Kyrene was leaning forward, his voice strained as he tried to persuade Eelh once more. There will be no peace for any of us as long as people like Vorpi are allowed to reign unchecked. Eelh turned away, but Kyrene was not satisfied. Tell me, Avian. Is it not better to live holding fast to your ideals, than to remain on your knees? Last I checked, the dead don't do much living. You said it yourself. She is ruthless. She has killed millions. If you think you can bring down a bloodthirsty general, just by asking her, I will not stand in your way. But I will not tie my life to some deluded hope. Anak, Eelh noticed, inched away from him. As if she wanted to avoid being associated too closely with Eelh, in case the tribune was offended. But Kyrene only sat back, with a smug smile on his lips. He looked anything but offended. Not all delusions are false, my avian friend. Some are only dreams, striving to become more. By the time they reached the top of the last hill, Eelh's limbs were tight from sitting too long. Or from getting old. Either way, he needed to stretch. It didn't help that he had spent the entire last day and night walking, running, and flying through the city. Gods, I could sleep. He had drifted off several times as the carriage hovered through the city, but never caught any real rest. And when the carriage door opened again, and the brilliant sunlight streamed in, all of his aches and pains were forgotten. The top of the hill had been leveled off, and made into a flat, wide platform of brick and stone. A low wall wrapped around the platform, overlooking all of Circe played out below. All those shining white rooftops, and the red clay tiles. Verdant foothills and golden valleys, and over there he could see huge fields of grapes growing in the sun. And beyond it all, the great, blue sea. Back on Gaum, the sea was a thing to be feared. A place where only the most ancient, primordial things lived. Back home, the sea was a place you did not go, for it seemed to have a hunger all of its own. But here, on Seir, they had dominated the sea. Or maybe the sea had been tame all along. There were thousands of boats, most of them with sails, though trailed stacks of smoke with them as they trawled along the rivers or out into the ocean. Harbors and docks and ports lined the coastline, some of them looked like they had dredged out the land to create safe havens for all those vessels. And there was Poyer. Standing at the edge, his elbows leaning on the stone and mortar wall. Looking out over the ocean. The wind was whipping at his clothes and at the tight fluff of stiff, dark brown hair that covered the top of his head. Not at all like the fur of a reed knight. There were Kirans scattered around the platform, robed priests and other servants. But they were spread far apart, and kept a respectful distance from Poyer. Some of them were kneeling on the ground, muttering to themselves, and Eelh got the feeling they had been praying a long time. Poyer turned, as if he could sense Eelh's eyes on him. And then, the Fletch's face lit up into a brilliant smile, brighter than the Kiran sunlight. Eelh, he shouted, and started running towards him. Eelh only had time to brace himself, before the Fletch collided with him, wrapping his thin, bony arms around Eelh's waist, his face smashing into Eelh's chest. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave without you. Just glad you're safe. I just wish they would stop doing that, Poyer nodded at Kyrene. Kyrene had fallen to his knees. He was sitting back on his heels, his head bowed, his hands clasped before him. Eelh could see his lips moving, but he couldn't hear what he was saying. There was a muffled squawking from the ground behind him, where Anak was laying on the stones, her beak pressed into the hard rock. Her wings outstretched, as she prayed noisily. Divine One! I beg your forgiveness. Grant me your mercy, I am not worthy. Eelh sighed. It just feels wrong, Poyer said. I know what they think I am, but... I don't know, Eelh shrugged, I kinda like it. Better than being shot at. Where's the android? He had been looking for her, and now a pit of worry was growing in his stomach. Had they done something with her? Lakey said she needed mods. Thras et Unum is a wet place, and she wanted to make sure she could handle it. Thras et Unum, Eelh said. That's where he wants you to go. I have to. How can you be sure? What happened to the library? The Emperor said it was dangerous. He said if I stepped foot inside, well, he didn't say what exactly would happen. Sounds like he's not giving you a choice. Poyer shook his head hard. I would choose this anyway, Eelh. There's a station on Thras. If I can get it working, I can restart the whole grid. Everything will be connected again. All the stars. All the worlds. If there's anyone out there, we have to find them. How do you know he's telling you the truth, Poyer? Do you even know what he is? Human, Poyer said, or he used to be. He's not. Poyer didn't seem able to finish the sentence. Eelh could almost feel the emotions rolling off the fledgling human. He could feel his own confusion feeding into Eelh's. Strips of cotton clouds floated over the city, creating long black shadows of the land. A small, white bird was flying high overhead. Too many questions. Too many unknowns. Every part of him rebelled at the thought of moving too fast, when they didn't know anything. Slow down. Breathe. Listen. Get your bearings. That's what he wanted to do. Why should they rush? They had been on Seer for less than a day, and already the Emperor himself was trying to get them off-world. Shouldn't he want Poyer to stay? Fledge, Eelh said softly. How are you doing? Poyer only shook his head. His mouth was pressed shut, as if his mouth was full of words he didn't want to say. His lips were trembling. And then, finally, he spoke in a whisper. Undone. Everything will become undone, he said. I can see it. So quiet, but I can hear it. Even the hills. Even the water. Eelh asked the question that had no answer, when? Poyer looked up at him. There were tears on his cheeks, but Eelh couldn't see them through all that misted light, rising like steam from his eyes. Only when he blinked did it seem to evaporate. Does the Emperor know what it is? Poyer shook his head. But he's afraid of it, too. That's why I can't enter the library. He thinks it will speed it up. Eelh sighed. Leaned on the balcony, letting the wind whip against the feathers on his face. How can we be sure about any of this? Eelh wondered. What if the Emperor's lying? Behind them, Anak had joined the priests in their prayers. Kyrene alone was sitting up now, watching the two of them. Though he was out of earshot, the Kiran's hard, piercing eyes followed their every movement. He looked so much like Gayam's last magistrate. Those proud cheeks, scattered with glittering scales. The way he held himself, his back straight, his chin held high. And yet, something felt different about him. More real. Filled with the frustrated anger that comes from years of witnessing injustices, and not being able to change it. Was he imagining it? Reich had sent Eelh here to find the path to peace. Maybe this Kiran could help. Or, maybe, that's just what Eelh wanted to hear, and the Kiran was just another liar. He wouldn't be the first one, would he? 64, Scouting Mission. A grainy eel lay on the wooden floorboards at the top of the fort, staring up at the rain. Letting the stinging drops fall into her eyes. The sting made everything else fall away. It kept the thoughts from pulling her down. Here she was, waiting again. Waiting for the next call. It could be days. It could be weeks. So, a grainy eel was also waiting for the stars. They only came out at night, and on Thras, the night always meant rain. Thus, very few people ever saw the stars. But a grainy eel had discovered if she stayed up long enough, there was a moment after the rains lifted and before the day broke where she could see them on the horizon, below the clouds. A narrow band of twinkling light, all around her. That was why she was laying on the floorboards, with her head turned towards the horizon. And that was why she felt the clump of bootsteps coming from inside the fort, coming her way. The bootsteps stopped at the top of the steps. A soldier. He stood near her, and cleared his throat to get her attention. Lieutenant, he saluted at the empty air above her. He had a jagged, white scar running up his cheek that turned suddenly towards his eyes. Some old wound that just missed making him blind. You're blocking the rain, a grainy eel said. Lieutenant, my name is Sergeant Bacchus. Captain told me to come get you. Bacchus was a dull scale, just like the rest of Witch Patrol. By his stripes, he was also a sergeant, which made him unusual among the dull scales. Most of them didn't last long enough to get promoted. He held out his hand, offering to help her up. A grainy eel stared at it. Bacchus lowered his hand awkwardly. A grainy eel squeezed her stomach and pulled herself up to standing in a single, rocking motion. This Sergeant Bacchus wasn't short, but she still stood half a head taller than him. Come on, Bacchus said. This is a bad one. They're all bad, Agrania said. Though Agrania didn't mean it as a joke, it still made him laugh. She followed him down into the fort. There was a banging sound, followed by Captain Dinny's voice echoing through the stone hallways. Gods damn it! They always do this. It's always us. They found her alone in a cramped room with a canvas map tacked to the wall in front of her. From the way she held her fist to her chest and gritted her teeth in pain, it looked like she had just punched something. Captain, Sergeant Bacchus stopped in the doorway, and saluted. Look at this shit. She gestured at the map. X's and circles and arrows drawn all over it. Dotted lines outlining possible enemy positions and movements. It's all guesswork. None of this is right. They might as well give me a blank map. Some armchair officer just scribbled this, and now I have to pretend he knew what the hells he was talking about. Gods damn it. Captain? Bacchus asked. She looked up at him. Her eyes were red, not from crying. Simple exhaustion and stress. Agrania assumed they all looked like that. A few days' break in a blown-out village wasn't nearly as restful as Command thought it would be, either. But the captain looked like she was taking it especially hard. Her whiskers were twitching, and the scales of her face were carved with rage. We've had 3 days. I lost more than half my patrol. And they want us to go back out? What in the Emperor's divine shit is this? Sir, Bacchus said to the captain, this is which patrol? The way he said it, it sounded like it was a common refrain among Captain Dinny's patrol. A motto, maybe. And it worked. The captain gave a defeated sigh. Massaged at her temples. Then, she straightened up, and set her jaw. Her eyes were still red, but the fatigue was gone, replaced by a renewed fire. You're gods damn right this is which patrol, she said. And we get shit done. Doesn't matter what they give us. Right. Hells, yes. But despite the fire of determination in the captain's voice, Agrania could hear the hollowness too. Like this was something they had to tell themselves, had told themselves, 100 times. And both of them were tired of saying it. Agrania could remember when she had hit that point. Years ago. A group of Kirans. 6 muddy faces, leaning on each other and laughing. One of them had cut off the head of a local, and was holding it up. Which squad had that been, again? She pushed the thought away, and focused on the map in front of her. Someone's gunning for a promotion, the captain said, or something must have happened searside. Either way, they're sending a big force up to take Oventhay. This is a huge push, and they want us to scout the way ahead first. That's good, right? Bacchus furrowed his brow, not understanding, I mean, better than a frontal assault. Take our 10 freshest. Quiet and easy. Nothing is easy in the temple lands, Agrania said. They both looked at her, Bacchus unsure of himself. Dinny, mildly impressed. The temple lands? Bacchus asked. The captain jabbed at a section of the map. At this scale, it was nothing but a thin strip of land, bisecting the map east to west. A stretch of blank ground, with no tree cover. Scouting will be easy, until we get north of this strip, she said. But it's the strip that worries me. The temple lands. Maybe I could do it with more seasoned soldiers, but all I've got are green fins. Captain Dinny shook her head. And muttered something to herself that sounded a lot like it's suicide. She was staring at the map, tapping her fingers on her lips. And then, she seemed to decide something. We'll have to merge the squads. I'll take center point with Ember, Beryl, and Stone squad. Bacchus, you've got Carnite and whatever's left of gold. Agra, take Jewel and take Diamond. Do not argue with me. We are down, and I need you to take the right flank. Got it. They both nodded. Good. No point in waiting. The sooner we move, the sooner we'll get this shit over with. And remember, when we get into the temple lands, don't touch anything. How will we know when we're? You'll know. It was a day and a half march on the way up, if they went slow. But Captain Dinny wouldn't let them go slow. The air was wet and hot and stuck to everything and made the going that much harder. 2 of the moons were high in the sky, and the red sun seemed to follow them northward. Nobody talked. Talking made everything feel hotter. Along the northern trail, someone spotted 3 empty huts. They sat on short stilts, on the high side of the hill, looking down into the small valley filled with red and purple foliage. Only, the houses weren't empty. A certain woman came out when she heard the soldiers, her straw hat trembling on her old head as she hobbled towards them. She was hissing and clicking in that local language, but none of the soldiers cared to understand what she was saying. 3 of them split off the patrol and went up to inspect the houses, and when the woman saw them coming, she ran back inside the middle house, pulling her tail inside before she slammed the door shut. Get her out of there, one of the soldiers shouted. All 3 of them had their rifles at the ready. Get out of the house, you stupid black mouth. No reply. No movement, either. Agrania pulled her squads up to the captains. Bacchus was there too. He was trying to hide his nerves, but Agrania could see the way his fingers tensed around his own rifle. "Captain," Bacchus said, "is this necessary?" "We're still on protocol, Sergeant," she said. "Unless otherwise commanded, every patrol, every squad, every soldier had to sweep. If you found something, you had to sweep it. If you heard something, you had to sweep it." In theory, it was supposed to guarantee the safety of an area for the next soldiers to come along. But in practice, one of the soldiers was still shouting at the house. Agrania couldn't see the lacertain woman anymore. The roof was caved in and blocked the window. The soldier made to move inside the house. He was about to reach the front door, his gun held out, ready to fire. Then, the ground disappeared underneath him. Dirt had been sprinkled over a loose trap of branches, and when he stepped on it, the whole thing gave way. He fell down into a pit, all the way to his shoulders. And then, he started screaming. Agrania didn't have to guess what he landed on. Bamboo spears, sharpened into rough points and wedged into the dirt, spikes up. If he was lucky, they were clean. The soldier's screams were so loud, a flock of dark feathered birds departed from a nearby tree. She didn't see who, but someone shot. And then, the whole patrol was shooting. Bullets crashing through the thin walls of the huts, tearing them to pieces until all three structures collapsed. Underneath it all, the soldier was still screaming. "Cease fire," the captain shouted. And she had to say it again, to be heard over the gunshots. "Get him out of there." It took 2 squads and half an hour to work him out. Sharpened bamboo stakes impaled all the way up his thighs. They gave him a piece of bark to bite down on, to quiet his screaming, while the squads worked. The captain sent 4 soldiers to carry him back. 2 to hold the stretcher, 2 to keep watch. Agrania thought it was an excuse, and a good one at that. 4 soldiers less who would have to enter the temple lands. By getting impaled, that one soldier had probably just saved the other 4's lives. The rest of the hike, Agrania could hear them grumbling. Private Tesso from her own squad was the loudest among them. "Black-mouth cowards," Private Tesso was saying that night. "If they spent half as much time fighting as they did digging traps, maybe they'd actually stand a chance. She could have killed 3 of us. Maybe more. No wonder they're losing." She wasn't doing anything. It was the scribe, from the middle of the line. He said it so weakly, Agra almost didn't hear him. But Tesso definitely did, and he was looking for a fight. Like hells. She knew exactly what she was doing. She was just defending her home. Tesso said something so foul, it made a couple of Diamond Squad start laughing. That only seemed to encourage him. He started going off about how the locals deserved this. They deserved to get conquered. And worse. A few of the others joined him. "Quiet," Agrania said, and they lowered their voices at least. "Corporal met us," she noted, hadn't said a word since they left the fort. He simply walked along the line, not talking. Maybe he's not nervous anymore. Maybe that's all. When they took a short break, the scribe's cheeks were still flushed with anger. He was scribbling away furiously until someone threw a clump of mud at him, splattering his notes. He gasped, and stood up, and tried to wipe it off quickly, which only made them laugh harder and start throwing more mud. Agrania thought about intervening again, but the scribe was already walking away toward the back of the line, away from their cluster. Later, they made camp, and slept under the leaves of the jungle. Hidden from the moons. It only rained a little, a drizzle that lasted the whole night. In the branches, in the leaves, she could see them. Too many faces. Most of them, Kiran. All of them, soldiers, whether they wanted to be or not. She could see Private Euless, who had been sitting there talking when a bullet crashed through the branches and took off his jaw. And that other private, who had a spear sprouting out of her stomach, as if it had grown there. Touching at its tip, covered in her own blood. And him, who was crying and kneeling and begging them while they stormed down the valley and fell upon him and stabbed him to death. And her. And him. And. They were in the shadows. In the bark of the trees. She closed her eyes, and they were there too. They were in the puddles made by the rain. Even when she closed her eyes. Agrania pushed herself up. She would get no sleep tonight. Might as well take watch. She passed by her squad, all of them sound asleep. One of them was snoring. And someone was making a sniffing sound, way in the back. Crying. That last sound came from the scribe's half-finished foxhole. He had dug it so far away from the others. Curled into a ball and crying, with his shovel discarded at his side. Agrania said nothing. Stepped back. Not my problem. She circled around, away from the scribe's hole, and went to go take her watch. The next morning, the captain declared that she wanted to get through the temple lands before nightfall. "We'll cross as far east as we can. There's a village here, on the edge. The further from the center, the better. None of the green fins seemed to understand the significance. They seemed nervous, but not nearly nervous enough. They just nodded, and kept their questions to themselves. Meadows was still quiet, though he was keeping together. Getting his gear tucked, keeping his head low. Good. That would get him far, out here. Tesso, surprisingly, seemed more refreshed than any of them. He was cracking jokes, and bonding with the Kirans from Diamond Squad, probably because most of them were from the same province. They passed 2 more huts that morning, but this time the captain kept them moving. Not worth it. Not worth the risk. Agrania knew it wasn't the huts she was worried about. It was the temple lands. If they mistimed their approach, they would have to hold back for another day. Even though they would make their passage where it was only a few miles across, there was no straight shot through the temple lands. The jungle was still dripping with last night's rainwater when they came to the edge. One moment, the forest was all around them, filling the air with thick humidity that weighed down lungs and matted everything with sweat. And then, it all peeled away, in an enormous, unnaturally straight line. Far to the left and far to the right, an empty canyon stretched before them. Unnaturally straight, as if the ground had been split apart along a single line. Mosses of every color clung to the cliff edges, and made the bare rocks there slippery. Agrania dared a step toward the cliff edge. The canyon below was pockmarked with thousands of stony structures. Some of them short, some of them sunken into the ground. Some of them, as tall as the watchtowers back at camp. The temples. And just ahead, a village on the edge of the canyon, where the cliff had eroded into a kind of craggy ramp. They would take that road down through the village. And then, they would walk. And pray. And that was all they could do. Gods, watch over us. 65. The Templelans. Why is it called the Templelans? Meadows asked, craning his long neck over the sharp drop of the cliff. I don't see any temples. Just a bunch of holes and rocks. Those are the temples, Agrania said. They worship them. Oh. Which patrol was standing at the top of the cliff, overlooking that long canyon? A few of the braver, stupider soldiers were sitting on the edge of the cliff, eating their rations, and seeing how far they could spit. The treeline shied away from the cliffs, so that only slippery, mist-covered mosses grew on the cliff faces. It was a long drop. Long enough that the canyon had its own kind of wind. Thousands of stone formations littered the canyon floor below. Some of them looked like hunched figures, gathered around holes in the ground. Others were as wide as buildings, and reached almost up to the cliffs themselves. There were gaps down there, too. In the gravel-strewn floor. Wide, gaping holes that went down beyond sight. Where does it go? Meadows asked. He was finally talking again. No one knows. Look, if it's so bad, why do we have to go this way? Faster, Agrania said. Main force is going the long way. We're supposed to get there first. From up here, it was easy to see the wave of mist. It started in the west, far out of sight. Agra could hear it, a rushing, crashing hiss as pressurized vapor shout out of the holes in the tips of the stone formations. Swishing as it rushed closer and closer, until the wave of geysers was right below them, spraying them with mist. Even the mist was wrong, though. Infused with colors. Translucent reds and violets and greens, filling the air with cold, wet clouds that fell back as fog, settling over the canyon floor. Obscuring it from sight. The wave of mist continued, all the way to the east, until they could only hear the distant, fading hiss. The scouts finally came back, regrouping with the 20 or so soldiers that were left. The village is empty, sir. Good, Captain Dinny said. Let's round up and head out. There was a steep trail that led down toward the canyon. A sharp climb over jagged, stone handholds that were slick with mist from the geysers, and the mosses that fed there. They crawled slowly down, single file, until the canyon walls wrapped overhead. It wasn't so much a village, as it was a set of holes carved into the stone. Dozens of rectangular dwellings and short, shadowy tunnels had been hewn out of the rock by ancient stone tools. Small, dark windows and cramped entrances made for things to slither through. The soldiers were on alert, swinging their guns at every doorway, but Agrania thought the village was empty. The only sign of movement in the village, at least from up here, were the strips of cloth and remnants of old flags swinging from ropes that were hung across the crags. One house had dozens of clay jars stacked against walls. Most of them, cracked or smashed so her boots crunched on a sea of brown clay. Bullet scars pockmarked the walls, breaking off chips of white stone. In one house, she saw a hand sticking out of the shadows. Long claws lying open, on the ground. Only a corpse. It was buzzing with insects. Recent. Maybe it didn't mean anything. Maybe someone had tried to take refuge here, in their last days. Many of the doorways were covered in carvings. Lacertain symbols and simple figures with such unnatural proportions a Grania couldn't tell if they were lacertain or something else. The locals loved to use squares and jagged triangles and other primitive shapes in their carvings, made to look like dancing lizards or jungle beasts or foods and other natural phenomena. The scribe was close behind her. Ever since he found the others wouldn't mess with a Grania, he stuck to her side. Do the symbols mean anything? The scribe asked. Not anymore. All the people who made them were dead. Or probably would be, soon enough. That one looks like one of the makers, the scribe said. He was pointing ahead, at one of the largest buildings carved into an enormous outcropping at the bottom of the village, where the ground leveled out. Thick columns seemed to support the stone overhead, as if this one building was the only thing that kept the cliff standing. There was, indeed, a kind of face at the top of the temple. Even a Grania could recognize it for what it was. An old one. It must be hundreds of years old. Maybe more, the scribe said, his voice filled with awe. Older than Seir, even. Down here, the houses and caves had thinned out. Their walls were more solid, their windows more narrow. And then, the houses disappeared completely, leaving nothing but the high walls of the cliff above them. The whole line of soldiers stopped, with the captain at head. 6 large boulders blocked the trail. They looked like they had been rolled down there, a long time ago. A kind of arch had been carved between the 2 largest boulders, with a slender, crooked gap below that was just large enough for someone to fit through, if they went sideways. The archway was carved with dozens of symbols and figures. Lacertain, with their long tails and sharp snouts. Bowing at some tangled shape. It almost looked like they were offering it something. Someone, a Kiran soldier who had been here long before them, had carved a message into the boulder next to the arch. Crude, jagged scratch marks made the letters, "Nothing is worth this." The soldiers were staring. Even Bacchus had that hard look on his face, the one where he was asking himself if he could somehow get out of this. If he could somehow turn back, without losing his pride. But Captain Dinny had made up her mind a long time ago. She knew where she was taking which patrol. Keep your eyes peeled, Captain Dinny addressed the soldiers, we're going 2 by 2, so grab yourself a partner. And don't let them out of your sight, because once we get into the canyon, we're not stopping. If your partner falls down, help them up. And don't touch anything you don't have to. She seemed like she had more to say. As if she could somehow protect her patrol, by voicing her thoughts. But her expression was tight, and the longer she drew this out, the more nervous the soldiers got. Still, she didn't seem able to make herself move. Bacchus stepped up to save her. Come on. You heard your captain. Partner up and move out. The scribe was at a Grania's elbow. I don't have a weapon, he said. Good, she said. It's safer that way. The captain grabbed a long neck, one of the privates from her squads who was shaking like a leaf in the wind. And she dragged him under the arch. The rest of which patrol followed her lead. And when they stepped out into the light of the canyon, the same word was on everyone's lips. Whoa! Down here, the Templians seemed to go on forever. Compared to the swarming jungles of Thrace, the canyon floor almost felt barren. Exposed. Instead of trees, they were surrounded by stacked stone formations, layers and layers of minerals that had formed on top of each other, hanging with shaggy moss. Some were so skinny, they looked like they might fall at the slightest touch. Others were enormous, sitting like great stone statues. Watching their line walk slowly across the canyon floor. It was the floor of the canyon that bothered a Grania the most. From above, it looked like nothing more than white gravel and grit and rock. But down here, she could see the pipes, the ancient metalwork sticking up through the grit. Endless tubes and strange, unnatural shapes jutting up from the floor, covered in that same white stone, as if the stone itself was growing over the long-forgotten metal. And every so often, they would find a hole. Mostly, they were small. The size of a finger, or a fist. They opened up, drinking in the sand and gravel. Trying to swallow the soldiers' feet. They could not see the other side of the canyon through all the mist. It made the stone temples look like other shapes. People. Things. Sometimes, if she looked the wrong way, the temples looked like they had shifted. What is that? The scribe said. A Grania thought it had started, but he was only pointing behind her, at the 6 huge boulders and the archway leading back up into the village. There were scratch marks in the stone where something had tried to cut away the boulders. Eyes ahead, a Grania said. And watch your step. The holes move. That caught his attention. They walked in a line, 2 by 2, just as the captain said. It was the right way to do it. Stay tight, but not too tight. Down here, the wave of the geysers, rushing from west to east, made a sound that stopped her stomach. A hiss that rose up so hard and so fast, it washed over them before any of them could take cover. But it was only mist. And it was already gone. More waves washed over them as they walked. Sometimes, it would unearth a hole in the ground. Blocked, until the pressure sent sand and pebbles exploded out, pelting the patrol with natural shrapnel. Once, a soldier slipped on seemingly hard ground, and was sucked almost down to his waist before his feet found a set of neat, parallel pipes. They were covered over by a shell of wet, white stone and his feet were already slipping. Beneath the pipes, there was nothing but a black shaft that led, well, who knows where it went. "Watch where you're going," his partner told him, as he hauled him out. "I didn't see it." "Then clean the shit out of your eyes, and watch," he snapped again. Someone found a fang. At first, Agrania didn't believe it. Nothing left behind in the Templelans ever stayed here. But there it was, lying half submerged in the gravel. Its back half was burned so badly, the paint had come off, revealing the shine of silver metal. The fang was covered in those same huge scratch marks from before. Someone thought it was a good idea to open it up, to search for a pilot, or, at least, a body. Denny vetoed the idea immediately. "Did I tell you to stop?" A while later, the whole line stopped. Bacchus was up at the front, shouting every obscenity known to Kierankind, but his words were falling on deaf ears. He was screaming in one's face, saying awful things about the soldier's mother in an attempt to get a reaction, any reaction. But there was something wrong with them. They were just staring. Not at anything. At least, not at anything real. "What the fuck are you doing, Bacchus?" the captain said. And when he tried to explain, she said, "I don't care if you have to tie them up and drag them. Move." She put her hand on the back of one soldier's neck, pinched down, and shoved him forward. He stumbled and hit the ground. "Move. Move." She did the same to each stupefied soldier, until they were spitting gravel and picking themselves up. "Where am I?" one of them said, blinking rapidly. "Who are you people?" In answer, he only got a boot to the side, and another shout from the captain. The line kept moving. Agrania did her best to keep her eyes on the ground. Sometimes, she could see them. The faces, in the stones. Or in the mist. They were taunting her, or laughing, or pleading with her. Always on the corners of her vision. Once, she heard a laugh and couldn't help it. She had to look, it sounded so real. But it was only Private Tesso, making a joke at one of his partners. Agrania must have been staring too long, because Tesso turned around and looked at her. "Is that blood on his teeth?" She blinked a few times, clearing whatever it was out of her head. She wasn't the only one. Sometimes, the soldiers thought they could see holes that weren't there. They would stop and shout and everyone would look. And there would be nothing there. Sometimes, shadows passed overhead. Or maybe, Agrania was only imagining it. Each time, she took a deep breath. Willing herself to stay calm. The others, however, were getting worse. Bacchus wanted to start running. "We're going too slow." His squads agreed with him. Captain Denny snapped at him, and told him to get back in line. She wasn't doing it out of hate, no. It was because she was scared, too, but she knew that as long as they kept moving, they would make it. Smooth. Steady. Not too fast. Each time the mist seemed about to clear, another hissing wave rolled over them. A few miles in, another soldier fell. This time, there was no helping her. She walked right into a hole. It was huge, an enormous funnel of sliding rock and soil, sucking her down into some black, impossible depth. She just walked forward, right into it, and before she knew she was falling, she was sliding down. Clawing at the soil. Screaming for help. Gone. After that, they did quicken their pace. Nobody spoke. Even when another wave hissed over them, and one of those enormous stone structures split and cracked open as the geyser inside pressurized too quickly. Water sprayed out of the cracks, and shot shards of stone flying across the soil. They just kept moving. Walking. Hoping to find the other side of the canyon. At first, she thought it was another shadow. Another ghost. But then, she could feel it in the ground below her feet. She had been counting her steps, trying to stay focused on her feet, and the scribe's feet next to hers when the ground rumbled in a way it shouldn't have. She dared to look up. Stopped. Held her eyes, focused on the horizon. And counted 3 breaths. "What is it?" the scribe asked. He had stopped, too, though the rest of the line walked around them. Was that a wall? Was it coming towards them? Agrania put out a hand, and lightly pushed the scribe away. "Run," she said. "What?" She grabbed him by the arm, and started running up to the front of the line, where the captain was leading the way. "Captain! We have to move." "Lieutenant, what are you doing?" the captain said. "Get back in line." "Lieutenant, get back there or—" Agrania shouted back down the line, "Ruin!" The ground was shaking now, and all the rocky sand under their feet seemed to rattle and walk away, becoming 1,000 rivers of stone and gravel. Hundreds of holes were uncovered, all around them. The rest of the soldiers were jogging now, following Agrania's lead. She pushed the scribe again into a full-blown sprint. Something jostled off his pack, and when he stopped to get it, she grabbed him and held fast and kept him running. She did not stop to see if the rest of the soldiers were coming. It wasn't worth it. She could hear it now. The cracking of stone. The groaning of something too heavy for the ground, vibrating the soil under her feet as it came towards them. A shadow in the corner of her eye, growing in the mists. So big. How did it get so close? It was impossible to tell if it was one thing, or 100 things coming towards them. All she knew was that the mass had more arms and appendages than the whole cohort put together. It smashed the ground, its long, endless body lifting and falling as it dragged itself towards them. Now, even the captain was running, and the soldiers were a crowd of pumping legs and arms, racing to reach the cliff wall. More holes opened up under their feet, and it was all she could do to dodge them. To keep the scribe from falling in. The cliff wall loomed ahead. Over them. And a stroke of panic slashed through Agrania's mind. What if we missed the entrance on the other side? But there were more boulders, these sealed together with a muddy mortar. And all the gouges and scars in the stone, some deep enough for Agrania to fit her hand in, all of them pointed inwards towards the hole in the boulders. As if something had tried to tear its way in. Loose stones trickled from the cliffs above as the ground rumbled, showering them. Agrania pushed the scribe in first. And she threw a few more soldiers in, trying to catch a glimpse at the wall of darkness coming towards them. Something screeched, though she did not think it was a mouth. More like the screech of branches rubbing against each other, or bones. And the thunder of movement across the ground shook her to her core. There were more stragglers behind. Captain Dinny was still back there, waiting for them. Bacchus had already gone through. Agrania grabbed the captain's shoulder. "Get off me," the captain said, a red fury in her eyes, but Agrania didn't let go. She hauled the dull-scale captain into the archway with her. The stragglers would be dead soon enough. Agrania squeezed herself into the stone archway, and the captain had stopped resisting. They came out into the other side. Out into another village, carved in the stone. A sea of faces looked down on them. Reptilian faces. Locals. Still living on this side of the canyon. There were dozens of them, and the last thing they expected was a ragged patrol of Kirans to come bursting through the canyon wall. 66. Black mouths. The archway shook, showering them with dust and chips of stone. Agrania could hear it, cracking and whipping at the canyon wall. Bursts of wind gusting at their backs as it tried to thrust itself inside. They were too deep for whatever it was to reach them. But there was a problem on the other side. There were locals in the village. Just standing there. Dumbfounded at their arrival. The soldiers were shouting at them, gesturing wildly with their guns. These locals were not warriors. They were poor villagers, pushed to the edge of the forest by war. Most Lacertan didn't wear much by way of clothing, but even Agrania could see how they dressed themselves in shambles. Every one of them was too old, or too young, to fight. Many of them were missing limbs, or eyes, or both. One old reptile was covered in scars so terrible, huge patches of scales were flaking off, revealing pale, grey flesh underneath that was covered in blisters. When they saw the Kirans come in through the arch, they hissed and clicked and shrank back into their holes. Those who had been caught out in the open closed ranks together, shielding their young. An elder, the one with the blistering scars, held a hand up. His other hand was on a wooden staff, used to support his limping gait. He took a step forward, towards the Kiran. Maybe he was asking for peace. But to Greenfins who didn't know any better, all that hissing sounded the same. Sharp. Frightening. Vicious, even. Agrania didn't see who shot first. She only knew it was a Kiran, not the locals. The locals broke. Bullets ripped at the air, explosions of smoke and fire. One of them ran towards the soldiers, an old woman wearing a tattered, red shawl. Falling to her knees. At first, Agrania thought she was begging the soldiers, and maybe she was, but now, she was clutching at a dark, red hole in her chest. Falling to the ground. They didn't stop shooting until, at last, over could be heard Captain Dinny's voice, "Fire! Cease fire, gods damn you! Cease fire!" Smoke filled the air. She could taste the acrid tang of gunpowder. Her muscles ached. Her hands were gripping her knives. Some dark, thoughtless part of her longed to join the fray, but why? They're not fighting back. So? It took every ounce of effort for Agrania to hold her ground. Her head was pounding, and the edges of her vision were turning red. She held herself firm as the rain of bullets slowed. Stopped. And it was silent, except for the scuffling of soldiers' boots. Even the archway behind them was eerily quiet. A round piece of fruit was still rolling, jostling back and forth in place before coming to rest. Blood trickled down the steps, where one of the locals had fallen, his old hands still clutching a satchel filled with more fruit. There was a young Lacerdan, he couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 years old. His tail, almost as long as his body, sticking out of the grain sack that he wore as a shirt. The emperor's sigil was printed in faded, blue ink on the sack. His short, chubby fingers were curled against his chest. He looked like he was sleeping against the wall of a house, except his head was twisted at an unnatural angle. A dark stain splattered the wall behind him. Who told you to start shooting? Dinny screamed at no one. At all of them. Fuck. Who shot first? She stopped in front of one of the soldiers. Prodded him in the chest. Was it you? Who told you to shoot, soldier? Agrania could see the whites of his eyes, but not with terror. Just stunned at what he had seen. What he had done. Not blinking. He clutched his rifle to his chest while she yelled at him, not saying a word. He was looking through her, at the dead locals, at nothing. Someone else answered. Corporal Medus, from the left flank. We thought it was a trap. Captain Dinny whirled on him. She looked like she was about to explode. Then, she changed her mind. She turned to Agrania, and with barely contained rage, she said, "Keep your squad under control, Lieutenant." Agrania gritted her teeth. Her nostrils flared. The edges of her vision seemed to darken with the beating of her heart. She said nothing. Badum. Agrania could hear her heart in her ears. Got it, Lieutenant. Dinny jabbed a finger into her chest. You fuck up one more time. Badum. Red. Everything was red. Sir, Agrania said slowly. Struggling to let even that word out. And don't ever override my command again. She said. Or I will personally cut every last shiny scale off your shitty hide. I saved your life, Agrania thought. It bubbled up inside of her, without her meaning for it to. The straggler soldiers had never come through. If Agrania hadn't pulled her, Dinny would still be back there. Hold it back. Hold it. The captain left Agrania standing there. She commanded which patrol to clean this place up, and the soldiers started moving bodies. The scribe was hovering over something in the corner, but Agrania was too focused on trying to let the red sink back into her. Except, he kept digging. She watched him, digging through the baskets that they had dropped. Was he looking for fruit or something? There were shouts ahead. A few others had been sent to clear out the rest of the buildings, where they found more locals. More gunshots roused Agrania from her thoughts. She climbed the winding steps up the stone-carved village, and by the time she reached the other soldiers, all she saw was Tesso spitting on a corpse of a legless Lacerdan. He looked up at her, getting ready to spit again. She walked by him, without a sound. The village was empty, but nobody wanted to camp here. Dinny wanted them to move out, and get back into the jungle. They moved as one, the patrol growing ever smaller. They trudged up the craggy switchbacks and carved steps slick with mist. Past all the empty stone houses, until the cliff walls receded and the tree-line stretched stood in front of them. An endless black and red wall, dappled with red vines and orange and yellow leaves. Agrania took the rear, except for the scribe who was lagging behind all the rest. They wouldn't wait for him. The rest of Jewel and Diamond's squad were up ahead, and she could hear them laughing. Medus slowed enough to walk beside Agra. Lieutenant, Medus said. He sounded shamed. Like he had words he wanted to say, but didn't know how to shape them. Lieutenant. I'm sorry. I thought I was helping. Did you shoot first? I didn't shoot at all. Not until I. They didn't have weapons. They didn't have anything. It's done, Agrania said. Can't ever go back. Yet. And then they were quiet, for a while. Trudging up the rest of the hill, back where the wet stone became wet dirt. Mud, and streams of rivers. First, it was evening, filled with insects. Flying, buzzing, biting, being slapped until came the night, and the rains. But after the temple lands, the going was easy. The easiness made them complacent. When they made camp, the soldiers were grouped too close together. Which patrol was a ragged fraction of what it had once been, but they still should have spread out more. Agrania didn't say anything. Dinny, at least, made sure they stayed silent though. As silent as they could. Stay quiet, and stay out of sight, she said. Whatever mood had taken her in the temple lands seemed to be wearing off. We're in enemy territory, now. Agrania heard someone say the whole planet is enemy territory. Agra made sure her foxhole was on the far edge of camp. A dozen paces from the next one over. Then, she went to help Medus finish his. Tesso and Diamond's squad had built 2 holes, right next to each other. Agrania looked at it, but made no comment. It wasn't worth it. No, she thought. You just don't care. If the captain wasn't going to say anything, then neither was she. She was about to settle in for the night, when she realized she hadn't seen the scribe in a while. His gear was piled up at the back of the line. Way too far out. His hole was only half finished. There was a set of footprints, leading away from his gear, down the slope of the hill, where all the rainwater was starting to collect into small rivulets into a little, black stream. She could hear it, burbling nearby. He was bending over and washing himself. No. Washing something. His back was to her, so she couldn't see. Scribe, Agrania whispered, coming out of the woodwork. He jumped, and almost dropped what he was holding. He shielded it from her, not turning around. Lieutenant. What are you doing? I'm fine, he whispered back, loud and hoarse. I'll catch up. Don't worry. She narrowed her eyes. And took a few steps closer to him. He squeezed whatever was in his arms tighter, and said again, Don't worry about me, Lieutenant. I'll be right back over. His voice was tense. Needfully anxious. What is that? It made a sound. A small sound, halfway between a gurgle and a cooing rasp. Agrania's heart stopped. Scribe, she said slowly, where did you get that? He was covered in blood. I had to help him. He was covered in his mother's blood. The scribe's voice was shaking now, quivering with emotion. I had to wash it off him. Nobody should have to. He bit off the word, trying not to choke on his tears. Oh, gods! He said. We're supposed to be helping them. What are we doing here? The lacertain infant turned in his arms, its large black eyes staring up at Agrania. It stretched its mouth, not quite a yawn, revealing a maw with tiny teeth. The skin of its mouth, and its tongue, were both a deep, dark violet. She couldn't stop looking at it. You have to get rid of that, Agrania said. Why? They won't let you keep it. I'll find a way, he said quickly. I promise, Lieutenant. As soon as we find another group of them, I'll give it to them. I'll make sure it's quiet. I will. Agrania said nothing. She turned away. And left him with the lacertain child. A hot, hard weight sitting in the pit of her stomach. Burning her from the inside. Lucas Pulhas Locatus, junior scribe for Carpa's Weekly, the most widely read publication in his glorious empire, picked his way back up to the campsite. He had chosen a spot that he hoped was out of earshot. The helpless thing was teething fiercely, and anything Lucas put near it, the child grabbed and bit. Bark. Clothes. His fingers. When he got close to his foxhole, he stopped, and listened. Half expecting the lieutenant to have sold him out. But nobody was waiting for him. Nobody was even watching him, as he set the child down, swaddled in the scribe's last set of clean clothes, and began to dig his foxhole. Only then, did Lucas notice the tin metal kit laying on the ground next to him. Rations, cut into small, bite-sized pieces. And a piece of cloth, tied into a knot, soaked with alcohol. There was a note, badly scribbled, inside the kit. To chew on. Keep it quiet. Lucas squeezed his eyes shut. The tears of frustration brimmed over. He clutched the child tighter, so that it cooed quietly. Despite the tears, Lucas was smiling. 67, across the ocean black. Kadam closed one eye, stretched out her fist, and stuck her thumb up. From here, she could cover the rock formation with her thumb, the final remains of some ancient, lonely volcano. All around, all she could see was water. For hundreds of miles, nothing but the blue-black depths of the sea and the wake that spread behind her like some white frothing road, disappearing into the horizon. Sometimes, there were clouds scraped across the sky, or enormous thunderheads that looked like colossal, floating beasts, too large to see their movements. And then, there was the rock formation. It jutted up from the black depths of the sea, with no other ground around it. Strange. It towered above the water, and hence grey, fuzzy algae grew on the lower faces of the brown stone. No birds, though. Nor crabs, nor crustaceans of any kind. Kadam had assumed this planet would support a wide variety of life once she left the deserts behind. But at least out here, in the open ocean, there was nothing but the dark shapes that moved under the water. She put her thumb down. And squinted at the rock. It looks like Vikron's nose. Don't you think? Who is Vikron? Finder asked. Oh, that's right, Kadam said. You wouldn't know him. Well, it looks just like his nose. It even has that hook in it, up there. Finder's claws were clamped to the back of her bike. When Finder had first pulled her out into the ocean, she was afraid he would have to pull the whole way. But when they got past the waves, Kadam spent a few hours carefully, very carefully, rewiring the repulsors that were supposed to provide thrust. She almost dropped the plating into the ocean, which wouldn't have been so bad except for the rust. Thankfully, it was a simple fix. And without too much error, the thrust repulsor sprang to life. From then, Finder only had to cling to the bike, while she drove it over the vast, endless stretches of the black ocean. Is this Vikram still alive? Finder said. Do you know where he is? No, she said, answering both questions at once. Oh, he sounded sad, and his face screen projected a pair of pixelated eyes and a mouth, drawn down in sadness. Sometimes, it was hard to remember that Finder was just a machine. She almost reached out, and touched his head. As if he needed reassurance. They were sitting over the empty water, staring up at the slightly crooked rock formation. The sun was setting behind it. They had been riding for 2 days and 1 night, and Kadam had to impulse a steady stream of hormones to block her receptors, keeping her awake. It was starting to wear on her, though. An itching in the back of her skull. The mild anxiety of being alert for too long. It didn't help that the things in the water were so much larger than her. They made her sick with fear, when she saw them. Out here, she felt naked. Exposed to anything that lurked below. Finder could sense her quietness. He chirped, trying to pull her out of her shell. Tell me about him. This Vikram. What was he like? He was good, but not the smartest. But he always tried. Harder than anyone else in my cohort. And he had this stupid little laugh. Zor would tell jokes, and he would make that dumb chuckle. Aha, aha. But if you really got him laughing, he sounded like a hyena. Do you know what a hyena is? Oh, never mind. Vikram was. He always helped, if I asked. Even when Ribeiro gave us solo work. He always helped. Kadam had to stop there. Her smile tasted like tears. Her nose was running. She didn't have the water to waste on this. Before they left, Kadam impulsed a command to her implant. Marking this formation as Vikram's nose. A faded yellow indicator appeared in her vision, a large arrow with a numeral above, marking out the distance. In case I ever come back here. The sunlight was strong here, and if she didn't push too hard, the batteries could keep up this pace for weeks. Which, now that the rear thrusters were working, was more than enough distance to circle the whole planet several times over. Not that I'll live that long without water. You sure we're going in the right direction? Finder chirped in the affirmative. East and east. East and east, she repeated. Hold on. Kadam leaned on the bike, and pushed the throttle. It hummed to life under her legs, and in a lurching burst of motion, it leaped forward, screaming towards the horizon. She didn't have a speedometer, too delicate an instrument to rig together, but her implant suggested they were moving multiple dozens of kilometers per hour. Kadam leaned into the throttle until the bike started to vibrate. She wanted to go faster, and the repulsors could do it. But the bike was everything. Out here, in the open water. If the bike failed, that was it. Even Finder wouldn't be able to carry her more than a few hundred meters. And where would that get her? So, she went as fast as she dared over the endless blue-black ocean. The cryo-chamber suit was little help against the biting chill of the wind. The mesh pieces were warm as long as she stayed dry, but the bike rode low, and the repulsor sprayed her with a steady mist. So, she had to hug the bike as she flew, taking her warmth from the core and the radiator fins. Day became night, and the scar of light cast silver on the rippling surface of the waves. Hypnotic. Always changing. Never changing. She was nodding off, struggling to keep her eyes open. And then, movement caught her eyes. There were ghostly shapes below her. Thousands and thousands of them. At first, she thought they were ancient strips of plastic washing adrift in a cloud. But then, she saw the way they flapped their angular wings. Sliding and gliding over each other in the water. The water was full of them, so that she could not see anything but the layers of ghostly, square-shaped fins disappearing forever down into the black depths of the water. Flat and huge, each one's wingspan longer than her body. A few of them drifted to the surface, inspecting her with their featureless faces. Testing at her bike, with tube-shaped mouths that extended out of those fleshy, pale bodies. But Kadam would not let them get close. She squeezed forward on the throttle, spraying a jet of water behind her as she sped away. One moment, she was surrounded. The next, they had simply disappeared. Kadam turned around. What are you doing? Finder asked. East is that way. I want to get a better look at them. But when she went back, she couldn't find them. As if they hadn't been there at all. Eventually, Kadam couldn't keep her eyes open. She put the bike at a lower speed, and told Finder to hold it steady. If anything happens, wake me up. He seemed uncertain about that, but he tried anyway. Only she couldn't sleep. Each time she tried, she woke up with a start. Maybe it was the light of the scar, haunting her. Making the vision worse than it usually was. Once, while she was on the edge of nodding off, Kadam thought she heard Ribeiro's voice. It was only the wind. Another, she swore there was an enormous shape growing underneath the bike, looking in the water. Kadam impulsed more hormones. And when that wasn't enough, she impulsed more, ignoring the warnings from her implant. Her scalp, her arms, her heart prickled with the pain. But it was enough to wake her up. She took a deep, strong breath. And kicked the bike forward, pushing it to the edge of its control. Roaring across the water. The sun was already rising. And then, in the haze of the distance, there were dunes. "We're close," Finder said from behind her, shouting over the hum of the bike. "How can you tell?" She wondered. The dunes looked exactly like the ones she had left, days ago. But as they got closer, she saw the dunes were covered in clusters of stones? Mud? Or something else? She pulled the bike up to one, and crouched down to touch it. It was hard, like cement. Porous, so that air could slip right into the rock, but water could not. Pieces of the stony notch crumbled off under her fingers, returning to sand. "What is it?" she asked. Finder didn't know. There were hundreds of them, scattered across the shore. And the further they went, the larger the notches became. Here, they were stones, growing into crumbling boulders. And here, the boulders stretched thin and tall, taller even than Kadam. The taller they became, the more they crumbled. But that did not stop them from growing. Only a few miles east from where she had touched shore, the notches had become towers of cemented sand. Their shadows stretched for dozens of meters out, over the water. There was no plan to their structure. They grew bulbous tips, or sharp points. Some grew fat and wide, before going tall. Others looked as flat as knives, until she was right next to it and saw that she could fit inside the larger holes. More of them rose out of the beach, as far as she could see. As they grew taller, they grew further apart. She came to bottom of one tower, craning her neck up to see its tip. The tower soared overhead, and the wind whistled through the empty holes, so that the whole thing sang an empty, tuneless song. Mournful, almost. Naturally flowing striations ran down the sand towers, carved by the rain. Or carved to channel the rain away from the interior, she thought. "Something built these things," she said. "Someone lived here." "The nomads?" Finder asked. Around the side of the tower, a huge chunk had cracked off the base, giving her a glimpse inside. Long, crawling tunnels ran crisscross through the trunk, leading to larger chambers. Hundreds of nomads could have squeezed inside at a time. Something about it made her skin crawl, to think about all their chitinous bodies, folded together in such a cramped, dark place. The eastern face of each structure was covered in the grey fur of algae. Dry, and matted. Every single tower they passed had the same algae on the same eastern face. Farms? Did they cultivate all this? Well, whoever had built these had left a long time ago. She stayed on the beach that night, at the edge of the shore. She wanted to stay away further inland, far away from the ancient sand structures, but Finder warned her about getting lost. "I've mapped the coastline, but I don't know the interior. And the signal is coming from ahead." So, she stayed in the shadows of those ancient, abandoned sand structures. Using the metal hull of her bike as a shield against the wind. Kadam had slept sitting up with her arms wrapped around herself. She didn't think she'd be able to fall asleep, but the moment she leaned back, she was out. She did not wake until the sun was high overhead, peeking over the edge of her bike, and blinding her. First, she was disoriented. She thought she was back at the dune camp, still working on her bike. And then, she shot up. "Finder." No response. Her mouth was so dry, it hurt to speak. Damn it. Why had she left her canteen? She looked around. A dozen of those towering, alien structures staring down at her. Marching away into the distance. "Finder," she shouted, her voice croaking with the effort. Kadam checked a few things on her bike. A piece of fairing was missing from one of the repulsors, before straddling it, and igniting it. It rose jerkily underneath her, the repulsors guttering back into life. A shape dislodged from the closest sand structure, maybe 20 meters up. Finder's spherical silhouette hovered down to her, growing larger. He was flying carefully, as if he was afraid to drop whatever was in his claws. The piece of fairing. "Kadam," he clicked brightly, "I found water. At the top. Dewdrops. I grabbed one of your spare parts and here you go. Water." Kadam planted a big, dry kiss to the left of Finder's face screen. "I have never loved anyone as much as I love you right now." Finder's face screen lit up, pink and red glowing at the edges. Sweet embarrassment. "I am doing my best." "Your best is good enough," Kadam said, carefully taking the curved piece of fairing filled with perfect, crystalline water. She sniffed it first, and getting no smell, she tipped it back and tasted it. Nectar of the gods, she thought. Could there be anything sweeter? It was gone in 3 gulps. But it was enough for now. Kadam licked the inside of the metal fairing and then put it away. "How old do you think they are?" Kadam nodded at the structures above. Their shadows were on the other side, stretching far out over the sea of dunes. Hundreds of years old, Finder said. Judging by the decay in the structure, they're held together by a kind of dried glue. I don't know where anything finds glue on this planet. Factory warehouse, she asked. But Finder didn't seem to think that was possible. And then, he changed the subject. We're close, Kadam. His screen narrowed, as he focused on the horizon, where the structures marched away along the beach. I think you should be as alert as possible. The signal is close. She nodded. Finder clamped to the back of the bike, and Kadam kicked the machine forward, speeding over the wet, sandy beach. A gentle spray of water followed in their wake. The structures were as large as skyscrapers here. Some of them had multiple tips, like spires reaching into the sky. And somehow, they looked healthier. Or at least, they were crumbling less. Then, she saw why. A long strip of land jutted out from the beach, making a peninsula in the middle of the ocean. Dozens of towers and enormous hills made of that same, sandy cement covered this peninsula. With so many structures, it almost looked like the skyline of a city. At the very center of the skyline, the widest tower she had seen so far reached like a clawed hand into the sky. Even from this far away, even through the haze of water evaporating from the ocean, she could see that it was crawling with nomads. That's it, Finder said. Look. He extended one of his claws, and pointed, not at the city made of sand, but at the peninsula itself. It took her a moment to see it. The shine of metal, where the ocean's waves had washed away the sand. It was the size of a small island, and all those towering sand structures were by its size. The peninsula was a ship. And not just any ship, that was a gatewalker. Away off this life-forsaken planet. 68, the city made of sand. Kadam left the bike in the shadow of an abandoned sand tower, downwind of the city made of sand, downwind of all those nomads. Well, if they built a city, they weren't exactly nomads, were they? Her boots crunched on the dry, hardened sand that had been shed from the tower. From the shadow, she could see the ship, the ancient hull of a gatewalker, where it lay prone, half submerged in the water. The ship's narrow bulk was surrounded slopes of sand, where the nomads had built a land bridge, connecting ship to shore. The whole ship was covered in those sand monoliths, and some of their peaks wavered with heat. From the topside exhaust ports? Kadam wondered. Which could mean the ship was still, somehow, powered up. A whole civilization, living on the fumes of a single ship. Finder was in that city, somewhere. He had rinsed himself in the ocean to rid himself of her scent, and then he hovered out over the water, until all she could see of him was a tiny grey speck, disappearing against the backdrop of those enormous mud towers. So, Kadam had nothing to do but watch. Fortunately, the longer she stared at the city, the better her eye augments adjusted, until she could see a few worker nomads, crawling out of the cracks in the hills and towers. Repairing damage from the wind, or the sea. Gluing the city back together. Above, the light from the scar was a rippling grey. Not quite as bright as sunlight. More like a bright pale moon, if it were shaped like a tear in sky-colored fabric. If she stared at it long enough, she could just make out the light dam floating there. An engine the size of a city, floating just outside the scar. Harnessing it. And holding it back. For how much longer? The light dams had been designed to last. There was a complex ecosystem, both mechanical and biological, built up around them. But that had been back in the early days, when they were still holding on to their optimism. Before they knew what they were dealing with. Damn them. Damn them for giving up. Kadam blinked. There was a cloud of yellow dust, rising up from one of the towers. So faint at first, that she wasn't sure if it was really there. And then, it rolled down the hills, moving faster than any nomad. It drew a cloudy line over the beach, and then dust became mist as Finder left the beach, and sped across the ocean. Find it, she called, as he approached in a wide arc over the water. His repulsors flipped to the front, pushing against his momentum, sending up a spray of wet sand that splattered the side of the ruined nomad tower. Just missing her, and the bike. It's underneath the central structure. The claw, you called it. Finder pointed with one appendage, towards that squat, wide shape at the center of the ship peninsula. The claw had 4 crooked fingers around the ring of its top, each one pointing up towards the sky. Any idea how old the ship is? I'd very much like to know how long I've been here. Kadam, his screen flickered. Something was wrong. You need to see this. Kadam wrapped her arms around herself, and moved closer. On the screen, there was a video of a man, sitting in front of a camera. Maybe he had been handsome once, but now his face was ragged and scratched. His black hair was dirty, greasy, and it looked like something had pulled a chunk of it out. No visible augments, except for his eyes. Those were custom. An organic? A biologist. Kadam said. But why is he on a gatewalker? They had their conclaves. Was he alone? Watch, Finder said, and something about his tone sent a flutter of worry into her stomach. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to stave off the cold. The man in the video was running his hands through his hair, and tugging hard at it. He was talking to himself. Okay, let's just walk through it. The beacon is on. He'll come back. He has to. Has to. He swallowed hard, the apple of his throat rising and falling. His eyes, a deep, unnatural green flecked with hints of amethyst, fixed on the camera. His pupils oscillated between large black pools, and pinpricks. They're just chewing. Chewing and chewing. Out there, outside the hull. They want in. But I won't let them. No, no, no. I don't care what they say to me. I should have gone with him. Oh, Jwara, and here, as his lips formed around the name, he moaned a wretched sound, clinging to the name as if by invoking it, he might summon its bearer. Jwara. Come back. Come wait. They're talking again. What do you want? Gifts? I tried gifts. You didn't want them. You tore them to pieces. He ran his hands back through his hair again, pulling it away from his scalp, showing how thin and grim his skin had become on his skull. He smacked something on a nearby terminal, and shouted at another camera. If there's anyone out there. Please. Please help me. I don't care who you are. I can't block it out. I can hear her thoughts. Pause it, Kadam said, and the video froze. Finder, is there a date on this? They began a new system, after the seeds. The seeds. So much had started to change, after the seeds. It wasn't fair. She was born, and then they came, when she was still so young. Only 200 years old when the universe began to fall apart. What's the date? 9,000. What does that mean? 9,000 years after the seeds, Kadam. His voice was so calm and so patient, the number almost didn't register with her. 9,000. Suddenly, the world was too heavy. She had been asleep for 9,000 years. At least 9,000. Who knew how old this message was? Everything spun in place, the gravity of the world pulling at her. Kadam steadied herself against the hard-packed mud of the tower, but it wasn't enough. Finder rushed forward to catch her, as she sank to the ground. Kadam, Finder said, his voice low and gentle, trying to coax her out of it. But her mouth was locked, tight. She couldn't speak. And even if she could. Why? Am I the last one left? She did not move. She could not. The shadow of the tower grew shorter as the sun rose. And then, the shadow grew out the other side, reaching towards the beach. The scar in the sky had hardly moved. She spent the rest of the day sitting, watching the waves. How many waves? She wondered, how many crashed upon this shore, while I slept? As the sun began to set, Finder went out in search of water. He came back a few minutes later carrying a small mouthful in the scrap metal fairing. She took it, wordlessly. It was sweet on her tongue, a perfect crystal taste on the tip of her tongue. When she finished, she handed it back. How are you feeling? Finder asked. The message. Does it say anything about the light dam? Yes, Kadam chirped in that almost musical voice of his. Sort of. And? They couldn't contact it. They thought it was working, but there was a problem with the grid. That's why the one called Jwara left. I think the distress signal has been running for a long time. Kadam chewed on her lips, where the skin was getting dry. She stared out at the half-sunken ship. Large drifts of sand clumped around its contoured length. Waves ate gently away at the land bridge. She tried to recall the schematics, but nothing came. No response from the grid at all. Did you find an entrance? Yes, but it is not worth the risk. What do you mean? The claw. It's at the center of the claw. Of course, it is. A plume rose in her wake, like the tail of some sand-covered beast. Her hands were clenched around the throttle, and the vibrations of the bike were so strong, she could feel her teeth chiseling against each other. It didn't hurt. Nothing could hurt her, when she moved this fast. The bike screamed across the beach, a spear flying towards the ship peninsula and the city that grew atop it. She veered off over the water, so the sand plume became mist as the repulsors vaporized the water below her. The wind whipped at her ears, tugging her hair straight back from her head. Finder told her not to go. He tried to tell her they should wait, they should consider a more careful approach. But Kadam thought the longer they sat out there, the better the chances the nomads would catch her scent. Better to do this, while they still didn't know she was near. The bike hummed as it picked up speed, and the gills started to extend out, catching more of the cold air. One of them was rattling. It would probably fall off, if she kept this speed. But she was almost there. A gatewalker. She could not have asked for a better ship. She circled around the southern tip of the peninsula, making a huge arc away from the peninsula. Then, she turned the bike and aimed it at the largest mud hill, the one in front of the claw. The whining of the core simmered to a low hum, as she idled over that black, bottomless ocean. "Are you ready?" she asked. Finder, who was gripping the back of her bike, chirped, "Please, for your safety. This is far too dangerous. What if it doesn't work?" She blew a laugh through her lips. "You sound like Vanity. Not that you would know who she was." Still, Kadam had to admit, even for her this was impulsive. Reckless, even. But she had seen enough of this planet. It was time to get off-world. It was time to see if there was anyone else left. "You know what to do," she said. And before Finder could answer, she punched the throttle all the way forward. The bike screamed into life, the core sang like a banshee, and the water spewed in a rising tail behind her. Everything was rattling now. Everything at the edges of her vision went dark. She squeezed her stomach, trying to keep the blood in her head as she raced forward. The hill was steeper than it looked from far away. It rose and rose, and there was a moment of panic where Kadam was afraid the repulsors wouldn't push the bike up in time, making her collide with that cement-like mud. Up close, it was peppered with holes, too. Not quite large enough for her to fit in. And then, she was out of the water, and that porous mud hill was a blur beneath her. The nose of her bike, aimed at the peak of the hill. The repulsors burned twin black lines into the mud. If she had looked over her shoulder, she would have seen the heads of nomads, and their pet boar things peeking out of the holes, staring at her with those compound, glassy eyes. But Kadam was going too fast to see anything, but the tip of the hill. And then, she was at the top. And then, the top was gone. Nothing now, but air under her feet, as she soared. "Lift," she shouted, though she wasn't sure if Finder could even hear her. "Lift us up," she shouted at him, over the close-range Arius net. He seemed to hear her. The back of the bike was suddenly rising higher than the front, and she was soaring into the air faster, and higher. Her heart slammed in her throat, but she couldn't help but laugh at the sheer joy of it. Flight. She could see it all the sand towers. The holes at their peaks, where the heat wavered out. She could see the claw, a huge, circular structure, with a deep basin in the center. It almost looked like an empty stadium. And there was the entrance. As if the whole claw had been built around it. A sliding cargo door, covered in dark orange rust. Its teeth locked tight together. All the sand and all the mud crept up to it, but the nomads kept a clean space around it, so that she could even see the metal hull of the ship. And something near the door. What is that? She dropped the repulsors, letting them turn off. But it wasn't enough. Too high. Kadam shouted. "We need to drop." She could feel Finder shifting behind her. And then, a weight, like an invisible hand pushing the bike down. "Come on." She flattened out the bike, hoping that she would be able to stay on it when it landed. Priming the repulsors to fire right before she hit the ground. "Come on." The ground swelled below her. The fingers of the claw rose around her. And now the sloping walls of the basin swallowed the edges of her sight. She threw all her weight into the throttle. The repulsors flared to life, heat blossoming at her feet. Too slow. The repulsor smacked against the ground, the bike bucked underneath her, and Finder was catapulted off. The sound was a mix between a crunch and a gasping punch of wind. Her teeth clapped together, and she was certain the inside of her thighs were already bruised. But the worst part was the bike. The core was losing power. She could hear it in the weakening whine. 4 of the bike's repulsors shattered. Cracked and leaking salt water that had somehow seeped inside. But she was alive. Bruised, but alive. Kadam eased herself off the bike, metal creaked precariously as she did. Before her foot touched the ground, something else fell off. One of the gills. Kadam checked to make sure she wasn't bleeding anywhere. Shock made it hard to know for certain, but so far so good. And then, she looked for Finder. Finder had bounced and rolled across the flat bottom of the basin, and skidded to a stop near something that looked like an old power pole, like the ones that showed up in historical Sims. Or maybe it was just metal scaffolding from the ship's hull, a lonely Y made of metal. The basin rose all around her. Empty. Grey sand, turned almost white in the sunlight, rose in an arena around her. The tips of the claw soaring high above, like towers watching over her. There were thousands of holes in the walls of the basin. Dark, shadowy gaps that lead into dark, shadowy tunnels. Nothing moved at the center of the basin. Even the air felt unnaturally still, sheltered from the wind of the ocean. Finder, she called. Movement. A light, blinking. The whine of a motor. She ran to him, her feet scraping and slipping on the thin sand. She could almost feel the metal hull of the ship below. Finder, she crouched at his side, putting a hand to his body. He was struggling to pick himself up by his claws. I think I broke something, Finder said. Kadam's heart sank. A flood of guilt and shame and anger, only at herself, for being such an idiot. Your repulsor. The bike shattered, too. Yes. But we made it. Yes, Finder said again. Was she imagining it, or was his voice flatter than usual? Don't worry, she said. I'll open the door, and get us inside. We'll fix you up. We'll. Kadam stopped. Something caught her eye. She stood up, and took a closer look at the metal pole. Is that? The bones of his arms were spread out, as if to beseech the sky. His limbs were tied to the pole with ancient strips of leather. Not a corpse, but a skeleton, stained yellowish-brown with age. Only the tatters of rags still clung to its body. It's human, she said. Kadam, Finder said. The door. Wait. I have to get him down. Kadam, Finder said, his voice as hard as iron. They're coming. There was movement, along the walls of the basin. A sound, which she had mistaken for the wind. They gathered at the mouths of the tunnels. Hesitating. So many legs. So many mouths. 69, enemy territory. Captain Dinny put her on first watch. And second watch. And, when her watch had ended, Bacchus came to her and said, I don't know what you did to piss her off, but she wants you to take the first recon. His face was full of pity for her. Maybe it was because of what Agra had done, back in the canyon. Or maybe, it was just because a few of Agra's scales were shiny. Who knows, Agrania said. Who cares? She was just glad to be doing something, away from witch patrol, and all their whispering chatter. It reminded her too much of all her other patrols. Broken apart by the swamps and the forests and the wet, rainy fields of Thras et Unum. This one, too, would suffer the same fate. Soon, there would only be her. 2 other scouts went with her. One was green, one had done this before. They were supposed to map the enemy's positions. Reporting on numbers, on gun emplacements, on fortifications. But the captain was shy about where she placed the soldiers. If Agrania was going to find anything meaningful, she'd have to leave the other scouts behind. Northwest, she pointed through the trees, where a stream, lined with boulders and gravel, wound through the thick vegetation. Stick to the rocks, but not the caves. They have a hard time seeing color against the rocks. Go slow and I'll catch up with you when I return. If you see anything, stay quiet. If they were careful, if they used their brains instead of their guns, she'd find them on the way back. One of them spat as she walked away. She thinks she's so much better than us. Shut up, the other one said, she's about to do all the work for us. Okay? Just shut up, and let her do her thing. Agrania didn't hear the response. She was already deep in the forest. The suns above guided her way. One red, and one a pale, dull brown. They chased each other through the heavens, peeking at times through the red and violet foliage. Black and brown branches were determined to slow her path, and a few times she heard rustling in the bushes. Saw movement, in the leaves. Animals, most likely. But Agrania had not been north of the temple lands in a long time. She didn't know what was up here, anymore. The Lacertan were like the jungle, ever-changing. Tracks only lasted a day out here, before the rains washed them away. Broken branches and the scuff of metal on wood disappeared quickly in the thick undergrowth. As she walked, she tried to quieter than the insects. They were in the trees, chirping and vibrating and singing single-note songs to each other. Something croaked in the distance, a longing, painful sound. She was uncomfortably warm, the sweat staining her uniform as she moved. Hard to walk in the jungle. Harder still, to go swiftly. Silently. The shadows sometimes looked like faces. Agrania ate up the miles until, suddenly, the tree line changed. She could hear the rush of water. 3 great hills stood at the edge of the forest, each one covered in their own kind of trees. Agrania crouched down into the mud, and stared up at the hills for a long time. Finally, she saw it. A fort, sitting at the top of the middle hill. It was so overgrown with bushes and moss, that it blended in with the forest. A waterfall crashed next to it, and the mist became clouds that obscured part of the fort from view. It was an old stone thing, built by the people who had tried to conquer Thras before them. The bottom of the waterfall was a long, slow-moving lake, covered in red and brown algae and leaves shaped like pads. She stayed motionless a while longer, trying to count the distant cannons up on the walls of the fort. Some kind of fly settled on her face, and she let it sit there, not wanting to brush it away, in case she was being watched. At the far end of the lake, there was a splash. That was the only reason she saw them, 3 locals, farmers in their bamboo hats, fetching water from the falls. Their scales were almost the same color as the foliage, so that she had to wait for their movement to really see them. So the fort is active, she thought. There must be a village nearby. If I can get the child. Leave it, in the middle of the night. It would be easy, as long as she wasn't spotted. As long as the black-mouthed infant didn't cry. Agrania pulled herself back into the foliage, letting the forest swallow her. Moving only with the rustling of the leaves. When she was satisfied that nothing was watching her, she turned around and began the long hike back. This time, she took a different trail through the forest, in case someone was following her tracks. The two scouts were sitting behind a clutch of boulders, well hidden except for their left flank, which was exposed to the sunlight above. They had moved only a mile or so up the stream. Find anything? One of them asked her. We haven't seen anything. Just one old blown-out hut. Map, Agrania held out her hand. And when they passed it to her, she drew out the hills, the lake, and the fort above. One of them furrowed his brow at her. Are you sure? How could you even get that far out? Go and look for yourself then, she said back. That seemed to satisfy him. They went back to camp, with Agrania leading the way. It wasn't hard to find the rest of Witch Patrol. Someone was shouting at the top of their lungs. At first, she thought they were under attack, so she ducked into the bushes and brought her rifle up. Then she saw what was happening. The scribe was shouting, "Get back! Get back!" He was surrounded by the rest of Witch Patrol. The captain had her hand on her hip, ready to unholster her firearm. Her face was a mask of rage, tight and anxious. She was talking over the scribe, saying very slowly, "Drop that thing right now. It's not hurting anyone. Scribe, this is an order. You drop it, or I will shoot you where you stand." "You can't," he was sobbing, his voice was heaving, "I'm Kiran. You can't shoot me." But he fell to his knees anyway, carefully placing the child rest on the ground. Still shielding it with his body, trying to hide it from them. He was racked with sobs. "This isn't right. Gods be damned, you know this isn't right." The child was crying, a shrill, hissing sound. Agrania's heart did not beat. Not once during the moments that followed. She could hear every sound, every branch creak. Every uncomfortable, fidgeting footstep from the soldiers standing around the scribe and the infant. When Tesso stepped up in the middle of the circle, a bird that had been roosting in the trees took flight, squawking like mad. Red. He pulled out his rifle. And aimed it at the scribe's hunched form, who only a few paces away from him. "I got this, Captain. I've got a clear shot." But Tesso most certainly did not have a clear shot. Still, he hefted the weapon up to his shoulder. Aimed down the sight. Red. Agrania could see his finger calmly slide over the trigger. "I got this," he said again to himself. Licking his lips. One eye pressed against the sights. And then, she couldn't see anything. Everything was red. When had she pulled out her gun? When had she loaded it, and cocked it? When? Agrania's bullet disappeared into Tesso's skull. His neck jerked strangely, pulling his body with it. The skull exploded outward, and his body tilted to the side. Crumpled, with the rifle still in his hands. The scribe was screaming, his whole body shaking as he covered the infant. All the soldiers tensed, wheeling around to find the source of the gunshot. It took them more than a few seconds to realize it had come, not from Tesso, not from the trees, but from Agrania. But those seconds were all she needed. She was standing over the scribe now, pulling him up. He flailed weakly against her, screaming, "No. Give it to me," she said. He blinked up at her face. Confusion. Terror. Acceptance. And he handed her the infant, without a word. With tears streaming down his face. And she held the small, fragile, crying thing in her hands. Swaddled in rags, soaked with rainwater. Nothing about this moment would stick with her. A blur in her memory, like all the others. Red, and empty. Except, she would remember the child. The way it stared up at her, with those glossy, black eyes. It had a smell, too. Sour, but not unpleasant. Agrania did not wait for Witch Patrol to collect themselves. Bacchus was still staring at the corpse there. The captain was trying to understand what had just happened. Someone was down on the ground, hovering over Tesso's corpse. Not touching him. Not searching for a pulse. The parts of his skull that were intact were covered in bloody flesh. Emperor's breath. "What is this?" Bacchus said, "What have you done?" "Move," Agrania said. And Bacchus did. The other soldiers moved, too. But not the captain. She had her pistol out, and was aiming it at the child. At Agrania's chest. Agrania said nothing. Her chin was high, and her thick, muscular arms were wrapped around the child. "Do it, then," she thought. That pistol was steady. Not a hint of tremor to the captain's grip. But she did not pull the trigger. The barrel of the pistol followed Agrania as she stepped past the captain, out of the camp, where she disappeared into the trees. And the jungle welcomed her whole. The nightly rains had not yet begun when she reached the foot of the fort. She moved in a daze, not caring how loud her footsteps were, not bothering to hide herself from their sight. She was not in control of herself anymore. Had not been, for a long time. Her feet moved themselves, pulled by someone else's strings. Lifting. Stepping. Bringing her closer to that village at the top of the waterfall. How long had it been since she last slept? The rising buzz of the insects did nothing to stop the infant from crying, but Agrania didn't hear it. Didn't hear anything. By the time she reached the back of the fort, it was starting to drizzle. The town hugged against the fort, all those ramshackle buildings struggling to stand up, just like her. This was how Agrania came to them, soaking wet, covered in mud, and someone else's blood. Carrying one of their own infants in her arms. She walked through the center of the town. She did not see them, though there were many of them staring out at her. From the windows, from their guard posts. From the gaps between the slanted houses. A rasp caught her attention. A lacerdan with a rifle, telling her to stop. His rifle, an ancient piece of gear, rusted but well kept other than that, was aimed at her. It was the kind of weapon that had one shot, and that was it. Even the Kiran soldiers on the backwater worlds had better guns. She turned around, slowly. The child crying in her arms. More of them were coming out now. More soldiers. More guns. More people, ready to defend their homes. An old man stepped into the middle of this milling crowd. His voice was clicking, gesturing softly at Agrania. He came out into the narrow road that wound between the huts, up to the foot of the fort. And he held his hands out, calming the others. Agrania did nothing as he approached her. She did nothing, as he held his hands out, asking for the infant. And when he reached for her, she flinched back. She did not understand what he was asking. He gestured again, clicking softly. She blinked. And held the infant out. When it cried, he made a kind of guttural clucking sound in the back of his throat, and the infant seemed to like that sound. When the old lacerdan bowed his head at Agrania, she didn't know what to do. She stood there, stiff as a tree. Agrania was still wearing her rifle. Still wearing those long knives at her hip. She slid her rifle off her shoulder, and unstrapped her belt. Letting the knives fall to the mud around her. Everything but her uniform came off. And she stepped away from it. And she waited for them to kill her. They didn't. They wouldn't. Gods. That would have been so much easier. Lucas the scribe was sitting in the captain's foxhole. Rope, made from dried vines, was wrapped around his wrists so tightly he was starting to lose sensation in his fingers. At least they had stopped hitting him. He didn't hate himself for protecting the child. But he did curse himself for crying. For breaking, like a worm. It's wrong. All of this. If the gods could see what we've done here. There was still no sign of Agrania. The captain had gone scouting herself, and come back a few hours later. Tired, covered in mud and cuts from the forest. She kept sending scouts out there to comb the land. Looking for their rogue soldier. Make a guess. Tell us which way she went, Bacchus said for the 100th time. He wasn't angry, not anymore. They were, all of them, tired. A few of the soldiers had buried Tesso somewhere in a foxhole not far away, and someone put up a post with a holy inscription on it. But now all they could do was wait. I told you, the scribe said. You know far more than I do. I barely knew her name. Then why did she save you? Why did she do it? I don't know. Did she give that thing to you? Did she tell you to hide it? No. Then where did you get it? Don't you know what you're out here for? Don't you know why the military is on Thras? It was a child, Emperor damn you. It was a living child. Bacchus shook his head. He was far more patient than the others. Far more patient than the captain, who was still silently seating in the far corner of the foxhole. Her head over the edge, constantly scanning the trees, as if Agrania might appear out of thin air. You have no idea what they're capable of, Bacchus said. You have no idea what they've done to us. And what is that? What have they done, that we didn't do first? Captain, a voice called from the next foxhole over. It's her. Bacchus's head turned so fast, the scribe could hear his neck pop. The captain was already up and out of her hole, shouting orders. Telling the soldiers to defend their posts, to get their weapons ready. But captain, she's unarmed. Agrania walked out of the forest, like some kind of jungle ghost. Her clothes were in tatters. Her weapons were gone. The moonlight silhouetting her broad shoulders, and the wild mane of her fins. Her face was hard, dull. Her eyes were wide and empty. Staring at nothing. Tie her up, the captain growled, and a few of the soldiers rushed to surround Agrania. They were hesitant at first, but she did not resist. Did not seem to even see them. Someone kicked her down in the mud, and still she did not resist. They tied her arms behind her back, getting rauch and spitting on her. Someone called her a traitor. And that was the nicest thing they said. So frustrated and enraged were the soldiers, so full of anxious energy from being in enemy territory, they might have beaten her. But the captain would not let them. She wanted to talk to Agrania. She told the soldiers to get back on watch, ordering 2 of them to drag Agrania down into the foxhole. They threw her in, her body splashing heavily in the puddle at the bottom of the mud. Agrania moved only to keep herself from drowning. Even her lips were covered in mud. The captain lowered her face to Agrania's. But the captain didn't look angry. Mystified, but not angry. "Where is it?" she asked. No answer. "Were you followed?" "No." "Did you tell them where?" "No." And that was it. After that, all the anger seemed to drain out of the captain. She just shook her head, and said, "You know where you're going, right?" Agrania only nodded. "And yet you came back." Again, she nodded. "As lifeless as a corpse." The captain turned to Bacchus. "Keep her here, with the other one. Don't let the soldiers do anything to her. What if she tries to leave again?" "She won't." Lucas had to wait for his chance. Had to wait for Bacchus to get bored, to get distracted. To finally leave his post, early in the morning. Then, Lucas looked over. Agrania was staring at the ground, as still as a statue. Her feet were soaking in the puddle. She could have moved, but she didn't. "Why did you come back?" he whispered to her. "Why did you save the child?" she answered. The scribe could not answer her. There were no words to explain why. 70. The Xeno slums of Seir. Eilha's mind was already made up. It was made up 9 years ago, when the Kirans first invaded the cauldron. It didn't matter what this Kiran tribune had to say, all they could do was lie. Eilha just had to make sure the Fledge understood that the Emperor, and this Kyrene, and all the Kiran Empire that stood behind them, were trying to use him. Because if they poured their honeyed words into his ears any longer, Eilha feared that Poyer would change his mind again. And would fly headlong into their waiting jaws. "You don't know how important this is," Poyer was arguing, "the grid is the start of everything, Eilha. Without it, nothing works. The grid, some ancient piece of human architecture." Poyer had tried to explain it to him, how it connected all the worlds. How it stored the wealth of human knowledge, in what? In the air? What does that possibly mean? Eilha said, "Everything is working just fine. You're alive. They discovered you, and let you go." They were standing in a garden, at the base of the hill. The garden was a long, curving place with freestanding arches and marble columns, wrapped with vines, and marble benches sitting next to green pools of water that were filled with fish. Clay pots, bursting with greenery, punctuated the granite walkways. A retinue of guards, dozens of them in full battle kit, with their gleaming rifles and ceremonial polished armor, were standing around the edges of the garden. Far out of earshot. And high above, the Emperor's statue gazed out at the sea. Eilha had sent away Enoch the merchant with a nod of thanks and a heavy sack of coins. She bowed graciously, and told Eilha where she could be found, in case you ever need my services again, discreet or otherwise. Kyrene, the Kiran tribune, was waiting at the edge of the garden. Giving the trio all the privacy they could use. "He's pretending to give us space." But Eilha couldn't help but feel they were being watched. Listen to. Maybe it was the Emperor's statue staring down at them from that high hill, a frown etched into his immense, stony face. Or maybe it was that visage that covered the statue's eyes, shining with human-made metal. "Eilha, I have to go to Thras. If I can get the grid working." "And what if you can't? It worked before. You don't know how long ago that was. And you might not know how to fix it. How do you know he's telling the truth, anyway, about this grid? How do you know what he wants? There are too many unknowns. They're fighting a war on that planet. It's too dangerous." "Then what? Are you saying we stay here?" The mask dangled on straps around Poyer's neck. There was no point in wearing it now, not while they were alone in this garden, with its thorny hedges blocking out the rest of the city. Eilha shook his head. "I brought you here to find your library. What happened to that plan?" "Too dangerous," it was the android who spoke, echoing Eilha's words. While Eilha paced back and forth in front of the fish-filled pond, Lakey stood still, as if she were just one of the many statues that lined the walkways. "The library, the place that might hold the answers to all our questions, is too dangerous." Eilha's voice was dripping with skepticism. "According to who?" "The Emperor." Yes, her voice clicked. Whether she did not understand his accusation, or chose to ignore it, it was impossible to tell. But at least Poyer seemed to think twice, seemed to hear the question that Eelh was asking. The Fledge bowed his head, defeated. Eelh crouched down in front of him, put his hand to Poir's shoulder, and tried to look him in the eyes. Listen, Poir. I can only guess at what's going on in your head. But you can't trust these people. You can't. They're Kirans. This is what they do. They find out what you want, and then they tell you anything you want to hear. The moment you let your guard down, they strike. You talk like they're all the same. They are. Poir pursed his lips at that. His eyes flashed, disagreement clear on his face. And what do you think they say about you, when they think you're not listening? Nuwa, my caretaker in the conclave, she said you become what you hate the most. What are you becoming, Eelh? I am here to listen. You are here to learn. Don't complicate this. Don't be rash. The Queen wants peace. Isn't that why you're here? You have to hear them out. That shut Eelh's beak. The Fledge was right. Even if peace was impossible, Eelh had promised to listen for the Queen. To look for the slightest glimmer of a chance. But the longer he stayed here, the more the Kirans and all their politicians and the Everlord himself wrapped themselves around Poir, the harder it would be to leave. What if there's a way, Eelh? He turned to Lakis, but she would be no help. As far as she was concerned, the human could do no wrong. What if there's a chance? It just didn't seem possible. He had seen what the Kirans would do, given the choice. They would conquer. They would kill. They would burn. And when all that was left was a mountain of ashes, they would fight each other, tooth and nail, to be king of that ruined mountain. There could be no peace with a species like this. They should be focusing their energy on protecting the cauldron, on shoring up the defenses around the gate. Or, hells, even burying the damn thing, so that no one could come through. Eelh sighed, finally sitting down on the marble bench. Listening to the trickle of the pond. Trying not to think about what his old crew would think of him now. Consorting with the enemy. I'm not the right person. She should have sent someone else for this job. The Kiran Tribune wandered into the garden, clearing his throat to announce his presence. I want to show you something. The three of you. I wasn't sure if it was necessary, but now it must be. I want to show you what I'm dying for. They left on foot because, as Kyrene said, that damned carriage is making me soft. They wandered through the two clean streets of Seir. Past the hedges and olive trees, down the roads where the estates grew smaller, the gardens less manicured. Kyrene avoided the crowds, keeping them away from the bustling dockyards and warehouse districts. They were headed for a bridge that crossed the river, and as they grew closer, Eelh began to notice a change. In the buildings, yes, but also in the people. The clean, clay roofs turned to thatch or wood. And here, there were fewer Kirans than anywhere else in the city. Those he did see were more ragged, with none of those twinkling scales on their throats and faces. A few of them nodded at Kyrene, and he nodded back. The bridge was an immense structure. A series of immense stone arches that soared above the banks of the river and walked across the water. Short stone parapets, lined with plain, utilitarian capstones were wide enough apart that the entire Viam could move across the bridge without narrowing. But instead of going across the bridge, Kyrene directed them down a side alley that led underneath, where the arches met the bank, and small, squat buildings huddled in the shadows. Eelh has stopped. But Kyrene seemed unbothered. Don't worry, Avian. It's safe. For who? Lakis and Poir strode forward, her heavy metal clanking and his light footsteps carrying them down into the most run-down part of the city that Eelh had yet seen. Eelh followed, keeping his eyes on the rooftops, and the single-room houses that were stacked on top of each other. It would be nearly impossible to drag a cart down here, where the road dipped sharply down the river bank. The houses were made of brick and plaster, and all of them were badly in need of repair. Cracks, flaking paint, sections of brick popping out of the walls. When a large ship passed underneath the bridge, its smokestack filled this nearly vertical suburb with a choking smog. Even the wind seemed unable to carry it away. There were people in the streets. Sitting on the stoops of houses. Walking arm in arm with each other. People like nothing that Eelh had ever seen. Xenos. Shapes and bodies and skin of all kinds. Some wore shawls more colorful than any Kiran fashion. Children with long snouts and hard carapaces were running up a street, kicking at a ball with their trunk-like feet. Snorts and shrills of laughter echoing underneath the bricks of the bridge overhead. Some houses also doubled as shops, or service entries to more houses. One storefront, littered with machine parts, legs, arms, cores, was swarming with a cluster of small pink and green flying things, each one no larger than his hand. He thought the swarm was an infestation, until he saw they were talking to each other. And working. They slipped in and out of machine parts, carrying small metal tools as they tinked and clinked on the chassis of some cargo droid. So enamored with their flittering movement was he, that Eelh did not notice the fat, mucus-covered thing riding up behind him, until its transport, a contraption with 8 metal legs, almost bumped into him. It burbled and burped something at him, and Eelh apologized without thinking. Then, he stared at the slug on its transport, watching it tap its way up the street. Kyrene was next to him, smiling gently. They know when they're being stared at, you know. But while you're at it, look at them. Over there was a cluster of reed knights. Natives from Gayam, who had built a kind of workshop in the middle of a rundown courtyard between 4 houses. They were hard at work at their forges and cranks, cobbling together some kind of farming machine. Kyrene nodded at Eelh, as if to say, see? I know the people of your world. But all Eelh could see was that old Kiran's smugness. And he couldn't help but hate Kyrene for it. In the shadow of a courtyard, 2 thin, nearly translucent beings were talking to each other. Their relaxed, almost elegant posture was outlined in the bioluminescence that flickered up and down their bodies. One of them turned its head, and looked directly at Eelh with huge, curious black eyes. It looks rough, Kyrene said, and it's not easy living here. But they make do here. This is what you want? Eelh asked. For Xenos like me to live in squalor? To feed off the dregs of your empire? No, Eelh. No. The people, that's what I want. Look at them. These are some of the brightest, hardest working people in all of Seer. They could be so much more, but the laws prevent Xenos from living anywhere else in our city. If 4PI and the rest of the Veneratian have their way, Kyrene shook his head, and for a moment Eelh thought he saw genuine sadness pass through his eyes. Wasted, he said. All of them, wasted. This is not just my vision, Eelh. But the Emperor's too. I am only a disciple of his message. Why doesn't he change this? His word is law. His will is law. But the world does not always act in accord with what should be. Your words are like knots, Kiran. Speak plainly. Kyrene stroked the scales on his chin, his eyes bright and intelligent. And dangerous. How do I explain this? An empire is not a carriage to be driven this way or that. Have you seen the new trains at the heart of our city? An empire is like that, only with 100 cars pulling it in 100 directions. The culture, the laws, the traditions, the people. The emperor must wrangle all these together, and work through them. He could wave his hand, and upend the whole Veneratian overnight, if he so chose. But would that not hurt more than it helps? And what of the future? He took a step forward, and held his hands out, as if he were groveling at the sky. But don't listen to me. I am but a lowly tribune. The smallest of the Venerate. What do I know of the gods and their power? All I can show you, Eelh, is the empire that is, and the empire that could be. This city is all the evidence your eyes should need to show you how grand his eternal majesty is. And he has only just begun. That, Eelh thought, is exactly what I'm afraid of. I count myself blessed, my avian friend. Because the emperor has chosen me. Chosen? How? Through this sign, and that message. Through the wind in the leaves, and the grinding fate of all things. The emperor has made it known to me that I have but one path to follow. The martyr's path. Kyrene stood in the middle of the courtyard. All the Xenos were staring at him now, but he was only smiling up at the bottom of the bridge, as if it were the brightest sun. Your emperor sends you to die, and this is a good thing. Kyrene's face fell. His eyes were on Eelh once more. Yes. Because he has finally set me free. Long have I fought the Veneratian in all its hateful ways. And only now do I see the light that guides me up from the depths. What if you fail? What does the emperor do then? He has the luxury of time, doesn't he? He can choose someone else. 10 years from now. 100. It is a drop in the ocean to him. But for me, there can be no higher purpose. Failure does not matter. It is the trying that creates change. Excuse me a moment. The fledgling Xenos with their hardback carapaces were running up the street again, curling themselves into balls, and rolling back down. Screaming and chittering with laughter. 2 other aliens, adults with the same carapaces, were watching the fledglings, and talking to each other. One of them waved at Kyrene, and he smiled and went to them. Not all Kirans are so false. Look how he knows his people, Lakey said. She, like Eelh, watched Kyrene's every move. The easy way he touched the alien's arms. How they laughed together. It's a show, Eelh said. This is what they do. How can you tell? Poyer asked. It looks real to me. It looked real to Eelh, too. But that only cemented in his mind how devious and dangerous this Kiran was. The Kiran Empire was built upon the backs of so-called lesser beings. They feigned diplomacy, until they could crush their enemies outright. It was how they had always been, ever since the gate first opened on Gayam. First came the diplomats, promising their alliances. Then, came the soldiers. Free to walk through the gate. It was possible, Eelh conceded, that Kyrene might be different. But how could one Kirin change an entire culture? Not even their own emperor could change them. They were obsessed with victory, even this Kyrene, who was so completely absorbed he was willing to throw away his own life. Let him. Let them all throw their lives away, for all Eil cared. Tribune Kyrene came back, apologizing for the delay. First, he addressed Poyer. Savior Divine, I hope I have not offended you with our lowly existence. I merely wanted to show you a glimpse of what I fight for. Of what I'm going to die for. Even now, Kyrene spoke of his own death so casually, so easily. There was no hint of fear in his voice. An act. All of this. It has to be. Thank you for showing me this. It's noble, what you do. What you're doing here. Eil made a scoffing caw, but Poyer ignored him. Somehow, that made it worse. Even now, this politician was wrapping himself around Poyer, and he didn't know how to stop it. How could the Fledge not see this? Why didn't the android say anything? And then, Kyrene brought them to a cluster of small, squat houses at the bottom of the hill. The bridge soared high overhead, making a huge echoing space that projected the sound of the rushing river back to them. This one is mine. You live here? Lakis asked. There was surprise in her mechanical voice. But you're a venerate.